here today in Anaheim, working hard to ensure you enjoy your time here.
Vale.
We all
Ya está,
love
perdón.
talking to players, so please don't be
Ya va.
shy. Come up and chat with us.
Perdón.
Finally, on behalf of everyone at
Ahora
Blizzard,
sí.
we want to say thank you. Thank you.
Entonces puedo llegar al
Thank
grupo,
you.
¿no?
From the bottom of my heart to our players, past, present, and future. Thank you for your passion and your honesty. And most importantly,
A ver.
thank you for being part of our
Vale,
communities.
vamos a ver qué tal va ahora,
This
señores.
is what Blizzcon is all about.
No me parece, mira, está haciendo esto, me parece mentira que ha venido Phil Spencer, maravilloso. Es una
Everything
cosa,
we do
ya
is for
sabía yo,
all of
era una de las
you,
cosas raras,
and
pues
it's an
toma,
honor
la
to be
primera
a part of
sorpresa,
these worlds
pues
with
está
you.
bueno, por favor, que pongan el Game Pass, como lo pongan el Game
Now,
Pass, macho,
welcome
te
to
como la cara.
BlizzCon.
Está guapo que viniera Phil, ¿ya? ¿Ya empieza? Ah no, para otro tráiler, venga, venga. Ahí estamos, va, va, que esto es hermoso, dale caña ahí.
Wanted to see if there was more out there.
Vale.
Well, see for
Ah,
yourself.
por favor, tienen que hacer cosas guays, por favor. Voy a bajar un poco esto, ¿no? Está alto, ¿no? Por favor, que anuncien cosas guays, por favor. Yo solo pido eso, ¿eh?
I'm gonna kick every one of you in the face.
Yo solo pido eso, que hayan cosas guays, la Blizzcon, por favor. Yo, por favor, te lo agradecería.
Did you really think this would be a fair fight?
Oh my god. That was disgusting.
Tenía mucho el bitrate a todo, pero se veía fatal. Por favor, que luego pongan el PvE historia, por favor, no me jodáis. Vale, esto por aquí arriba. Vale, va bien.
Come on. It's time I showed you something.
Vale, ya va bien el kick, ¿no? Vale. Empieza por Overwatch 2, ¿no? Vale. ¡Sorpréndeme, Overwatch 2! Así sin más, ¿no?
Please welcome
Venga, va.
Overwatch Game Director, Aaron Keller.
Vale, sorpréndeme, Aaron. Joder, qué grande es el sitio, ¿no? Me han cambiado, porque lo han reformado.
Hello, BlizzCon!
Como me anuncies mapa y héroe, no vengas a la Blizzcon, tronco. No vengas. No vengas a la Blizzcon porque no.
Every single day we see
Como
millions
cansado de
of players
tantas
jumping into
tontunas, ¿sabes?
matches, forging new friendships, and showing off their skills. We launched Overwatch 2 last October, and it has been such an incredible year. Since then, you've been crushed by Diva's mech over 26 million times, had more than 79 million lives saved by Baptiste, and played 65 years worth of prop hunt.
Bueno, podemos verlo así para que esté así esto, ¿sabes?
The development of Overwatch is first and foremost focused on you.
Pero vamos, que me
our
tocan mucho los
players.
huevos,
We
básicamente.
want our game to represent this global community, from the release of our Samoa map to
Vale,
our
va bien todo ahora, ¿no?
celebration of Pride, to our first tie-in
Estoy esperando que
Peruvian
vaya todo bien.
heroes, Lifeweaver
¿Sabéis?
and Dolari. We also want Overwatch to recognize those focused on achievement and prowess,
Vale,
and released
¿y aquí
our new
qué?
progression system and the first set of hero mastery courses this year. And for those that just want something a little different, we've run April Fools and released a dating sim, an actual dating sim, Loverwatch. Listening to your feedback is important to us, and it's driven the team to look at changes to some of the core systems of the game. We've been hard at work on an overhaul of our competitive system, and we'll get into that a bit today and a bunch more over the course of BlizzCon. And there is so much more to come. We'd like to give you all a glimpse at as much as we're able to show you coming next year.
Vale,
and boy, do
todo
we have
bien,
some
todo.
fun things to
Estoy
talk
mirando,
about.
que vaya bien todo.
So let's get into
Es la primera
it.
que hago, sí, ¿sabes? A ver.
To share our first big announcement, I am honored to introduce the art director of Overwatch, Dion Rogers.
Va, por favor. Sorpréndeme.
Wow. Sorry, I'm a bit excited. The energy is awesome in here. You know, Aaron and I have been working on this universe since before Overwatch had a name. Working together with an incredible team back at Blizzard. Many are with us today at Blizzcon.
Antiguamente se lo traducían al
Creating such an
español, no
incredible
entiendo
game
por qué
with
no lo han
so many
puesto este
amazing
año,
people,
tío.
and
Puede ser que
seeing what it means to
estoy
you
un
all
poco
is
tonto
meant everything to us.
de traducir al español.
And out of all the things we work on, one of our favorites is to create new heroes. Many are with us today at Blizzcon. You know, Overwatch is full of big personalities, and it takes a special individual to really stand out. And the team has been working hard to make sure no one could predict who this next hero is. We haven't leaked any articles. We haven't leaked a spray or two. And we've left 0 hints, especially not in our recent Samoa map.
Va, sorpréndeme.
Who's ready to meet the newest hero?
Nuevo mapa. Samoa. Venga. Esto estaba claro, nuevo mapa, ¿no?
Sorry to keep you all waiting. But now that I'm here.
¡Ah, no! ¡Nuevo héroe! ¡Hola! ¡Qué guapo! ¡Maua! Yes. Guni.
And she can light up the whole dance floor. And this one's
Dios.
Cha-Cha. He's a sensitive little fella, a real hothead. And when I fire
Madre tú. A tope la ametralladora, ¿no? No hará mucho daño esto. Salto. Eso es stuneo seguro. Le ralentiza cuando para, ¿no? Oh. Toma. Vale, la embestida. ¡Qué guapo! ¡Oh! ¡Oh! Le da hostias alrededor suyo. No le afecta. Vale, vale.
For now.
Eso le estunea. ¿Eso qué es? ¡Hola! ¡Un escudo! ¡Hola! La ralent. ¡Hola! Y no se van. ¡Hola! Eso es el ulti, seguro. Está guapo. Bueno, bien, bien. Hostia, pues dura bastante. Ni se le escapan.
Unbelievable.
Hostia, esto está guapo. Este es la ulti. Este está loco. Nuevo héroe, lo estaba claro. Y nuevo mapa seguro. Está claro que de momento esto, ¿no? Está loco. Bien.
He was first introduced, you guys know, 4 years ago in a short story, and he's been the subject of a lot of fun theories. Ever since that first introduction, fans have been asking when he may become a playable hero. We're excited.
Maua se llama. Vaya nombre.
Mauga, his name, it means mountain in Samoan. He portrays himself as this big, loud brute. However, this is just a facade. He's a cunning tactician, always one step ahead of his enemies. One of the core goals whenever we make
Eso sería la ulti que atrapa con unas cadenas a los enemigos, ¿no? En ese escudo. Y no pueden salir de ahí hasta que muera. Pero vamos, tardará mucho esa ulti. Salta para stunear. La ametralladora esa que tiene no hace mucho daño, ¿sabes? Esto es como el bastión básicamente, antiguamente. Pues seguro, pero tiene reducido el daño bastante.
Mauga's super fun to play.
Y también le bufa a los aliados cercanos, que lo he visto, porque ni le he tirado la Widowbada hasta un franco y no le afectó nada. Como un escudo.
Okay, join us later today for a Malga Deep Dive panel taking place here at the Blizzcon Arena and online for people at home. We'll talk with the team that helped.
Pues claro, van a anunciar la temporada 8, porque creo que ya va por la octava, creo, ¿no? La octava temporada, yo creo que sí.
Overwatch in season 8. Finally, we know Malga's going to be pretty awesome when he joins competitive play. But before then, some of the best players in the world are competing in this weekend's
en la octava temporada, ¿no?
Let's check it out.
Todas las cosas nuevas de la temporada 8, ¿no?
Legacy. A legacy is forever.
Ah, sí, cuando hicieron la World Cup de Overwatch, porque creo que ya se acabó la mierda del Overwatch Cup, pues se fue a la mierda. Ya la última vez ya no regresaba.
They've tasted victory. They've overcome defeat, and all along, the hopes of their fans have lifted them up.
Absolutely beautiful.
And now, at long last, the Overwatch World Cup Finals are here.
2023, claro, sí, claro. Vale.
We're all together once more, back to where it all began.
Porque ya habían
Each
acabado.
team can see their name on the championship trophy. The community has rallied behind them, and the wait is finally over.
I've missed you dearly.
The Overwatch World Cup Finals start now.
Pues vale. Sí.
Please welcome Overwatch Esports host, Zoe Schwind.
Overwatch eSports. Pues lo renovarán de algún modo.
Wow. Fantastic to see all those memories on the big screen. And
Me
we're here to
recuerda
make
mucho a
some
la...
more. What's up, BlizzCon?
Esto me recuerda, esta chica me recuerda a la chica esta de
World Cup. This event has always been such a special event because it truly serves as a worldwide tribute.
Pues decían que no iba a hacer más Overwatch World Cup, la esta de los eSports. A no ser que cambie.
Players from around the world, each with their unique takes on the playstyles.
Pues no han anunciado de momento mucho el Overwatch, nada, básicamente. Solo nuevo héroe.
It's just very exciting to see familiar faces, big household names in the competitive Overwatch scene take the stage, form those star-studded lineups, Fearless, Super, Gushue, and the likes. But each year, we also get to witness new players emerging onto the scene, taking the spotlight. It's really a special event for a special community.
¿Qué pasa, señor?
I'm truly happy to be part of it all.
Aquí estamos.
Now I know that all of you here in Anaheim.
Aquí estamos. ¿Cómo estamos, señor?
Joining us from all over the world. As you can see, so are our players. Among them, a former 3-time World Cup champions, Team South Korea, and the only team that managed thus far to stop their reign, and that is the United States of America. That's right. I tell you, it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy. If you watch the group stages and if you watch the first game today, tough competition ahead for Team USA. And if you want to find out if one of our former champions will remain victorious or if one of the other 6 teams will seize their inaugural season title, make sure to join us. Not only will you be treated to fantastic gameplay, of course, no, you will also earn special drops all weekend long on the Play Overwatch Twitch channel. Now, we have a lot of amazing Overwatch 2 action on the horizon and so much to play for our teams. We got over $500,000 on the line and counting, raised directly by all of you, our passionate and amazing fans.
Muy bien, no te compraste el Arsi, si me compré esta, pero estoy viendo la Blizzcon only. Y estoy pendiente de Pixelmon only. No me da tiempo para una cosa y para la otra. Ahora estoy pendiente de Pixelmon. No voy a entrar de momento. Lo tengo comprado, pero estoy pendiente del servidor. Pues siempre hay cosas que hacer y tal.
So, tomorrow night, we will be crowning the 2023 Overwatch World Cup champions. And you can catch all the matches and all the action live in Hall B, as well as, of course, on
Entonces yo estoy
stream.
con Pixelmona y pendiente de muchas cosas que pasan y tal,
And
¿sabes?
now, please welcome back Aaron with a few more things to share on the game side.
Ronan anuncia mucho
Thank you,
del
Zoe.
competitivo, vale.
Malga is awesome. And the World Cup
Wow.
all weekend will
Ponme el
be
PV
so
historia, por
much
favor.
fun. But Overwatch has another
Para
thing
quitarme las
happening here
estas
at
porque
BlizzCon.
este subtítulo es una
Earlier
mierda.
this week, we launched a new limited
Decían que le iban a poner y al final nada. Pero bueno.
And special skins as part of an exciting collaboration with La Seraphim.
Sí, esta es la colaboración también que anunciaron. Todo esto está muy bien. Que lo anunciaron en su momento.
Right now to take part, as well as check out their brand new music video for Perfect Night. And in honor of this collaboration,
Esto ya lo anunciaron, tronco.
And perform in the arena
Vamos,
tomorrow
vas a estar
after the
poco.
community night ends around 6 p.m. Pacific. Working on partnerships like this, or what we did with One Punch Man earlier this year.
Sí, esto lo sabemos, que hicieron la colaboración.
Yes.
Está muy bien.
They provide us, both the dev team and you, the players, a chance to experience some of our favorite universes and artists through the unique style of Overwatch. And next year, we have even more of these for you all to geek out about. Sadly, we can't reveal what those are all just yet, but maybe there are some other things coming in 2024 that we could give you a hint about.
A ver.
The Overwatch team has never had such clarity of vision when it comes to the future. From direct feedback, we hear what you love and want
Solo anunció un héroe. Ya está.
So, who wants to see a few of the things we're working on for next year?
No lo sé. Sorpréndeme.
We are creating a brand new core PvP game mode, Clash. In this new competitive mode, there are 5 points positioned in a row. The center point starts as the first objective, and the teams battle back and forth over the map, pushing into enemy territory or defending their own. Once a team captures all 5 points or reaches the maximum score, they win. Our initial Clash map is a tribute to a location we showed at Overwatch's first BlizzCon. And it's one of my personal favorites. They say cherry blossoms are a sign of rebirth and rejuvenation.
El mapa,
and in 2024, a rebirth of one of the original Overwatch maps is in order. Within the Clash mode, we are returning to the home of the Shimada clan with the new Hanamura map, Hanaoka. Additionally, we are working on overhauls to some of our most important in-game systems. Overwatch is a highly competitive game, and in early 2024, we'll release a reworked version of our competitive system with all new competitive rewards.
Competitivo reward.
And with seasons, one of the team's goals has been to create themes that speak to so many of the cool and awesome things that we all love. Next year, you'll experience Eldritch Horror, Egyptian mythology, witches, and even a mirror universe where heroes become villains and villains become heroes. And of course, Overwatch is nothing without its heroes. Malga is the 39th hero in Overwatch, and in 2024, we'll be releasing 3 more, and we want to give you a glimpse of 2 of them.
Temporada 8.
A new damage
Nuevo nuevo héroe support, o sea, para gilear, ¿no?
Currently codenamed Space
Y de daño
Ranger
también, ¿no?
in Season 12. And
El año que
this
viene.
is just scratching the surface
Que es
of
lógico,
everything
más
we
héroes,
have
pues
in the
muy
works.
bien.
Join us tomorrow here and online, where we go in depth on all of this in our What's Next panel. It will have more information on Clash.
Nuevos héroes,
the
pues vale. Ya estaba claro.
A closer look at
Ya
Space
anunciará un nuevo
Ranger,
mapa, pues
even early
seguramente. Y
gameplay
ya está.
footage of
La temporada 8 como
and
está.
so much more. And lastly, for the first time ever during a BlizzCon, not only is our next hero playable in the Overwatch Hall here in Anaheim, but all of you at home can play Malga all weekend in-game including quick play, going live
Blizzcon pueden
right
jugar
after the
al
BlizzCon
nuevo
opening ceremony concludes.
Vale. Estaba claro, pues vale. Y ya está, ¿no?
We know you'll love him just as much as we do. Thank you all. We'll see you in game.
By the blood of the willing.
Que los dos me tienen matado. ¿Qué dices? Nuevos héroes. El nuevo. Estaba claro. 2 nuevos héroes de daño y de healing para el año que viene. Un mapa antiguo vuelve. El competitivo lo van a cambiarlo completamente de nuevo.
Oh, I'm pumped for Diablo 4. I think it's going to be
temporada 8, pues.
Hell yeah, really?
Pues muy bien, Overwatch 2. A vuestro ritmo.
This is awesome.
Es que... Vale.
Oh my god, that's so pretty.
Bueno. Pues maravilloso, Overwatch. Vais a seguir en vuestra línea. Es que yo creo que no van a hacer mucho más de Overwatch 2. Es que no. Y ahora creo que van a hacer cosas del Diablo 4. Vaya mierda lo de Overwatch 2, te lo juro que es que no lo entiendo a esta gente. Desde que cancelaron... ¿Cómo está esto? Desde que cancelaron, macho. Desde que cancelaron el PvE, macho. Solo nuevos héroes, nuevos mapas. Ya toma por culo, ya está. Se van a complicar. Y modos de juego, pues bueno, un nuevo modo. Te lo compro, vale. No sé, macho. Ahora van al Diablo 4, me imagino, porque están aquí anunciando a tope. A ver qué pasa. El Diablo 4 sí me gustaría jugar, pero yo creo que vamos a esperar a que... A ver, Diablo 4. Por favor, novedades frescas, por favor. Que la segunda temporada... Venga, va. Sorpréndeme. Diablo 4.
How's everybody doing? Having fun? This feels amazing. So glad you're here. And I'm so happy the people at home are here as well. You know, watching that was such a great reminder of what a fantastic community we have.
Vamos a ver el Diablo 4.
What an exciting year it's been.
Sorpréndeme. Lógico que sería nueva expansión o seguirán con los pases de batalla y nuevo héroe. Veremos. Vamos a ver. Qué cabrones, lo van a dejar todo el WoW para lo último, ¿eh? Es que lo estoy viendo. Alianza, vete a tomar por culo. Así te lo digo.
We talk a lot about the last BlizzCon 4 years ago, and back then, you know, the Diablo community was hungry for even more experiences in that dark, gothic place caught between the high heavens and the burning hells, a little place we call Sanctuary. And in that time, I've been very fortunate to work with some of the best developers in the industry, people who love Diablo as much as the rest of us. And it was their passion and dedication to this universe that released a great new Diablo game every year for the last 3 years. Diablo 2 Resurrected brought the return of the classic that helped define the genre.
Diablo 2.
Diablo 2.
Pero si ya la han remasterizado.
Now for PC and console. And Diablo Immortal brought Sanctuary to mobile for the first time,
vale.
Bringing millions of new
el Diablo Immortal que sigue con el móvil, que también tienen que anunciar cosas, me imagino.
In fact, you might not know this, but 60% of Diablo Immortal players have never played a Diablo game before.
Claro, porque el Diablo no es solo Diablo 4, también está el Diablo Immortal, que seguirán. Seguramente con las actualizaciones. Pero el Diablo 2, ¿qué van a anunciar?
It was that kind of excitement that made it the biggest launch in Blizzard's history, and it means so much to the team to see how you've embraced it. You know, we've played over 1.5 billion hours together so far, and it's your love for the game that drives us.
El Diablo 4, madre.
Thanks to you, we've made a lot of changes over the last 5 months. In fact, our patch notes for Season of Blood, our second season, were over 14,000 words long, because that is how much our community has influenced
Que cuántas
and will
personas han
continue to
entrado, han
influence the
jugado, han
evolution of
viciado. En el Diablo
And if you haven't
4,
yet
la hostia, sí.
made that leap into the darkest
Es
Diablo
todo lo
story
de
ever
siempre.
told, now
Todo
is the
muy
perfect
bien.
time to pick your class, build your character,
Vale, ya, perdón.
join Phil Spencer, and see what the hell it's all about. And with that, I'd like to introduce Diablo 4's 2 production directors. They help lead the teams who are building everything we do today and everything moving forward. Please welcome Tiffany Watt and Chris Wilson.
Bueno, Tiffany Watts y Chris Wilson. A ver, sorprenderme en Diablo 4. Sorprenderme.
Thanks, Rod. Hey, Blizzcon. The last time I was on stage, I was helping to announce Diablo 4. To be here today with all of you is so awesome.
The launch was incredible. We're really excited to be here today to share what's coming next.
Flipado,
But
decía,
first,
tiene que ver Phil Spencer, estaba clarísimo.
that's in Season of Blood today. So many of you have
Bueno, a
told
ver
us that
tú,
you wanted more
¿qué
in-game
pasará?
activities. So
Yo
we've
creo
given
que
you a couple this
no van a
season.
anunciar otra
One now,
temporada, yo
and
creo. Yo
another
creo que
coming early next month.
habrá una temporada antes
So
de la
live now
expansión
is our new
seguro.
boss ladder.
Endgame.
This is a series of additional boss
Boss
fights
ladder.
from level 55 to 100 that will also see the return of our kind of gross but farmable and rewarding friend Duriel, who you can go after for Uber Uniques that everybody's been sieging for. And with those new bosses dropping both Uniques and Uber Uniques at a much higher rate, and even dropping some special cosmetics, you're going to want to make your way to level 100 so you can fight them all. So in the Season of Blood, we've rebalanced the endgame, letting you get to level 100.
Pues el 100 es un 40% un 40%. Bueno, vale. Va, te lo compro, va.
I know I've been taking advantage of that experience boost, and I have 2 characters in Season 2 already. Of course, all that leveling is about getting that amazing loot. So we've also changed how item power works. We've raised the power cap, and it's now more closely tied to the level of monster you defeat to get it.
Claro que iban a incrementar el poder, me imaginaba.
There's still lots of work to be done with reworking itemization. In fact, it's one of our highest priorities. But this, along with upgrades to some of our unique items, is a great first step. So please keep that feedback coming. Now let's talk about quality of life. Here's a few improvements that came directly from you. All of your renown rewards now carry over season to season and from the Eternal Realm.
Van a hacer un reward, ¿vale?
Additional character slots. We added 2 this season, so you can create even more
Hombre,
characters
poner
and
más
try
personajes, era lógico.
A target
Eso está
dummy
claro.
has been added to Kyovashad as you can test, so you can test this
Un
build
dummy para saber el
before
DPS,
you run into the
maravilloso.
butcher.
Vale.
Searching
Está
and
claro.
filtering your
Wow.
stash is now possible, and your stash is now
Vale,
available
filtros
in
para
every town
búsqueda y
in
tal.
Sanctuary.
Bueno, te lo compro. Bien, vale, bueno.
World bosses appear
Fine.
almost twice as often, so you can die almost twice as often. And we've also freed up some inventory space by making gems a crafting material to make even more room for those Uber Uniques.
Hombre, las gemas para que... Vale, bueno.
Those are just a
Vale.
few of the new additions
No
already
tenían
in the
tampoco,
game.
bueno.
We're not done with Season of Blood yet.
In fact, starting next week, we'll introduce 5 unique
Anillos malignos.
that will let you relive some of the fun from Season of the Malignant. That's right, Necromancers. Once again, corpses will automatically do your bidding just by being in your presence. Then on December 5th,
Otra
we'll
cosa
also
más para
add an
mejorar,
enchanting
vale.
preview to the Occultist. So this will allow you to see
Encantamiento.
which affixes are possible before you spend your hard-earned gold.
Puedes elegir, vale.
It's just another way to give you even more control over making just the right build for the challenge at hand. Also on December 5th, as promised, we'll have another exciting
Toros,
new
es decir,
in-game
ya es un
activity,
event.
a 6-week event called Abattoir of Zir. It's a highly replayable,
Luego lo veremos todos los
pinnacle
paneles con más
experience
calma, que habrán
designed for
paneles de
players who have
todos
reached
seguro
level
para ver
100,
todas las cosas que salgan.
slain Uber Duriel, and
Ahí
mastered
explicarán todo
all of the
mejor.
other challenges
Esto es una
that
preview de
Season of
todo,
Blood has to
¿sabes?
offer. Those who survive will attain a paragon glyph constructed of the Vampire Lord's very own blood. But beware, Abattoir of Zir, starts difficult and only gets harder. And of course, as we near the end of Season of Blood, it'll be holiday.
Vale, es un evento,
Not
vale.
only here, but in Sanctuary as well. Our first ever holiday event, Midwinter Blight, starts on December 12th.
Midwinter Blight.
For 3 weeks, we're going to transform the Fractured Peaks into a winter terrorland, and it'll bring a whole new meaning to the word sleigh ride.
Maravilloso.
And be sure to keep your eyes peeled for a mysterious red-cloaked terror.
Nothing is as terrifying as Chris's puns, but I will be sure to check out Midwinter Blight. From there, we are on to Season 3. We can't go into too much detail now.
Vale, habrá un evento de Navidad seguro.
So important. Let's talk about leaderboards. We're creating a whole new type of weekly challenge dungeon called the Gauntlet, where the heroes of Sanctuary can compete for their class ranking against their friends, their clan, or anyone in the world. Watch out, Mike Ibarra. I am coming for you. At the end of each week, the heroes with the highest rank will be added to the Seasonal Hall of Ancients, where their name and build will live on. So, that's a quick look at where we are today. And while the live game is our #1 priority right now, we have a separate Diablo 4 team that's been working hard on our next chapter. So how about a little teaser?
Luego seguramente en los paneles lo dirán mejor y más detallado. Nuevo capítulo, nuevo teaser. La historia del Diablo 4 sigue. Pues tiene más.
We have each played a part in what has happened here. You abdicated your choice to this child.
O sea, que sigue la continuidad de la campaña. Claro, pues es lo que tienen que hacer, tronco. Porque si se quedan atascados, van a hacer mucho. Y claro, si sigue esto, habrá nueva zona. Vessel of Haters. What? ¿Es una expansión? ¿Es expansión?
Vessel of Hatred is Diablo 4's first expansion.
Expansión.
Its campaign will continue the dark tale that began in Diablo 4.
Expansión. Estaba clarísimo. Sigue la campaña, claro. Vale. Una expansión del Diablo 4. Vale.
The lush jungles known to outsiders as Torajan, but known by the locals as Nahantu. With this new story set in a mysterious new region, comes new ways to play, new
Todo esto era jungla, hasta estoy repleto de árboles.
A completely new class, never seen before in the Diablo universe.
Nuevas clases. Eso está bien. Y que viene el Diablo 2. Vale, vale.
Now, before we leave, we want you to know that it's your passion that drives us. Your feedback will continue to help us evolve and improve the Diablo 4 experience for years to come. We couldn't be more excited about our future, and we hope that you are too. Our team has put in a lot of hard work, and we love seeing your love for this game. So please join us tomorrow. We have a special Diablo 4 campfire panel where we'll be sharing more details about the expansion, deeper dive on some of the upcoming game changes, and we'll also have a special Q&A session to close it out.
Que era lógico, expansión nueva con nuevas clases y cosas actualizadas para el Diablo 4. Es que estaba muy claro, pero está guapo la expansión, vale. Lo compro. Cuidado, que viene ya. Cuidado, que ya viene lo que me encanta. Claro, Warcraft, pues, el del móvil. El Classic. El 11.0. Madre mía. No sé, a ver qué pasa. Es que no lo sé. Pero, nueva expansión, era lógico. Actualización. Actualizaciones más del Diablo 4 que tienen que haber hecho hace tiempo ya. Y nuevas clases para la expansión. Está bien, está bien. Era lógico. Te lo compro. Bien, Diablo 4, va. Ha hecho el trabajo. El Overwatch no lo han hecho su trabajo. Pero el Diablo 4 lo ha hecho. Madre mía.
Shut up, fool! This role-playing game where heroes like Leroy Jenkins do battle. Leroy Jenkins! That would be the world of warcraft.
You're a player in the NFL, but what you're most proud of is that you've rated third nationally in dungeon progression.
I mean, it was perfect.
Mañana no sé si jugaremos al Royal Rumble. Digo, al Royal Rumble, al Warcraft Rumble del móvil, ¿eh? Le daremos, ¿eh? Le daremos. A ver, del WoW lo más fácil es el 11.0 y ya. Y Cataclysm. Bueno, aquí van a chillar todo el mundo.
The General Manager of Warcraft, John Haidt.
Aquí lo más lógico es que anuncien el 11.0, está clarísimo, y por supuesto, Cataclysm.
And thank you. And we are ready to work. Anybody here for Warcraft today? Yeah!
Vamos a ver.
Big shout out to the Warcraft teams. They are so happy to be here today. We have so much cool stuff to show you. So give it up to the Warcraft teams. Can you believe that almost 30 years ago, a dispute between orcs and humans led to one of the longest running fantasy adventures in video game history? Right? Generations of players have called Azeroth home. Teenagers that first played Warcraft when it was released, I know you're out there, are now parents, right? Raising new heroes to take on the raids and battlegrounds of this timeless adventure. It's those shared stories of Azeroth, both in-game and out, that make up this universe. Today is a great day for Warcraft. This is the beginning of a bold new chapter that will take us through the next 3 decades and beyond. Oh yeah. With a variety of games to entertain you, we welcome everyone to find your community. Okay, Alliance. Just practice. We're going to give you a chance to do it a little louder later. Throughout the taverns of Azeroth, tall tales of adventure are retold through the whimsical and clever card play of Hearthstone.
Hearthstone?
Yeah.
Vale.
I like to imagine humans and orcs getting together, showing off their collections, and boasting of their deeds. But in the basements of those same taverns, they're playing a new game. Warcraft Rumble. Yeah.
Vale. Que hoy creo que ayer, ¿cuándo fue? Ayer a última hora ya se puede jugar. Nosotros mañana ya jugaremos. Está clarísimo.
And finally, World of Warcraft.
Claro.
WoW immerses us into Azeroth.
Sorpréndeme.
Where we are the champions, fighting alongside each other in shared adventure. Almost 20 years ago, WoW revolutionized online communities and reimagined the enduring
20 años ya, del World of Warcraft,
multiplayer gaming. The very first BlizzCon was introduce our first expansion. So it's only fitting that we're here today.
Bueno, loco la expansión. Vale, estaba claro. Es que tienen que hacer algo guapo en este 20 aniversario y también
Azeroth is a home we can always escape to.
El futuro de World
A
of
home that
Warcraft.
is always waiting for us. Together, we build this universe. Our teams craft the worlds and the adventures, but it is all of you who bring it to life. You are the heartbeat of the brand new adventures that are about to unfold. From all of us on the Warcraft teams here at Blizzard Entertainment, thank you.
Please welcome from Hearthstone, lead designer Cora Georgiou.
Hearthstone, empezamos. Aquí, un poquito han hecho un resumen de Warcraft. Ahora, en Hearthstone, lo más lógico es que hagan un rework completamente.
Hello, Blizzcon.
Se supone.
Well, I have a pretty good view from
Porque,
up here.
¿por qué? Porque hace unos días anunciaron expansión de Hearthstone, entonces no sé qué van a anunciar aquí.
To soon be celebrating Hearthstone's
Porque si anuncian un rework completamente, van a tener que anunciarlo para el año que viene. 10º aniversario ya.
I'm getting old.
Es una locura. 10 ya. 10 años ya. Entonces yo creo que van a tener que hacer algo. Porque va para abajo.
Enjoy brawling with friends in the battlegrounds. Or maybe you've just listened to the 10-hour version of the Satan's Doom theme song.
No.
Thank you all for being a part of our bustling tavern. We invite players both old and new to join us.
Te digo, tienen que volver los eSports de la Blizzcon, ¿sabes? Si no. Es que es el 10º aniversario, tienen que hacer algo en Hearthstone.
What's happening right now in Hearthstone and in Battlegrounds. We're setting the stage for a standoff in Hearthstone's upcoming expansion, Showdown in the Badlands, which takes place in Azeroth's Wild
Expansión,
West.
vale, la próxima. Vale, será para el 2024, me imagino. Es de los baldíos, básicamente, toda esa zona. Desierto. Esos son los baldíos.
Together, they are destined for a grand adventure.
Trailers. A ver.
In the beginning, I was all alone, trying my best to do some good out there. But it didn't take long to realize that
Esto es más o menos como hacen como en el Overwatch y tal, las cinemáticas así.
Step aside. You don't know who you're messing with.
Pondrán nuevos héroes, me imagino. Ese será el mapa, me imagino. Me imagino, ¿lo ves? Se parece mucho a estos mapas que ponen cuando hay nueva expansión. Y desbloqueas cartas legendarias y cosas así, ¿sabes? Y todos esos de dragones y tal serán cartas, seguro, que hacen cada cosa. Seguro.
Just when I needed it.
Let's do this.
You got it, partner.
I didn't intentionally pursue
Ahí
leadership.
estamos. ¡Hola! ¡Venga, tú! ¿Vale? Nuevas cartitas. Vale. ¡Hala! Para adentro. Claro. Añaden cositas, vale. Mira, ¿lo ves? Lo que te decía yo. Una nueva carta legendaria está clarísimo. Vale. Cambia la habilidad. Estaba claro. Vale. Pues otra expansión de Hearthstone para el 2024, me imagino, porque ¿qué anunciado hace 3 días expansión?
That's right. Our beloved Reno Jackson and Elise Starseeker are getting an origin tale. They'll work together to save the Badlands from the Bloodrock Town's nefarious mining operation. Singleton decks are returning.
Ahí están las cartas.
Cards like Reno Lone Ranger, Hearthstone's first ever neutral hero card. We'll talk more about him at the What's Next panel later today, where we'll also be revealing a motherload.
Todavía del WoW no han anunciado nada. Del Overwatch pues han anunciado con el micro de la cámara. No, está muteado el micrófono aquí en el OBS, ¿sabes? Lo tengo muteado.
Now, I know you may be thinking, a new expansion.
Se te escucha mal.
That's a lot of new
A ver.
No
se me escucha mal. Por defecto.
And if you're a new player,
A ver, ahora.
you're coming back after a
Creo que
break,
ahora sí, ¿no?
that can be a little overwhelming.
Vale, ahora creo que va bien.
Hard at work to make it easier than ever to join us.
Vale, pues
We're
ya está.
excited to announce catch-up packs. These are game-changing for getting your collection caught up. You see what we did there? Instead of the typical 5 cards you'd find in a regular Hearthstone
Han anunciado el Overwatch, un nuevo héroe, vuelve un mapa antiguo, un nuevo modo y van a hacer un reward de los competis. Eso es lo que hicieron. Sobre el directo. Ahí está.
All of our players are going to get catch-up packs to open once you log in, and for all of you here at BlizzCon in person, or those of you at home who purchased either BlizzCon collection.
¿De qué más han anunciado? El Warcraft Rumble, que le han puesto, pero anunciarán algo más seguramente, que ya está ya habilitado para jugar. El Diablo 4, nueva expansión. Nuevas clases y nuevas cosas que tenían puesto en el Diablo 2 y en respectivos Diablos que la van a poner en el Diablo 4. Eso de momento la que ya están con el Hearthstone, que han anunciado nueva expansión y nuevas cosas. De momento. Pero esto va a ser para el 2024. Pues vale, nueva expansión, me parece muy bien.
I feel like we might have some Battlegrounds fans out here. Yeah. So you might remember then that the last time we were all together at BlizzCon, we unveiled Battlegrounds. What started as an experiment became a huge part of the game and a fun way to play in the tavern. But playing together is what inspired the new mode we're debuting here today. Queuing up as a party for a lobby is great, but ultimately, you play against each other. What if you could actually play teamed up alongside each other? Sounds fun, doesn't it? We're pleased to announce a truly cooperative way to play. Battlegrounds Duos.
Un 2 contra 2 en Hearthstone. Cooperativo.
With a shared health pool, team combat, and sending cards back and forth between teammates. Now you can fight with your friends instead of against them. We were inspired by the Battleground community's creativity, finding ways to team up and help each other achieve top 4. So now we're setting an official table for you and your partner to take the crown together. For those of you here in person, grab a friend or make a new one, because you can try Battlegrounds Duos here at BlizzCon right now at the Hearthstone demo area.
O sea, va a ser un 2 contra 2. O sí, es un 2 contra 2.
We're planning to launch this new way to play for everyone early next year.
Pero no van a hacer
you can
mucho
learn
más.
more later today and see the new heroes and minions that make teamwork so fun in Battlegrounds.
Pues no te creas que den saltos de alegría.
We love teamwork. If you're tuning in at home, please make sure to join us at the What's Next panel. And if you're here with us at BlizzCon, you can also join me and other members of the Hearthstone team in the tavern. For you worthy opponents out there, come duel a dev and challenge the Hearthstone team.
Sí, vamos, que luego hay un panel dedicado para saber más cosas de los nuevos modos y de la nueva expansión.
Pull up a chair by the hearth. We'll see you in the tavern.
Más cosas. ¡Oh! Warcraft Rumble, vámonos al lío. Vamos a ver. Mañana jugamos, ya tengo ya esto preparado. Le vamos a darle un vicio a esto. A ver, yo no sé qué van a anunciar esto. Se supone que lo van a poner para PC. Eso lo habían liqueado. Onyxia. ¡Hostias! ¡A la correr! Toma. Ahora estás que no se la cabeza. ¡Qué cabrona! ¡Hostia, qué guapo! ¡Hostias! ¡Bueno! ¡Jaina! ¡Qué cracks! No, al revés. Bueno, esto. Jaina está también, claro. A la mierda. Buah, me voy a editar esto mañana, gente. Papá ordenador, ¿no? ¡Hala, hala! ¡Qué guapo está eso!
Please welcome, from Warcraft Rumble, executive producer Vic Sarath.
A ver. Ya se puede jugar. Y creo que lo que van a hacer es ponerlo para ordenador. Que eso lo han liqueado.
I love Onyxia. She didn't even use deep breath there. Hello, Blizzcon.
Vamos a ver.
Last year, the team and I announced we were working on a brand new Warcraft game.
Básicamente que ayer lo dan ya salió el juego, esto lo de siempre. ¿Pero qué?
And wherever you go. And as you just saw, we've had a ton of fun and poured a lot of love into making this game.
Aquí lo tengo muchas dudas.
Warcraft Rumble is an action strategy game
with a deep
PvE campaign,
seguro.
a dynamic PvP mode, and so much more. It's a game filled with familiar faces. You'll mix and match miniature versions of characters from the Warcraft universe to make your very own army as you take on opponents all over Azeroth. So, if you've ever wanted to see Jaina command an army of Murlocs, or Grom lead a horde of angry chickens, apparently, this is your opportunity.
Los Murlocs, bueno,
by combining leaders, troops, and spells from 5 families,
vamos que si me lo voy a hacer Lions, los Murlocs. Está clarísimo.
Horde, Beasts, Undead, and my personal favorite, Blackrock. You'll battle your way through maps inspired by some very familiar locations. You'll fight to control resources, capture towers, and eventually defeat the boss or player at the other end. Speaking of bosses, each one has their own unique mechanics, so you'll have to adapt your strategies to the threats you'll face as you battle through the campaign and beyond. Our goal was to give you everything you love about Warcraft, reimagined with a big dose of what our team calls joyful chaos. When we set out to make this game, we wanted to offer a variety of challenges no matter how you choose to play it, whether it's for 5 minutes at a time or hours on end. And that was something we especially focused on during the beta, to make sure you have something fun to do every time you open up the game. And for those of you that played the beta and gave us your feedback, thank you so much. It's because of your support and the hard work of our team that we feel we got something really, really special on our hands.
Que no sé si van a anunciar
Now,
algo. También estamos aquí hablando por hablar y tal. Van a hacer un repaso de todo, ¿no? Guapo, no sabía eso. Oh, PvP. Vale, eso mola. Solo tienen que solo destacarlo. Vale, vale. ¡Ay, Murlocs! ¡Lo he visto! Creo que se puede descargar desde ayer a primera hora. Está clarísimo. Pero... ¿qué?
I gotta admit, it's pretty cool watching the video and just thinking about how far we've come since last year. At this point, we just can't wait for all of you to hop in and play. And I mean, we literally can't wait. That's why we've made Warcraft Rumble available to download and play right now.
Desde ayer noche ya se podía. Pero vale, te comprendo.
This is such a huge moment for us, and we're so all excited to have you join us. And for those of you in the audience with me today, let's bring down the Wi-Fi together. You know I'm kidding, right? Please don't bring down the Wi-Fi. I'm in a lot of trouble once I get off of here. Whether you're a veteran of Azeroth or just have a deep love for strategy games, there's a lot to enjoy here. We've got a huge campaign with over 70 bosses. And for those of you looking for an especially unique challenge, we even have a rogue campaign with an extra layer of difficulty that we cooked up ourselves.
70 bosses.
We've got maps with verticality, capture points, resources, traps, and all kinds of other contraptions.
Claro, que tienen que poner,
each map was lovingly handcrafted by our team and is its own unique puzzle.
Esto no lo sabía
how you choose to solve that puzzle is completely up to you. And when you're in the mood for a solo dungeon, we've got you covered there as well. Dungeons in Warcraft Rumble are intense, 3-mission gauntlets through places like Normagon and the Dead Mines, where you equip your armies with game-changing relics until your run is over.
Solo quiero verlo yo.
Or jump into PvP and duke it out with other players on maps inspired by some of the most legendary maps and battlegrounds found in World of Warcraft. You can even join a guild and work together with your friends towards some super special shared rewards.
Minions.
You can only say... Nice. That's just what we have in the game right now. We have so much more coming. For starters, we're going to be releasing a new mini with each season. And that also starts right now. Season 1 of Warcraft Rumble is live. And the latest addition to our growing roster of minis is none other than the Banshee Queen herself, Sylvanas.
Primera temporada ya, ¿oh?
We're also working on even more ways for you to play with or against your friends. And that includes the biggest challenge in all of Rumble, raids. Make sure to join our Warcraft Rumblings panel later today to hear all about raids and what else we have in store for the future of this game. Now, Blizzcon, before I go, I just wanted to let you know, the team and I, many of whom are here in Anaheim with us right now, we love playing strategy games. And we set out to make a game that harkens back to our RTS roots, where Warcraft began almost 30 years ago. It is really made out of a genuine love for Warcraft by people with deep roots in the universe. No matter how you like to play, there's something for everyone to love in Warcraft Rumble. Thank you so much, BlizzCon. Enjoy the chaos, and we'll see you in game.
Mucha tralla eso, si lo hacen bien, wow, van a flipar.
Please welcome Executive Producer, World of Warcraft, Holly Longdale.
Ya está, con eso ya me lo has dicho todo. Wow. Ese traje me lo has dicho todo. Esto ya me lo ha dicho ya sabemos lo que pasa. Link, este traje te lo dice todo. Está confirmado ya. ¿Qué vicio vamos a tener esto, Link? Está claro.
2004 was a while ago, right?
20 años.
You know, some of us, we waited in those lines for those midnight
Está claro, está clarísimo.
Yeah.
Este traje lo dice todo. Igual que pasó con el EK.
Across nearly 2 decades, players all over the world have taken part in the stories of Jaina, Sylvanas, Arthas, and Thrall, and of course, so many others.
Está clarísimo. Este traje ya te lo dice todo.
We sailed off into Northrend, and we watched Sargeras stab the world with that sword. During that time, gaming has changed, and you have changed.
Está clarísimo.
And so have we, particularly in the past year. The entire team across both modern and classic have embraced their communities. We are truly listening to your voices and taking action. My friends at Blizzcon, now is the perfect time to prepare to close chapters.
Que también me decía algo de la clase, creo.
Double down on why we all fell in love with World of Warcraft in the first place.
A ver, está claro que el traje es del Cataclysm. Está clarísimo. Porque la portada, la edición coleccionista es en rojo.
As many of you know, WoW Classic was born out of the community
claro.
passion. And of course, most of you know that still drives us today.
Con la Classic también
just
aparte.
In August, inspired by our community, we
y el
released
hardcore.
Classic Hardcore. So, in Hardcore, you only get one life. And if you die, you may laugh, you may cry, you may have to replace a keyboard, but you go again. We've loved watching you take on the challenge or die trying. And because the hardcore community has asked, the team is planning to add a new way to play hardcore early next year. And last month in Wrath Classic, we released the Fall of the Lich King patch.
Lich King, que hicieron la última temporada, último parche con la corona de hielo.
And while there's still more to come in Wrath, earlier this year, we looked at your feedback to think about where are we gonna go next.
Van a hacer un repaso.
We read through a lot, and I mean a lot of your feedback on social media forums, and we sent out surveys to our players. And here at BlizzCon, we're happy to announce Cataclysm is coming.
Estaba clarísimo. Cataclysm Classic, estaba clarísimo.
It's coming with
estaba clarísimo.
Based on your feedback,
estaba clarísimo.
Like you'd expect from Classic.
Cataclysm Classic,
so now,
clarísimo.
Let's jump into the Wayback Machine and get a reminder of all things Cataclysm.
Estaba clarísimo. ¡Qué guapo! ¡Hostias, tú! ¿Cómo mola esto? A la mierda. ¡Hostias! ¡Oh, ahí está la muerte! ¡Venga! ¡Guapo! Bueno, cuando se va toda la mierda, ¿no? ¡Hola, hola, hola! ¡Qué guapo! ¡Hola, mierda! Ah, no. Un cataclismo. Bueno. ¡Oh, Gilneas! ¡Oh, qué guapo! ¡Oh, vale! Pero la nueva raid de Cataclismo. Vale, está claro. Los goblins. vale. Claro, no me acordaba. Vale. Oh, la raid. Sí, vale. Recordaba perfectamente esto. Ahí está la muerte. Se va toda la mierda.
Everyone succumbs in the end. Deathwing has summoned this world so that its true lords may return.
Uldu.
You dare trespassing in my
Vale, tiras de fuego. Vale.
This is my realm.
Vale, espectáculo este. La nueva BG. Hostias, que lo pusieron aquí. Hostia, no me acuerdo cómo se llamaba la nueva BG. Muerte, sigue a los suyos. A ver. Adiós, mentor. Se pone así. Ahí está con la portada. ¡Vamos! ¡Cataclysm Classic! ¡Vale! ¡Vamos! ¡Vamos! Eso está bien. Estaba clarísimo. Que es que con esa chaqueta ya se sabía.
Get ready, my friends, because I love the passion, by the way. Get ready, my friends, because the road to Deathwing's destruction is coming in the first half of next year. All right.
Próximo año. Vale, estaba claro.
Over the past 4 years,
vale, para el 2024.
We've watched you master the vanilla experience, and we've loved
que estaba clarísimo.
So much, in fact,
que ya sabía anteriormente, pero ya está
with
confirmado.
A seasonal note and a dash of discovery. Season of Discovery is vanilla wow with a spicy twist. You're going to discover new secrets as you scour the world and find class-altering abilities. Have you ever wondered what it might be like to be a tanking warlock? Or take on the role of a mage healer? In Season of Discovery, you can.
¿Un mago healer o un brujo tanque?
Is going to launch with an initial level cap of 25. And when you hit that max level, you'll be met with a brand new
¿Que se va a alterar las clases? ¿Qué dices?
You'll discover a brand new 10-player Black Fathom Deeps raid with new and reimagined bosses, mechanics, and of course, rewards. Then, after a couple of months, we'll raise the level cap a bit. You'll find even more endgame content, and so it will go. If you're here at BlizzCon, you can play the Black Fathom Deeps raid in the Warcraft Hall.
O sea, que van a los bosses lo van a cambiar con nuevas recompensas y nuevas mecánicas. Te lo compro.
Exactly a warlock tank can do? Go check it out. For all of you watching online, don't worry. You won't have to wait long to play. Because we want you to discover all of the secrets together, there will be no public testing. WoW Classic Season of Discovery launches in a few short weeks on November 30th.
El 30 de noviembre. What? El 30 de noviembre.
For more information on the Season of Discovery and Cataclysm, don't miss the classic panel this afternoon.
What?
All right, now it's time to talk to my dragon riders in Modern WoW.
Cuidado.
Our team remains committed to giving you meaningful game updates about every 8 weeks with more content sprinkled in between. We really want Azeroth to feel alive and the home you want to come back to no matter how you play. Our next major update, Guardians of the Dream, is going live in just 5 days. I want to give a shout out to my elves. It is finally our time. 1 week later, Season 3 will start with the last raid of the expansion, Amirdrasil, the Dream's Hope. There we will have our final showdown with Farak and defend our new world tree.
Están diciendo de lo que vamos a pasar ahí, lo que vamos a hacer.
That's not the end of our time in the Dragon Isles. There's a lot more to come in Dragonflight that will serve
lo que va a pasar
as
y
both
tal,
the
que eso ya se ha
epilogue
visto
of the
en
story
tweet,
and the
que lo
bridge
anunciaron cómo
to
va a
our
ser.
next one. Like I said earlier, we are evolving. We are changing our approach to this big, beautiful game and how we look ahead to new chapters. BlizzCon, it's time for a new adventure. One that has grown from the very seeds of what captured our hearts when we first set foot in Azeroth. For veteran players, the last 20 years have led us to this. And for those who have yet to join us, now is the time. And who better to talk about the first step in this journey? Than someone who carved the path in the first place. Everyone, please welcome my friend and the Executive Creative Director of the Warcraft universe, Chris Metzen.
No, hombre, que saliera. Hombre. Hace tiempo. Hombre. El crack.
What up, Blizzcon?
Qué maravilla.
Holy smokes! Horde, where you at?
Qué crack este es lo mejor que hacía cuando estaba.
BlizzCon as one!
Este es un crack.
Holy smokes, thank you. Thank you. It is, thank you guys. It has been a long, strange trip to get back
Lo que
to
tenía
this
que hacer
spot.
anunciar la expansión nueva a este tío. Es que lo que tenían que hacer.
It has been interesting this past year being back under the hood of World of Warcraft. It has reminded me of a few things. One, I love Warcraft.
Que para eso, vamos, 100%,
Number two, you know what? I really missed this work. And number three, on the real, it feels amazing to be back and part of this Blizzard family again. As Holly said a bit ago, next year is the 20th anniversary of World of Warcraft. I can't even believe it. Whatever. How many of y'all
Tienen que hacer algo espectacular en el 20 aniversario del WoW. Tienen que hacer algo. Tienen que hacer algo hermoso.
What was that? Doesn't matter. We started thinking, so what next? Right? What expansion hook? What single storyline could possibly match?
Es que lo del sueño Esmeralda se mata Firak y ya está. ¿Y qué?
We started thinking about,
es que no se ha visto nada, tío, nada.
The good old days, right? And some of those early mythic ideas that kind of established the background of Warcraft. Started thinking about even some of the newer ideas that have played out more recently, but still in a way feel a little unresolved. And in the mix of all that stuff, in the mix of all those ideas, particular things like, what the hell has Magni actually been babbling about all these years? Was the thing that he came to warn us about in Battle for Azeroth, did it actually play out? Or is there potentially something darker still looming on the horizon? I don't know. Will there eventually be an apocalyptic confrontation between the forces of the light and the void?
Bueno.
Talk to me, Blizzcon. I'll tell you what, for nothing, my pally main, I'm all in on that kind of thing if it happens.
Bueno, solo hemos... Vamos a dejarlo así entre comillas.
And really the big question for all the marbles, what have the Titans actually been doing since the dawn of civilization? What is the real purpose of all of their cute little installations slammed into the side of the planet? Do we know everything we need to know about their real intentions for our world? Just saying. BlizzCon. All of these hooks. And 100 more. 68. Carry the 2. A bunch more. All cooking in the pot. Started to reveal a storyline. Something epic. How epic? Real epic. A storyline that in almost every way feels like the culmination of the first 20 years of our storytelling. A storyline provided we do our jobs, we do the thing that will vector us into the next 20 years of adventure.
A ver, sorpréndeme.
BlizzCon. Are you with me, BlizzCon? We call this storyline the World Soul Saga. The World Soul Saga is so epic, as we covered. It cannot be contained within any single expansion. It is built to play out over multiple expansions over the next few years. Come on now.
¿En los próximos años?
Having said that, we are working on multiple ways to deliver this adventure to you a little faster than you're used to. We're not going to get into it at this BlizzCon, forgive me. But keep your ears peeled. I assure you, we are moving with purpose. And the last thing we really want is for y'all to have your grandkids controlling your mouse and your keyboard trying to wrap this thing up. So, it's coming. Also, given the scale of this monster, we have decided to change it up today. Here we go. Dun, 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 dun. Instead of just debuting your next expansion all on its lonesome, we have decided to give you a glimpse at your next 3 expansion sets. Does this meet with your approval, Blizzcon?
¿Cómo?
My friends, I'm gonna warn you, there may be mild spoilers ahead. Actually, I'm just kidding. They ain't mild. Buckle up. Are you ready, Blizzcon?
Tres expansiones. ¿Qué dices? ¿Qué dices? ¿Fumas
The
porros?
first part of the World Soul Saga and your 10th expansion is called World of
Primera
Warcraft,
parte del World
The War Within.
War Within.
In this chapter, you will be descending into the heart of Azeroth itself, exploring new subterranean kingdoms and engaging with ancient cultures like the Earthen and the terrifying Nerubians of Azj-Kahet.
Hola.
But as the forces of darkness close in around our precious world soul, yeah, that's you.
What? Bueno, estoy
will
flipando.
Be called to do what you always do, which is dispense indiscriminate justice upon all those who got it coming. Talk to me, Blizzcon! The second part of the World Soul Saga is called World of Warcraft
Midnight. Vale, vamos al subterráneo, a todos los neurubianos, como el Lich King, ¿no? Vale, sí,
you
vale.
will be returning, ready, to the old world. To the fabled lands of Quel'Thalas. There, the forces of the Void have invaded Azeroth, intent on snuffing out the light of the Sunwell and plunging the world into darkness and fear.
Invadido por todo el
You
vacío. Luz y
will not
vacío, lo
only
que
help
habían dicho un poco.
reunify the scattered elven tribes of Azeroth, but you will make your stand with the forces of the light and banish the shadow forever.
Pero esto cómo lo van a hacer? What? Estoy flipando.
Of course, BlizzCon, it is Azeroth. Things may not go to plan. Things may just spiral wildly out of control, leading us to the third part of the World Soul Saga. World of Warcraft, the Last Titan.
The Last Titan. Madre mía, tronco.
In this chapter, you will again be returning to the old world, this time to the wintry lands of Northrend. And there, at Ulduar, you will bear witness to the return of the Titans to Azeroth. And there, you will uncover a vast conspiracy. One that stretches throughout the history of the world. One that will challenge everything you think you know about the Titans, their intentions, and the true nature of Azeroth itself. In time, my friend, in time. And it's called Silithus. There you go. BlizzCon, my hope, our dear hope, is that you can see when it comes to WoW storytelling, we ain't screwing around. We are playing for all the marbles. We are working to establish a thundering heartbeat for this franchise. Now. Now, BlizzCon. Hearken to me. Always wanted to say that. Thank you. Whether you are a current player, and I'm going to bet that most of you are, or maybe you jumped off the WoW train a few expansions ago, now is the time to come home.
Es que son 3 expansiones de una saga.
Now is the time to pull on your boots, pick up your broadsword or your favorite glowy staff, and get in this fight. Friends, Azeroth needs her defenders now more than ever.
Es que es una locura, 3 expansiones.
Now, in a few moments, we are going to give you a deeper look at the war within. But before we do that, I want to leave you with a little something to chew on. I want to remind you all that sometimes very epic things can begin with small, heartfelt moments. What you're about to see is one of those moments. And with that,
Estoy flipando ahora mismo, ¿eh? 3 expansiones, yo no entiendo.
Proud defenders of Azeroth! Let the World Soul Saga begin!
Que me mate. A ver. Este es el... Varia. Anduin, claro. Hostias, tú, ha crecido el Anduin. Hostias. Así era cinemática. Silvanas, te apuestas. No sé. Joder, Anduin, has crecido, ¿eh?
You're here to tell me we don't get to hide.
Is that it?
You needed time. We stayed away. But time by itself heals nothing.
Es que no van a enseñar a los hijos de puta. Tral y Anduin. Hostias, el Anduin.
You didn't just come here for me. It's the visions.
Este ha vuelto de Shadowlands ya.
You've seen them.
I suspect many have lately.
Bueno. Esto me está explotando la cabeza, Esto posible es una película, tronco.
Someone is calling out from the heart of the world.
El trailer no envejece.
Like a voice from a dream. Something dark is coming, Anduin.
Madre mía, el Anduin. Pues ha crecido el colega,
The world needs your light again. My son.
Oh, vale, Shadowlands. Está ahí todavía.
I am not that person anymore.
Todavía está un poco ahí,
I have no light. Not after what I've seen. Not after what I've done.
Hostia, qué bueno esto está hecho bien en Shadowlands.
You are not your past, Anduin.
Joder, así como lo hacen tronco lo mejor.
I trust you.
Baja eso, Anduin, no me seas pesado, tronco. ¿Qué les pasa?
They're getting worse.
¿Qué le ha pasado?
Look, whatever's coming, I'll stand with you.
¿Qué les ha pasado, tío?
Of course I will.
¿Están
But
ligados?
we were drawn here by the voice.
Le ha dado un patatús un momento.
Who is it, Thrall? Who's calling out to us?
I'm not sure yet. But that sword was aimed at someone.
¡Uy, la espada! ¿Por qué? ¡No me lo dejes así, cabrón! ¡Ay, no me jodas! Bueno. ¡En 2024! No me lo dejes así, por favor.
I guess we're not ignoring that sword anymore. I do have to say, though,
no me lo
every
dejes
time I see
así.
that cinematic, and I've seen it many times, it gets me right in my heart. It feels like a new beginning, and it feels like coming home. And we are so excited about where we are going. And now that you've seen or heard the overview for the World So Saga, let's talk about the war within. As we all gather and explore beneath the surface, we'll find an ancient Nerubian civilization.
No me dejes así, por favor, ¿eh?
They will be led by someone we were first introduced to in Legion, Xal'atath, a harbinger of the Void. The Void brings destruction and darkness that threatens all light in our world. The last time we saw Xal'atath, she promised we would meet again. And it turns out she was right. And while Anduin, Thrall, and others share the same visions emanating from the heart of the world, some are seeing something quite different.
A ver, por favor.
My visions are
Esa
not
imagen salió.
the same as the others. No radiance, no song.
También. Estaba teniendo problemas.
Just the shadow.
Vamos al mundo subterráneo.
From below.
¡Hola, qué guapo! Nueva zona. Azkajet. ¡Hola! Nueva zona. Isla de Ofdor. Fuera esto. ¿Vale? ¡Qué bonito! De Rigging Deep. Nueva zona Hallowfall. Papá, por favor. Qué bonito de Elvis. Hostia, mira. Barba. Master Heroes Talent. Nuevas razas salvadas. Vale. ¡Oh! El Dragon Raiden con el... ¡Oh! Con todos. No me lo puedo creer. Vale, nuevos sprites, vale. Está clarísimo. El Dragon Raiden con todos. Madre mía. Me ponen topo.
The fate of our world rests upon the edge of a knife. And our battle lies deep within.
Maravilloso. Maravilloso lo que estoy, ¿eh?
In the war within, alongside beautiful, unique underground zones, we will have challenging dungeons and raids and some new features too that are built to last. If you like exploring on your own with a couple of friends or family, we have delves. These are a variety of bite-sized experiences for 1 to 5 players that will offer endgame rewards. You may also find in your delve a familiar character who will be willing to fight alongside you. And if you're like me and you have an obsession with
Mundo
alts,
subterráneo, tú, qué
we
locura
have
eso.
war bands. With this feature, you could treat all of your characters like family and share banks, reputations, transfers.
Por favor, eso está bien. Vale.
We're also introducing a new layer of customization for your class specs with hero talents. You might want to take your character down the path of a Dark Ranger, let's say, or a Farseer, and more.
Eso hay que mirarlo. Eso hay que mirarlo.
Also, during your travels underground, you will meet the Earthen Dwarves, and you'll be able to unlock them as our new allied race.
Nuevas razas aliadas, descubiertas.
I mean, who doesn't love a dwarf? The facial hair options are spectacular. There's so much more to talk about, so please join the What Next panel that's coming up right after the opening ceremony right here. What I can tell you, though, is that the call to get into the fight to save our world will ring out when The War Within releases next year.
El próximo año, estaba clarísimo, 2024. A ver.
And lastly, I sincerely want to say, we are so excited to begin this new journey with you. And from our hearts to yours, thank you for bringing our world to life.
Va a estar guapo,
And now, with his own note of thanks, Mike Ibarra.
Thank you to all the teams who presented today.
There
really is so much to look forward over the next 2 days.
And
this is only the beginning. I can't wait to walk the halls of all of Anaheim with all of you. It is truly a joy to be here with the Blizzard team and our players. Blizzcon, be great to each other and enjoy the show.
Han anunciado 3 expansiones. Claro, primero es este. Madre mía. Sí, macho, lo malo. Me ha impactado la espada.
Blizzcon 2023 would like to thank our
Bueno,
partners.
está bien. Vamos a bajarlo un poquito.
Xbox, power your dreams.
Del Overwatch, pues lo que han anunciado es un nuevo héroe.
Game Live.
Vale, a ver, ¿habrán puesto cosas nuevas? Pues vamos a mirarlo ahora mismo. Si me dejan, yo encantado. A ver si lo podemos ver un poco aquí.
Virtual production made simple.
Que ya habrán puesto cosas seguramente, ¿sabes? Entonces voy a mirar otra vez y a ver qué podemos ver aquí. Vale.
Check out MSI's wide array of monitors from Nobel Prize winning quantum dot technology to 4K OLED panels. They've got you covered. And the beneficiary of Blizzcon's charity auction is
es que no, yo estoy flipando con lo de las 3 expansiones, yo no lo entiendo tú. Es que flipo mucho. Estoy flipando. Estoy muy flipando. A ver. Es que no, yo he flipado. Yo he flipado mucho, no estoy leyendo ahora. Pero vamos. A ver, del Overwatch, que vea yo por aquí. Que Overwatch van a seguir anunciando cosas, porque si no me cago en vosotros, ¿vale? Vale, sí, están anunciando cosas, está bien, pero ponemos un momento aquí. Vale, espera, que yo te lo enseño ahora mismo, un momento. Del Overwatch, un segundo. A ver si lo encuentro, ¿vale? No han dicho nada aquí, ¿no? Del Overwatch. Espérate un momento que lo pongo por aquí.
Can your shadow be our light?
Vale. Vale, aquí está. Espérate. A ver que lo pongo por aquí. Porque esto ya lo han repetido ya. Entonces... Esto por un lado. Espera, que te pongo más cosas. Espera un momento. A ver, más cosas por aquí que haya. A ver qué más pusieron por aquí un momento. Primero vamos a ver esto, señores. Vamos a ponerlo por aquí tan tranquilamente. A ver, Silin está por aquí. Este es el nuevo héroe de Overwatch 2, ¿vale? Creo que se escuchará. Vamos a ver un momento. Ahí está, ¿eh? Ahí está el nuevo héroe. Se llama Mauja.
This right here is Gunny, and she can light up the whole dance floor. And this one's Cha-Cha.
Les quema.
He's a sensitive little fella,
¿vale?
A real hothead. And when I fire them both, it's double trouble.
Está loco. Ahí está. Sostunea.
Gameplay footage.
Me para. Me lo paso por el foro de los cojones. Toma. A tomar por culo. Vale. Para bufar a los jugadores. Ahí está. Y le bufa. ¿Lo ves? Y no le hace nada. Nada. Y ahora el ulti. Este es loco. Ahí está el ulti. Vámonos de cachoteo. ¡Hala! ¡Corre! Está loco. Corre, corre. Está loco.
Unbelievable.
So was I worth the wait?
Ahí está, el 5 de diciembre. Ahí está el nuevo héroe. Pero más han puesto, más cosas. ¿Vale? Bueno, están ahí en publicidad, me da igual. Y esto es lo siguiente que han puesto, que es esto. Ahí está. Esto es el futuro de Overwatch 2. Un nuevo modo de juego, batalla. Nuevo mapa, Hanaoka, que es el antiguo mapa de... En plan asiático y tal, que estaba. 9 de daño y de apoyo, ¿vale? Entonces, esto es una de las cosas que van a salir en la esta. El nuevo héroe de daño y de apoyo puede ser estas dos. No lo sé si es verdad, ¿vale? Pero esto es lo que han sacado de Overwatch 2. Sealing, ¿vale? No hay mucho. No han anunciado mucho más, ¿vale? Entonces eso. Entonces eso, señor. Eso es lo que anunciaron del Overwatch 2, ¿vale? En el WoW, pues han hecho una saga de 3 expansiones. La primera es de que vamos al mundo subterráneo con los nerubianos. Que esto ya hubo algo en LK, ¿vale? Y porque se están jodiendo más por la puta espada que está ahí todavía ahí en medio de Silithus. Si te acuerdas que hay una espada ahí clavada y están tocando luego a más de una persona. Entonces, pues bueno, esto de momento lo que hay. Habrá paneles seguramente para todo, pero mola mucho lo que hay. Escucha lo del WoW, escucha lo del 30 de noviembre, ojito, A ver, la cosa es que han anunciado 3 expansiones. Y de esas 3 solo han pusieron la primera con la cinemática con todas las cosas. Hostias, es muy criminal, Salatar vuelve, hostias. Eso está guapísimo, ¿sabes? Vale, entonces, ahora, en media hora, viene World of Warcraft, que nos darán ahí más detalles. Vale, más detalles. Ahí dirán qué pasa. Pero me estoy partiendo de risa. 3 putas expansiones. Es que es una locura, tú. Es una locura. Anunciado igual que Rumble, que no ha cambiado mucho. Madre mía, 3 expansiones. Estoy flipando. Hay nueva expansión del Diablo 4 que han anunciado. Ya está, es que no tiene más misterio. Y luego habrá muchos... ¿Cómo te explico? Luego habrá muchas más entrevistas y muchos más detalles. Pero vamos, esto está guay. Va a estar muy guay. Y ahora, claro, ahí hay noticias para aburrir. Me parto que Phil Spencer ha vuelto, ¿sabes? Me río por no llorar. Bueno, vamos a poner esto así de fondo de mientras. Pero es una locura, tú.
Drawn here by the voice. Who is it, Thrall? Who's calling out to us?
I'm not sure yet. But that sword.
Bueno, los enanos terrestres como raza alianza me parto. Es una locura lo de la espada. Me parto, lo de la espada me sigue partiendo mucho. Me sigue partiendo en dos. Cataclysm anunciado. Está guapísimo, tú. Estoy, vamos, que unas ganas, tú. Bueno, me estoy... Es que es de risa, tú. Es que... Las raids vienen en 2024 de Warcraft Rumble. Es que están saliendo cosas ya, ¿sabes? Lo estoy viendo por aquí. Salatar, te como la boca. Así te lo digo. Bueno, y Anduin. O sea, en la primera expansión van a estar de protagonistas. Por lo que veo es Anduin, ya mayor. Pero vamos, mayor de la hostia. O sea, mayor que te digo de mayor. Mayor de mayor. ¿Vale? Es una locura. ¿Vale? Es que es una locura eso. Bueno, esto me explota la cabeza. Tres expansiones. Que cada vez que lo que de risa, tú. Ya luego lo pondrán todo resumido. Lo veremos tranquilamente todas las cosas resumidas. Pero es una locura todas las cosas que hay. Es que es impresionante, tú. Claro, pero ¿cómo? Es que la cosa es que volvemos a Rasganorte encima. Claro, entonces Rasganorte, mundo nerubiano, esto va a estar por debajo. Bueno, esto es que no sé. Es que ¿sabes, no? Lo que os digo, pues eso. Es una locura todo.
En la tienda, aquí. Es esto. Hostia, es cierto. Es esto, ¿no? Cataclysm se lanzará el 31 de agosto de 2024 o antes. No va a ser agosto. No creo que lo saquen. Bueno. Podría ser agosto. Agosto no es una mala fecha. Enero, febrero, marzo, abril, mayo. Enero, febrero, marzo, abril, mayo. Han dicho que los 6 meses. Estaba diciendo yo, no puede ser.
When it comes to power, performance, and style, you can't do better than an MSI monitor. Rapid IPS and Rapid VA displays provide gamers with the quickest response time on the market, giving you a competitive edge. HDR 400 technology provides a more immersive experience for creators. With crystal clear images, 1440p resolution, and 1 millisecond gray-to-gray response, check out the latest MSI monitors to give you the advantages you need.
Están anunciando todo lo que han anunciado, así que bueno. Es una locura esto, ¿eh? Bueno, estamos aquí todavía, ¿sabes? Falta, nada, 20 minutos para seguir, ¿vale, gente? Entonces estamos aquí repasando pues todo lo que ha pasado. Es una locura todo lo que hay, ¿eh? Es que es una locura todo lo que hay. Es que es una locura la saga de World of Warcraft, tío. Yo estoy toreando 3 expansiones que han anunciado. The War Within, Midnight y The Last Titan. No sé, yo es que no entiendo, tío. Yo estoy flipando. O sea, es que están saliendo cosas y estoy flipando. Dice que con la próxima expansión de War Within, los jugadores podrán agregar Sursalters a una banda, lo que le permitirá compartir renombre, reputación, banco, logros y más entre todos sus alters. ¡Te como la boca! ¡Pero te lo como! ¡Te lo como! Madre mía la de veces que hemos pedido esto. Madre mía. Te como. Es que estoy viendo aquí que están saliendo cosas y tal, porque es que es una locura. A ver, aquí te dice cosas. Mira, desciende a las profundidades de Azeroth. O sea, todo mundo subterráneo. Me gusta. Vive aventuras hasta el nuevo nivel máximo 80. O sea, son 10 niveles. Explora los vastos imperios que se extienden bajo la superficie de Azeroth y descubre las civilizaciones antiguas, amistosas y hostiles a lo largo de 4 zonas nuevas. Vale. Forja nuevos vínculos con los habitantes de la profundidad. En su avance por la campaña principal, los jugadores se toparán con los terráneos, que han establecido su hogar en las islas de Dorn y el subsuelo de esta. Los terráneos serán una nueva raza aliada a las que tendrán acceso los jugadores de la Orden de la Alianza. O sea, nueva raza de alianza. Parece a los enanos terrestres estos que salen forjados cuando salió la Classic. Nuevo pilar del fin del juego. Para el contenido del mundo habrá oportunidades por doquier. Para los aventureros que quieran explorar los secretos del subsuelo y buscar grandes tesoros. Las profundidades son mundos de bolsillo pensados para grupos de 1 a 5 jugadores que ofrecerán una nueva progresión de equipo y un nuevo registro de recompensas en la gran cámara para los jugadores que llevan a cabo contenido del mundo. Eso está guapo. Vive el trasfondo de tu clase. Los nuevos talentos heroicos. Bueno, esto es una locura la espada, ¿eh? Los nuevos talentos heroicos para cada especialización de clase ofrecen una nueva forma de progresar con el personaje de la mano de árboles de talentos en permanente renovación. Bueno, esto que corrompe todo el mundo de Azeroth impresiona, ¿eh? Dice que aportará un toque fantástico a las clases inspirados en arquetipos emblemáticos del universo de Warcraft, como el señor feudal de la montaña para los guerreros o el forestal oscuro para los cazadores. Eso está guapo. Expande el potencial de tus alters. Con las bandas guerreras, los jugadores podrán disfrutar de un sistema de progresión conjunto para todos tus personajes de la cuenta de Battle.net. Independencia de la facción. Gracias. Donde compartirán el renombre obtenido de War Within, un banco para la banda guerrera o los logros, entre otras cosas. Además, gracias un nuevo cambio de la colección de transfiguración, podrán aprenderse las apariencias de cualquier tipo de equipo, incluso si no se pueden equipar. ¿Cómo? Que si eres cuero puedes equiparte cosas de... Oh, hombre, va siendo hora eso. Eso está guapísimo. Vale, es que lo estoy leyendo aquí todas las cosas nuevas que es que no... Es que estoy flipando. Me está explotando la cabeza, ¿vale? De todo lo que va saliendo. Y seguramente que mañana en las entrevistas saldrá más tal. La profesión de arqueología me suena a los grupos de 1 a 5 personas. No han puesto la profesión de arqueología. Entonces va a ser eso de momento la sustitución. Ya aviso, ¿eh? Bueno, la cinemática del WoW. O sea, han hecho bien, tío. Han hecho bien. A ver, Cataclysm, que esto sí me interesa. Cataclysm sí me interesa. Cataclysm, vale. El próximo año. Oye, ¿habrán puesto algo en Battle.net? Ahí se han puesto algo, tío. A ver. Vamos a ver. A ver. Vale, desde esto no. Vale. ¡Hostias! No puede ser, tronco. No puede ser, por favor. ¿En serio, tío? No lo veis, ¿no? No lo veis, ¿no? Espérate. Que esto lo voy a enseñar ahora mismo. No puede ser, tío. ¿En serio, tío? Pero esto qué locura es. No, esto no es. Que es que ya ha salido ya. Madre mía, ya. Vale, a ver, ¿qué sale? A ver, el lanzamiento, ¿no? Vale. Joder, 90 pavos. World of Warcraft Dragonfly. ¿Pero por qué pone Guard de Weapon disponible en lanzamiento? Y luego Dragonfly. Vale. Vale, le regalan un nivel 70. Vale. Cupones, vale, para la esta. La montura jinete tormenta Algar con vuelo dinámico. Y acceso a circuitos especiales. Vale. ¿Qué más? Conjunto, vale, de transformación mejorable atuendo de jinete de tormenta. ¿Cómo que de transformación mejorable? Te dan la beta, tú. En la Epic. Y 3 días antes. Un mes. Una mascota. Un juguete. Una piedra de hogar de juguete. Vale. Y a ver, ¿cómo son las cosas? Joder, colega. Bueno, pues lo ponemos por aquí, gente. Bueno, lo pongo por aquí y ya está, que no me importa esto, ¿sabes? A ver. A ver. Oh, qué bonito, ¿eh? ¡Hola! Que cambia el color. ¡Hola! ¡Qué guapo!, ¿no? ¡Hostias! Vale, sube a nivel 70. Vale. ¡Hola! Vale, la piedra de hogar, está bien. La mascota. Bien. El juguete. Me recuerda a lo de feria, vale. 3 días antes, vale. Te regalan la edición de Dragonfly. 1000 traders, la beta antes, 30 días. Vale. Coño, no te vayas. O sea, en la de 90 pavos ya te regalan Dragonfly directamente. O sea, todo. Vale. Vale, ¿y esto qué es? Disponible el 31 de diciembre o antes. Vale. A ver, vamos a calcular más o menos, porque esto se puede calcular. Más o menos ahora, la semana que viene es el último parche. Bueno, nos iremos para 2024 y largo. Vale, pues aquí está todo. Madre mía, yo les mato, tío. Vale. Claro, y de Cataclysm, ¿qué te apuestas? Aquí también han salido cosas de Cataclysm. Ya verás. Es que me voy a reírme mucho. Míralo. Aquí está, lo de Cataclysm. Madre mía, tú. Aquí está. Aquí te dan la montura voladora. El señor de fuego vinculante, ¿vale? La mascota, otra mascota, un conjunto, un juguete, una subida y 30 días, un mes también. Vale, pero no hay imágenes de las cosas, ¿no? Ah, mira, aquí está. Qué guapo el de Ragnaros, tronco. Vale. Bueno, esto ya se estaba viendo ya, así que bueno. Ya se estaba viendo que era eso, ¿sabes? Vale. Vale, pues eso está. ¿Qué más? ¿Qué más? ¿Qué más? ¿Qué más? Es que van saliendo cosas, gente. Bueno, nueva raza aliada. Esto es impresionante, tío. Bueno, vamos a un poquito aquí porque están aquí tranquilamente. Van saliendo cosas, gente, entonces... Van saliendo cosas. Que puedas transfigurar las cosas de mago. Hostia, si yo soy pícaro, madre mía. A mí me quiere. Bueno, esto que llegue el 30 de noviembre, temporada de descubrimiento, bueno, también te lo digo. Madre mía, la espada, tú. Es que me pierde. Y de Warcraft, bueno, el Hearthstone, también te lo digo, lo que van a sacar es, pues eso, el este, ¿no? El pack de precompras y cosas y gratis que tienen que ver, el nuevo dorsal, está claro. Hay que jugar al Rumble, sin falta, tíos. Hay que ir. Estaba claro que anunciarían otra expansión del Hearthstone, las tierras inhóspitas. Estaba clarísimo. Vale. Salatar me ha partido, tío. No han anunciado nada del Heroes, tío. Pero yo lo que no entiendo es por qué ahora la gente está jugando como dice el Heroes. Pero podrían, tío. No sé. Del giro lo tienen un poquito ¿sabes? De momento no me va saliendo, gente. No me va. De momento no sale mucho más. Pero bueno, ya sigan saliendo un montón de cosas y más información. También aviso, todo esto a saber dónde va a ir, ¿no? Pues eso, que lo sepáis. Bueno, es una locura. O sea, me ha gustado. Me ha faltado de StarCraft y del Heroes, que no han dicho nada. Bueno, no sé. No sé. Claro, ¿cómo? Pero ¿cómo saldrá la...? Es que no sé. Estoy dando vueltas todavía con el este, ¿sabes? No sé. Es una locura. A ver, no hay más por aquí, ¿no? Estoy mirando cosas, ¿eh? No, aquí no dicen nada todavía. El Diablo 4 también han sacado un anuncio de nueva expansión. Está muy bien. Estaba claro que el Cataclysm lo iban a anunciar, tronco. Vamos a ver, ¿qué más? Por aquí. Vale, Warcraft Rumble está bien. Pero quiero ver cosas del Warcraft Rumble, tío. A ver. Que vean. Ah, mira aquí. Aquí te dice, ¿vale? Descubre nuevos mundos, dominar el PvP, colecciona más de 60 minions. Hostias, tú, 60. La temporada 1 comienza hoy. Estaba así, la temporada 1 con el Sylvanas. Esto hay que hacerlo. Vale, hay cosas más que anunciaron del Warcraft Rumble. Porque quiero ver un resumen, tío. Pero no hay mucho más. ver. Joder, llega hasta tier list y todo. Es que es una locura, tú. O sea que como premio para el Season primero del Warcraft Rumble es Sylvanas. Vale. Pues hay que hacerlo, ¿eh? Me la apunto. Bueno, un 10, ¿eh? O sea, me ha gustado la ceremonia. Eso sí, no te lo digo ya. Ahora viene, cuidado, que es que van a decir más cosas de la esta, ¿sabes? De esto. Del Warcraft. Es que ya empieza ya, creo. A ver. Vamos a subir esto un poquito. Ahí estamos. Ahí seguimos viendo, ¿eh? Que ahora viene, ¿Qué va a deparar? Porque, vale, son 3 expansiones y la primera es en el subsuelo. Eso está clarísimo. Es que está muy bien, tío. Bueno, me ha gustado, tío. A ver, ¿qué hay por aquí?
Blizzcon 2023 would like to thank our partners. Omen, Game Live.
Bueno, vamos a esperar tranquilamente. Yo me he reído mucho que Phil Spencer haya aparecido en la Blizzcon. Este es de risa, tío. Hostia, Salatar, tío. Ahí está, ¿eh?
8 panels and presentations showcasing a variety of exciting new games and updates, led by some of Blizzard's amazing creators, artists, and designers. So, to kick it all off, here's our first presentation, World of Warcraft, What's Next?
Vamos. Vamos.
4 years have passed since the mortal races gathered together in Anaheim, California. And now, the drums of BlizzCon thunder once again. Let me hear the thunder! Yes!
Vamos a ver qué pasa aquí.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for being here with us today. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the World of Warcraft What's Next panel. My name is Taryn Gregory, and as you may have heard, thank you. As you may have heard from Chris during the opening ceremonies, we are at the dawn of a new era.
Que nos explique más.
The World Soul Saga. A story that will play out over the next 3 expansions and will take us on an adventure in World of Warcraft like we've never experienced before.
Es una locura las 3 expansiones.
This saga kicks off with the War Within. In this first chapter, our heroes will be called on an expedition to the subterranean depths of Azeroth, revealing a new world full of mystery, wonder, and darkness. There we will confront the shadows below and face new challenges on the battlefield as well as in ourselves. So what is next? During this section, I'll share an overview of the story of the War Within, and then next you'll hear from Maria Hamilton, who will speak to zones and cultures, and then wrapping up with Morgan Day, who will talk about dungeons, the raid, and our new systems. Let's dig in. In our cinematic reveal, did you guys enjoy the cinematic?
Mejor la cinemática, son unos cracks.
Big shout out to the cinematic team for the work on that. It's just incredible work. We witnessed as Thrall found Anduin Wrynn, who has been wandering alone for the last few years, grappling and lost in his own thoughts and dealing with the experience that he's been through, as many of you may have remembered. Throughout this and our features trailer, we learned two very important developments, starting with these visions. Thrall spoke of a vision calling out from the heart of the world, like a voice from a dream. This radiant song will compel our heroes to investigate its origins, and while at the same time, a darkness has been gathering. Even as the heroes adventured on the Dragon Isles, and in the War Within, the mysterious harbinger that Iridikron spoke of will reveal themselves. Xal'atath has returned. Freed long ago from the black blade that once bound her, she is now the harbinger of a new era of the Void's dark machinations. And her message is clear. The Black Empire has fallen. The old gods are dead. And their ancient blood runs deep within the cracks of the world. We, the heroes of Azeroth, destroyed them. The forces of the Horde and the Alliance have proven time and again they are among the most powerful armies that have ever stood. The Harbinger has watched this. She is patient. And while the Black Empire failed, Xal'atath now seeks to set in motion the rise of a new dark legacy. One that knows our true strength and will seek to test it against a new threat of terrible power, the Nerubians of Ashkahet. Xal'atath has conscripted the Nerubian queen Anserek, having offered her people a new future, one in which they will rise from their isolation as a mighty kingdom once again. And here in this sprawling city of Ashkahet, we will not find the undead soldiers of the Lich King that we faced before, but instead a new, mighty stronghold of the Nerubians as they once were, deadly survivors of the mythic wars that have played out time and again over thousands of years. In return for their loyalty, Xal'atath has granted the Nerubians the means of a dark evolution, one that will turn the Nerubians into a new kind of ferocious and terrifying soldier that we will clash against time and again in the War Within. Now let's talk about who we'll be adventuring with. How do you like the key art? Several of Azeroth's greatest heroes will rise to the call of the Radiant Song, and many will be faced with their own unique challenges. Anduin, having survived his deal with domination. Yes, look at the art. Oh, incredible artwork. Anduin will be grappling with his relationship to the Holy Light that he no longer feels worthy of, while Thrall is seeking a connection to these visions, spreading across the world and working to find his new place in the Horde, while Magni Bronzebeard, long the Speaker of Azeroth, will confront the heavy weight of that responsibility once and for all. Champion! The Wounds Champion! Yes!
Y creo que también estará
but that brings us to, I know you saw this in the features trailer, Alaria Windrunner. Alaria's will be central to the events of the themes of the War Within, as she, a Void Hunter, will use all of her prowess to hunt down the Harbinger while being torn between her own nature and the maddening call of the Void to which she is attuned. Along the adventure, she will have a unique rivalry with Xal'atath, whose twists and turns will come to define the nature of this new conflict. Of course, we'll see many more familiar faces on our journey and meet a host of new and interesting characters along the way that Maria is going to tell you more about in just a moment. But finally, this saga is only just beginning. Conceived to be... Yes! Conceived to be an epic worthy of the first 20 years of World of Warcraft, the World Soul Saga aims to redefine the storytelling in our expansion set and strike boldly at the core themes that define Warcraft. the might of heroes, the responsibility of that power, the pursuit of justice. Got to do my best Mets in there. Justice! And the importance of finding common ground as well as ourselves amidst adversity.
¿Sabes qué hay imágenes
Up next, may I introduce Maria Hamilton, who will be sharing more about our zones and cultures in the war within. Thank you so much.
Parto que ya haya imágenes de los talentos heroicos.
Hello, Blizzcon. Wow, I am so excited to be here and delighted to represent our team and tell you about the places that we will explore and the cultures we will encounter in the war within. I can't really see all of you out there. I know there's a lot of you, though, because I can hear you. And I hope to hear lots of oohs and ahs when you see some of this cool art I've got to show you. So let's get started. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
A ver, cuidado.
Thank you.
A ver.
Okay. As Taryn mentioned earlier, we'll be called by the radiant song, dreamlike visions that come from the heart of the Azeroth. This summons is going to lead us to the subcontinent of Khazalgar, a place long forgotten.
De las Islas Dragón, vamos para allá.
It's only through recent explorations in Uldaman that we've discovered a Watcher report concerning a contingent of Earthen that was sent to this place long, long ago to investigate a fissure in the sector. What exactly that means, we don't really know, but we can probably speculate. So first, let's talk about the Earthen. Ooh, there you go. There you go.
Estos son las razas aliadas,
All right, we have met Titan-forged Earthen before, of course, in Ulduar and other places. But this society of Earthen has been isolated within Khazalgar for a really long time and have developed their own manners and customs.
Me recuerda mucho a arqueología.
Visually, these Earthen are a bit larger in stature, and they're noticeably blinged out. They've got gems all over,
va a haber historias ahí dentro, ya verás.
That kind of thing,
va a haber
right?
muchas cosas.
But philosophically, they are guided by the Edicts of the Titans, a set of codified orders, duties, and expectations that provide instructions for the core functions of their society. You know, Titans, order, all that, right? But the Titans have been absent for eons, and the Earthen are no longer united in their adherence to these edicts. They now exist as three groups that are estranged from each other. The Oathsworn, as their name suggests, still uphold the edicts faithfully and believe everyone else is doing it wrong. Their charge is guarding the Core Way, a Titan passageway that leads right to the core of Azeroth. They're primarily the city dwellers. They live conveniently near the object of their responsibility, that Core Way. Now, the Unbound, in contrast, have abandoned the edicts, and they are considered scandalously rebellious by the Oathsworn. Their original responsibility was providing the materials to keep the Titan installations supplied, and they're primarily rural. They're living in and around the quarries and the mines where natural resources can be acquired. They rarely interact with the city dwellers. They feel neglected and ignored because they have a different opinion on how they should live. Now, the machine speakers have strayed from the edicts in practice, but not with respect to their overall obligation to keep the Titan works functioning. They've had extremely limited contact with the surface dwellers, and they express no little disdain for those who just don't understand the great machines. Their homes are built around vast industrial projects under the surface that allow them to perform their functions in accordance with the edicts, more or less. These different perspectives among the Earthen and their variable adherence to the Titan's edicts has weakened the society as originally structured. And that's not good, of course, but a much more serious problem is their steadily dwindling numbers. For reasons that I'm not going to get into here and now, New Earthen can't exist until we help them out by doing some things and unite the Earthen society once more. Happily, as a result of our actions, the Earthen will eventually be unlocked as an allied race.
Bueno, va a ser customización para aburrir.
Like sweet, don't they? Yeah.
Bueno, qué locura todo, lo mejorcito,
These player Earthen will replenish the culture's dwindling numbers, and may join either the Horde or the Alliance. Yeah. It is, of course, player's choice which side you wish to ally with. But as you can see from a small sampling of combinations, there's some fantastic variations and customizations coming for the earthen models, including different gem incrustations, beards for all body types, rocky skin patterns, tones, and more. Now that golden mohawk with the braids and the fringe beard, that's quite the look. But I really like the beardless guy with the bushy blonde eyebrows. He looks so cool. He's just kind of like, yep, what do you want me to do? So, anyway, all right, moving on. Another cool culture that players will encounter in the War Within is the Arathi. Yeah, and you probably have questions, right? So these are descendants of the original Arathorian Empire, and they've arrived relatively recently and through some somewhat mysterious circumstances. And they find themselves trapped here within Khaz-Algar. Mysterious mostly because I can't say anything more about it just yet because of spoilers, but it's not like spooky mysterious, it's the other kind. As a people, the Arathi are worshippers and wielders of holy fire. They are dedicated to bringing hope and light to the darkness. They're tough, resilient people, with every member of the society being an able combatant. Some few are further blessed with paladin-like abilities through their devotion to the light. Even their airships are powered by sacred flame. The extent to which they're comfortable in battle is probably a good thing, because they have established a home away from home in an enormous cavern bordered by an endless underground sea, from which terrifying creatures emerge to rampage and create havoc. Now, my idea of a cool place to hang out, but they're really, really tough. These watery monstrosities, though, are nothing compared to the threat from below. A constant swarm of Nerubians has been held back so far from invading the Arathi lands. The assault is unrelenting, the threat is dire, and the Arathi can't hold much longer. These bastions of light against the darkness are far from home and limited in number. Sure would be terrible if there was also division within the Arathi ranks. Just saying. That would be pretty rough, what with them being so outnumbered. We can probably help them. All right, speaking of the Nerubians in the War Within, we'll explore their last kingdom deep within Khaz-Algar. These ancient survivors of the Black Empire who rejected their former masters have developed their own culture here in the deep darkness. As Taryn mentioned earlier, Xal'atath has made a bargain with the Nerubian queen Ansarek, who seeks a new future and renewed glory for her people. The Nerubians are extremely capable and devious adversaries who have been honing their skills with their constant assault on the Arathi. But domination hasn't come fast enough for the Queen's taste, as the Arathi has managed to hold against this onslaught. So this deal with the Harbinger has included some assistance for her troops. Through some dark alchemical process, Xal'atath has provided the knowledge required to evolve chosen Nerubians into paragons of their race, enhancing their viciousness. And Queen Ansarek has embraced these modifications with enthusiasm and eagerly offered her army to achieve the Harbinger's schemes. It appears to be a win-win situation. But not all Nerubians share their sovereign's enthusiasm for change and her embrace of Xal'atath. Shadowy figures with far too many limbs maneuver against the Harbinger's plans in opposition to the Queen's desire. As you might expect, any foray into this Nerubian kingdom introduces us to a variety of citizens, including some forms we've never encountered before. Here's a layout of some of the Nerubian models that are completed and also some that are in progress, as well as scale reference for goblins and humans, so you just get a sense of size. In addition to the Nerubian citizens, there are also domesticated insects who serve the kingdom as beasts of burden and pets. The team is hard at work building out the full range of carapaces, carapae, I don't know, whichever, skittering legs, grabby arms, piercing spiky bits, and creepy eyes for you to enjoy, I guess. All right, let's talk about our zones. The surface of Khaz-Algar is our first zone, called the Isle of Dorn. This is the home of the earthen surface dwellers, as well as other native species of creatures. The fertile soil, flowering plant life, and generous waterways provide nourishment for animals in this untouched paradise. An important facet of earthen society is Cinderbrew mead. This volatile substance is manufactured from molten honey, produced by enormous fiery bees. Their
creo
home groves are a remarkable sight as the hearts of the trees themselves glow with lava-like fluid. Harvesting is always an exciting time as the ferocious creatures are understandably protective of their hives. Now, the roosts at Storm Watch are wreathed with lightning and fierce winds. These wild elemental rooks may choose to serve a member of the Oathsworn, who, if so blessed, becomes a Storm Rider, one of the guardian warriors of the Earth people. The Unbound deal with hostile creatures from time to time, but for the most part, the existence is fairly relatively peaceful, fairly sort of peaceful. Their comfortable homes are often situated near the places where they once labored as adherents to the edicts. Those sites are now in disrepair, and in some cases, the lair of other creatures. Of course, the Isle of Dorn boasts a great walled city where the Oathsworn live and serve the edicts of the Titans. The city of Dornagal is the location of many important civic buildings, markets, traders, and crafters. And it's here that a traveler will find the expected amenities of a capital city, as well as the Titan Causeway, the defense of which is the Oathsworn's primary charge. Now, beneath the surface of the Isle of Dorn lies our second zone, the Ringing Deeps. As the name suggests, it is here that the Earthen are engaged in their work in accordance with the edicts. In these industrial areas of this cavernous space are huge, complicated machines, lava-heated foundries and forges, and waterworks, both to cool and to power huge machinery. Maintaining these Titan mechanisms and keeping everything running is both the responsibility and the passion of the machine speakers. The Earth has shifted too in places, revealing openings to the sky above to the Isle of Dorn. These cenotes bring light and water into areas once shrouded in darkness. Abundant greenery, flowers, and creatures that do not typically dwell in caverns may be found in these idyllic spots. It was really important to us as developers that we delivered the fantasy of the hard-working industry, but still had some break-up areas of natural beauty that don't feel like dark, constrained tunnels. Now, as the machine speaker population has dropped, they've had increasing difficulties with kobold incursions, and indeed the kobolds have taken over the mines, the work areas. They've even built a city of their own. Unexpectedly, the kobolds are actually becoming a force to be reckoned with under the aggressive actions of their leader, the Candle King. You knew it had to be a candle.
¡Madre!
No
bueno,
take
estos han
candle.
evolucionado.
No take
Se han
candle.
puesto esteroides ahora.
With the passage of time, the Earthen have diminished both in number
¡Qué guapo!
and in the knowledge required to
Está
perform
muy,
the various
muy,
routines
muy,
to tune and repair the processes.
Esto está muy,
The old ways have been forgotten,
muy
and
ya
new creative
casi
methods
hecho.
must be employed if
Pasa
the
de
edicts
beta,
are
alfa.
to be obeyed.
Que le
So
faltará
they're
poco,
kind of making
porque
it
han
up as they
anunciado
go
en el
along.
PTR, todavía no lo han puesto, pero ya
From the Ringing
hay determinados
Deeps,
del próximo
we descend
parche
further
después
into
del 10.2
Khazalgar
del
to reach
Sueños
Hollowfall, a vast hollow area in the Earth, bordered by an
Yo me
endless
parto con todo el
underground
contenido que
sea.
hay. Bueno, me
This
encanta.
tenuous foothold under the bright light of an enormous crystal has allowed the Arathi to survive, using their airships to travel to high plateaus and establish docks, light towers, villages, and even a priory. From their capital of Merildar, these trapped people strive to keep hope alive and spread the light, while engaged in a near constant battle with the Nerubians at their borders. The open spaces, the bright light, and the greenery are intended to feel as though we're on the surface, somehow, rather than in this sort of strange hollow within Azeroth. The crystal provides brilliant light, warmth, and growth for vegetation. You may notice that all the blooming plants have opened their blossoms toward the light and seem to be reaching in that direction whenever they're in Hollowfall. Unfortunately, the crystal sun has been changing in recent years. Where once the light was steady and reliable, it now fades without warning, plunging the Arathi into darkness, save where they have built light towers and maintain their holy flame beacons. In the absence of this light, the dangerous Kobis and other fierce creatures emerge from the sea to rampage. As the Arathi are barely holding back the Nerubians, these unpredictable episodes are incredibly demoralizing and deadly. Happily, the light has always returned to the crystal.
También cosas de Cataclysm, madre mía, tú.
And at the deepest descent in the war within, we reach the zone of Aj-Kahet. That almost rhymes. Anyway, the Nerubian city of Threads has been built on the ruins of itself, over and over and over again. As areas decay and crumble, a new district is built upon its ruins, and as a result, the city climbs ever higher. Those Nerubians favored by the queen, or possessing enormous wealth, or both, command the greatest views and live in the highest places over these swarming masses of the many districts. The Burrows is the home of the scavengers, the forgotten, deep in the decay and the filth. The Umbral Bazaar is a trading hub of fine silks, fascinating alchemical discoveries, and other exotic and hard-to-find goods. The Skeins are the home of the lore keepers and scholars loyal to maintain the history of their people and research myths and legends of Azeroth. There are many other districts and less than savory neighborhoods, both well-known and secret, that the careful adventurer could discover, should they risk life and limb to do so. But the key to such exploration is fitting in among the Nerubians and being accepted, an enterprise best accomplished through skill in the use of pheromones and considerable bravery. The zone of Aj-Kahet features areas of spectacular dark beauty that are inhabited by these creatures that have found a way to live among the Nerubians without being deemed a threat, found to be particularly tasty to consume, or just too much fun to torment. The mobilization of forces to assault the Arathi while also providing military might to achieve Xalatat's schemes has stirred up all sorts of inhabitants of the darkness. And deep within the city itself, the Nerubians are gathering an odd substance, the black blood of the old gods, for some unknown purpose. But I'm sure that's fine. And now I'd like to talk a little bit about our zone flow. As I mentioned,
esto me pone muy cachondo. El Drago Raiding con las monturas voladoras normales, por fin. Qué guapo.
We travel from the Isle of Dorn into the Ringing Deeps, into Hollowfall, and then into Aj-Kahet. In the War Within, all of our zones are connected all together using the airlock technology that we developed for Zeralek Cavern, allowing for this seamless descent from the Isle of Dorn all the way to Aj-Kahet. That was video I just captured last week of the transition between the Ringing Deeps and Hollowfall. As you can see, we built for dynamic flight, and we were able to flow directly between the zones without the load screen. There is some seriously amazing swoopy goodness to be had moving across these zones and through these spaces. It feels so cool to burst out of a really tight area and into just a huge drop like that. It's so exhilarating. Now, this blobby map that I've got up here was an early attempt during development of our zone flow to try to figure out how we would stack these zones together and achieve the relationship between their geography and geometry that made sense and felt great to traverse. We ended up with something slightly different than this, but this is pretty representative to explain what the world builders were thinking about when they planned these spaces out. It was really important to our design that while 3 of the 4 zones are technically underground, they didn't feel that way, and that they were distinctly different from one another. We pursued that goal by introducing the natural cenotes in the Ringing Deeps and leaning into the fantasy of the classic underground foundry and industrial workspaces. So even in the zone that felt the tightest, there's places that look as though they're actually on the surface. And within Hollowfall, we created a massive hollow space in a cavern so vast it feels like an exterior, with a huge artificial sun in the form of a gigantic crystal. And in Aj-Kahet, we leaned hard into traditional Nerubian architecture, with hanging nests and huge palaces built all over a decaying city that just falls away into the depths. And that is the last bit of eye candy I have for you today. I hope you enjoyed this peek at what we've got in development. So now it's time for me to introduce you to Morgan Day, who's going to give you lots of information about dungeons, raids, and systems. Enjoy. Thanks very much. Bye.
Está guapo. Vale. La zona me gusta. Bueno, a ver. Vamos a ver.
Hello, Blizzcon.
Sorprende.
My name is Morgan Day, and I'm here to talk to you about some of the upcoming content, features, and systems in The War Within. I'm sure I'll also make some funny faces that I'll regret later in thumbnails, but whatever. First up, let's talk about dungeons. There will be 8 new dungeons coming in The War Within, 4 during level up, 1 in each of the 4 zones that Maria just walked us through, as well as 4 at max level. There's a lot of really cool stuff happening in these dungeons. For instance, we have like a kobold dungeon where you'll meet that Candle King, where there's like a light mechanic that takes place. You have to kind of keep it going to light your way. There's a dragon riding dungeon, of course. But also, one of my favorites is the Cinderbrew Meadery that Maria just talked us through. So this is a dungeon that takes place on our first zone, the Isle of Dorn, which is where you'll experience, all of our earthen buddies, and this is the place where they make that Cinderbrew mead that she was talking about. They've taken all that honey that they gather from throughout the zone to make the mead, to do all kinds of fun and/or nefarious things with. Although I do have to say, I feel like they're a little bit behind the times. I feel like all the kids are drinking that, hard seltzer or something these days, but whatever. They're old school, I get it. Next up, our raid, the Nerubar Palace. So this is an 8-boss raid that will take place in the zone of Aj-Kahet. And this is really the culmination of all of those machinations we keep hearing about that we see play out between the Nerubian Empire, their queen, and her collaboration with Xal'atath. So for this next one, we don't normally show things this early, but I thought it'd be cool to share. On the left there, you can kind of see the top-down view of the raid. And on the right, it's more of like a side cutout. So we like to work on all of our dungeons and raids when they still look like this, as it's much easier to iterate while we're in 2D than it is to kind of change the zones around once we're in the game and it's all blocked out. So to step us through the raid really quickly, after barging through the front door, you'll very quickly fall and/or get knocked into one of those giant pits of that black blood of the old god that you'll hear much more about in Aj-Kahet. And then you'll battle your way through the harvest pits, and then finally traverse your way back up through the stalactite wing, which is not a final name, I promise, until you finally fight your way into the Queen's inner sanctum, where you'll come face to face with her as the end boss. So as you can see, this will kind of feel like a winged raid in terms of the vibes, but in terms of the player experience, it'll actually be quite a bit more linear than what you might be used to for a raid with some winged vibes. So something that I also think is fun to talk about really quick is, with all of our dungeons and raids, we like to try to explore what is the thing that's going to make this space feel really unique, that's going to make it stand out from all the other times that we've built these dungeons and raids. And with this space, we really thought that, given that we have the Nerubian to play with, and all these amazing webs and silken threads that you can kind of traverse the zone through, we thought it'd be really fun to explore verticality as a major element of this raid. So I think that'll be really fun to see what the team comes up with for that. Next up, let's talk about systems.
A ver, sistemas. Aquí es lo que nos interesa. A ver, ojito.
So I want to walk you through some of our features and systems at a really high level, but first I want to talk about some of the philosophies that are really guiding us to add these into The War Within. So first and foremost, we really want to continue to extend the philosophies of Dragonflight into The War Within. And really when we talk about that, there's 3 main pillars that I want to touch on. First, we really want to make sure that we're focusing on evergreen features. We want to make sure that we're making World of Warcraft better forever and not focusing on things that we know we're going to have to leave behind as we move into future expansions. Next, we want to make sure that there's something for everyone. So whether you're a hardcore raider, a PvPer, a collector, or apparently like Holly, you just love to play tons of alts and run around the world exploring things, we want to make sure that there's something in War Within that you can really geek out over and that resonates with you. And finally, we want to make sure that we're continuing to build on our philosophy and build on our systems and content with people who play multiple characters in mind. We want to make sure...
No han especificado todo.
We want to make sure that we're building all of our systems to really respect the time of the player behind the keyboard and not focusing so much on the accomplishments of that individual character. So let's talk about delves. Delves are a new feature that will be integrated into the outdoor world experience where the fantasy of these is actually that you'll be joining the Dragon Scale expedition in their search for lost treasures all across Kazalgar. So delves are an evergreen feature that is really integrated into that outdoor world experience. We want delves to be a new pillar of endgame content for those outdoor world explorers. We really view this as something like when we added world quests back in Legion, where they are going to be really integrated and transformative into that outdoor world, especially that endgame loop. So one of the main reasons I'm stoked about delves is that these will provide an opportunity for us to give seasonal content and rewards to those outdoor world explorers. So that means things like rewards that you're used to, like mounts, achievements, titles, but we'll also be adding a outdoor row to the Great Vault with War Within. So that all of you outdoor world explorers will be able to share in the joy of rushing to the Great Vault every week to collect your loot. And there will also be 13 unique delves that we'll be launching War Within with. And delves will scale from 1 to 5 players and be role agnostic. So that means if you want to play a delve solo, that's totally cool. If you want to go with you and your partner, that works as well. Or you can bring your whole dungeon group in, and the delve will scale based on your group size and your roles. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention one of my favorite features of delves, which I think Maria alluded to earlier, which is that there will be an NPC companion joining you on all of your adventures. So for Season 1, that'll be Bran Bronzebeard, as you can see.
Un NPC. Te va a acompañar en las aventuras.
Bran will be tagging along with you on all of your delve adventures, and will totally never, not even once, aggro a pack of monsters that you didn't want him to. And I don't have my fingers crossed behind my back right now. So Bran will have a customizable talents and mechanics and abilities that you'll be able to kind of load out to suit your playstyle and needs. So maybe you need a little bit of extra healing. Well, you can load Bran out to provide that for you. And finally, you wouldn't be exploring with the Dragon Scale expedition if at the end of every delve there wasn't this massive treasure trove that we need Bran to open for us, which hopefully brought a couple of keys to open some of the chests in there. But before Bran can open that vault for you, you'll need to maybe defeat a boss, maybe you'll solve a couple puzzles, something like that, and then Bran will be able to open that vault door for you. Next up, let's talk about warbands. It's happening!
A ver, esto es emocionante.
Warbands are a system that we're introducing that will really be the representation of all of your characters across your Battle.net account. Warbands are an opportunity for us to create a platform where you can share your achievements, resources, and all that other good stuff across all of those characters. So the goal of this system is really to be that representation of the philosophy shift that I mentioned earlier about really respecting the time of the player behind the keyboards and not those individual characters. There's actually a ton of additions and modifications. We've talked about a few here. There's no singular UI screen that says warbands. It's more of all these modifications and updates and features are kind of wearing a big coat that says warbands on the back of it. It's how I kind of keep it straight in my head. But just to talk about a couple of those cool features, we'll actually be revisiting the transmog rules of how you acquire those appearances in the War Within. So for all of you who have So that means all of you who have probably had to run 4 characters through all of those legacy instances just to make sure you're collecting all the appearances, that won't be the case anymore in War Within. You'll just be able to run it with 1 character.
Si me quiero equiparme uno de tela, pues me lo voy a equipar. Es de Tranfi, ¿vale?
And oh yeah, Holly mentioned this already, but this is obviously one that people are looking forward to. All of our reputations as well as renown in the War Within will be shared across your entire account.
Qué bonito. Estaba clarísimo. Está guapo, tío. Qué bien. ¡Ah!
Last but not least, let's talk about hero talents.
Esto me
so here's a
emociona.
quick mock-up of what the UI will look like that I think really helps explain how these integrate into our current talent trees. But really quick, let's take a look at how this will work. So there will be 3 new
Qué bonito
hero
la
talent trees
interfaz
per
esa,
class,
me encanta.
and 2 will be available per specialization that you can freely choose and swap between. And also, this is another evergreen feature. This is a system that we think is going to provide a new vector of choice and customization for you and all of your classes, as well as create opportunities for us to really dig into some of those core class fantasies that are, so amazing. So Hero Talents will introduce these new, small, self-contained talent trees like you just saw in the UI. And the way I like to think about it is like, currently we have 2 types of talent points, right? We have class talent points and specialization talent points. And now in the War Within, there'll be a 3rd type called Hero Talent points. So let's look at a quick example, which hopefully explains it a little bit more. This is a warrior, as you can see. These are the 3 hero talent trees that they'll have available: Mountain Thane, Colossus, and Slayer. And as you can see in the top left, we have Protection, who will be able to choose between Mountain Thane and Colossus. Up on the right, you see Fury. Yep, that's right. Mountain Thane and Slayer are their options. And down at the bottom, Colossus and Slayer are their options. So this is how the majority of our classes are going to look in the War Within. The exception, of course, being Druids and Demon Hunters, who are a bit special, so theirs will look a little different. So let's take a look at how you'll unlock the system, as well as how it'll feel playing through as you're leveling through the War Within. So the system will automatically unlock at level 71, and it'll just kind of appear in your UI.
A nivel 71.
You'll earn 1 talent point per level as you level from 71 to 80.
Al 80.
And there are 10 talent points in total, with several choice nodes along the way. So I like to think of this as being similar to like the Legion artifact, where as you were leveling and progressing, you were making some choices along the way, but ultimately you're going to unlock the whole tree. And also, I want to be very clear here. These are extremely low friction to swap between those choice nodes, as well as to swap between the different hero talent trees.
Bastante. Los talentos. Vale. Puede variar un poco. Vale, vale. Eso me gusta.
So, this should be very analogous to your current talent trees and will follow all the same rules that you used to there. So, at the start of a raid boss, before Mythic Plus starts, before an arena match kicks off, and anywhere in between. And to wrap us up, I wanted to show off a really quick video of what hero talents look like in action. So this is a warrior, as you can see, pop an avatar, jumping in.
Oh.
And this next one is that same warrior with the Mountain Thane talent tree.
Hola.
As you can see, Stormbolt hits multiple targets. There's a couple of cool new effects,
qué guapo
and a lot
eso.
of other cool stuff going on there as well.
Un ejemplo.
Our effects artist will be
guapo
happy.
eso, Hostias, el cambio.
So that about wraps us up for our What's Next panel. We hope you really liked what you saw here, and if you'd like to know more, please join us tomorrow at the Deep Dive panel at noon, where Ian will walk you through some of what you saw today in more detail. Woo, Ian! As well as a bunch of other cool new stuff in the War Within. So thank you all so much. I hope you have a great BlizzCon. Bye!
Vale. Oye, pues hay también más cositas ahí guays, Interesante. Bueno, esto... Aquí estoy viendo aquí cosas que están aquí actualizando. Claro, es que aquí pueden anunciar aquí en los paneles todas las cosas que van saliendo, ¿sabes? Porque es que están saliendo una barbaridad de cosas. Pero os voy a enseñar cosas, mira. Bueno, os voy a enseñar cosas ahora mismo. Por ejemplo, esto no sé si es real o no, ¿sabes? A ver si lo encuentro. Esto, mira. Mira esto. Mira esto. Esto. Esto es un menú. Esto es el menú. Aquí están los personajes. Esto es un menú. Esto. ¿Sabes? Esto es un menú. Este es el menú de personajes seguro. ¿Vale? Segurísimo. Eso está, vamos, más claro que el agua. A ver. Mira esto. Es que esto es una locura. Mira esto. ¿Me vas a decir tú que esto... Mira esto. Esto me empata. Mira esto, tú. Mira esto, el menú. Mira esto. Esto como sea cierto, como se va a ver así los personajes, la lista de caracteres del Warband, tú, como sea así. Bueno, tío. Bueno. Qué guapo, tú. Esto me ha encantado. Esto me recuerda al Diablo 4 así, macho. Así presentando los personajes. Qué guapísimo, tío. Está muy guapo el menú, Aquí está lo de los talentos de los heroicos. Mira, cuando ya subes ya al máximo. Hay cositas. Está guapo, Ojito con eso, Es que hay muchas cosas, tíos. Es que están saliendo un montón de cosas, ¿sabes? Aquí en el warcraft, aquí están saliendo una barbaridad de cosas, tío. Es que no paran de salir cosas. Es que han sacado más cosas. Mira esto, tío. Esto es de la Classic, tú. Mira esto. Bueno. ¿Vale? Esto es... Mira esto. Es que lo tenéis que ver esto. Mira esto. Mira. Pantalones. Pechera. Ay, Dios mío. Lo del 30 de noviembre. Esto me pone, Voy a ponerlo a 100, tío. Esto, es que hay cosas aquí. Ya iremos poniendo más cosas, tío. Pero es que me estoy flipando mucho, A ver, ¿hay más cosas por aquí o no? Mira esto, es que tío, mira esto, por favor, mirar esto, ¿vale? Nuevo sistema de runas para hechizos de nuevas clases. Pechera, pantalones. Dice, dentro del kit de prensa Blizzard de WoW Classic Season of Discovery, Blizzard reveló que habrá nueva mecánica de interfaz de usuario que introduce runas. Estas runas parecen cuando se activan desbloquear nuevos hechizos y talentos. Tú mira esto, tú. Es que es una locura. Esto es del pícaro. ¡Qué guapo, tú! Esto es del pícaro todo esto. ¡Oh, tío! Nuevas runas, tú. Bueno. ¿Qué dicen? ¿Dicen algo más aquí? No dicen nada. Pero bueno, esto... Buah, tío. Es que es una locura, tú. Esto. ¡Qué guapo, tú! Es que tú fíjate, mira, es que lo voy a poner por aquí. Mira, Blizzard ha anunciado la próxima temporada de WoW Classic, que es la temporada de descubrimientos, ¿vale? Dice, la productora ejecutiva de World of Warcraft, ¿vale? Holly Longdale subió al escenario de la Blizzcon para anunciar la nueva experiencia de la temporada del Season of Discovery. Dice, los jugadores descubrirán nuevos secretos recurriendo a Cero para encontrar habilidades que alteren su clase. Será posible tanquear a brujos, sanadores de magos y más. La temporada se iniciará con un límite de nivel inicial 25. Y al alcanzar el nivel máximo, los jugadores se encontraron con un nuevo final de nivel 25. Escucha, descubre la nueva incursión de Caverna de Braza Negra de 10 jugadores. Con jefes, mecánicas y recompensas nuevas y reinventados. No mucho después, el límite de nivel aumentará en algunos niveles, lo que traerá algún más contenido final. Yo estoy flipando. Lo de la clase esta... Yo estoy flipando, tíos. Yo estoy flipando. Yo sigo diciendo que es una locura lo que han aquí. Es que me flipa, tú. Hostia, esto. Hostia, es lo que estoy viendo yo aquí. Pero, ¿what? Estoy viendo Caverna de Braza Negra, tú. De 10 jugadores, Caverna de Braza Negra, tú. Madre mía, tú. Madre mía. Qué locura, tú. Es que me estoy riendo por no llorar. ¿Sabes lo que te digo? Es que tú fíjate, te lo pone aquí, mira. Con un nivel máximo de nivel 25, ¿vale? Que es el máximo de esta season del 30 de noviembre, ¿vale? Además, Caverna de Braza Negra, sí, que era una mazmorra de la clase de 5 jugadores de nivel, creo que era 20 y tantos, ¿vale? Se ampliará una incursión de 10 jugadores a nivel 25, agregando jefes adicionales y cambios a la incursión. También anunció que después de unos meses se aumentará el límite de nivel y se introducirá contenido nuevo en lugar de lanzar nuevas incursiones con cada fase. Blizzard está lanzando fases con límites de nivel más bajos para la temporada de descubrimiento, la season del Discovery. Bueno, esto... Bueno. Bueno. Yo te lo juro que yo, esta Blizzcon, estoy flipando por parte de World of Warcraft, tú. De todo lo que está saliendo, tú. Es que es una locura, colega. Claro, es que es una locura el tema de Classic, tú. Claro. Pero es que no hemos hablado ni del Diablo 4, de todo lo que va a venir, ¿vale? Que es que del Diablo 4... Bueno, primero anuncian nueva expansión. Eso te lo digo ya. Bueno, es que aquí vamos a tener aquí cosas por ver, ¿sabes? Los jugadores han estado de contenido a la esperación por noticias sobre la inminente expansión de Diablo 4 y está aquí, ¿vale? La próxima expansión que se lanzará a fines del 2024. Vessel of Hatred, ¿vale? Y me han dicho, regresamos a un lugar favorito de los fanáticos. Parece que Travincal está de vuelta en el menú. Eso no lo sabía yo. Estoy aquí viendo yo un montón de cosas, gente. ¿Vale? Vale. Encantamientos para el ocultista. Vale. Vale, eso está bien. ¿Qué más? Esto... Es que estoy viendo cosas aquí que... Es que, claro, van saliendo información. Vale, este semanal... Contra todo, eso está muy bien. Una tabla de clasificación por clase. Que esto lo tenían a finales del cuando ya el Diablo 3 no tenía mucho, ¿sabes? Entonces, está bien tener... Joder. Está bien, ¿sabes? Vale. Anillos malignos, ¿vale? Que vendrá en la temporada 2 la próxima semana, ¿vale? Vale, va a empezar ya ahora Overwatch, ¿no? Lo siguiente, ¿no? Sí, viene Overwatch ahora, ¿vale? Vale, el 5 de diciembre hay un evento. El evento de temporada Matadero de Fir Pinacle, ¿vale? Dice que este evento durará 6 semanas y está dirigido a jugadores que hayan alcanzado nivel 100, hayan matado a Uber Duriel y hayan dominado todas las demás actividades del Diablo 4 que tiene que ofrecer, ¿vale? Un nuevo glifo Paragon, ¿vale? Este nuevo glifo se podrá nivelar exclusivamente en el matadero de Cir y será muy poderoso. Y solo se volverá más difícil, ¿vale? Bueno, van cosas que van añadiendo. Estoy viendo cosas que están anunciando, tío, y están saliendo cosas. Evento de Navidad, está claro. Vale, enseguida van a salir esto. Y no hay nada del Warcraft Rumble. Tiene que haber cosas, ¿no? O no sé. A ver, WoW. Vamos a poner. A ver, ¿hay algo de esta gente? Sí, bueno, esto no tiene mucho.
Blizzcon 20.
Vale, vengo un momento, ¿vale? Voy al servicio, ¿vale? Vengo enseguida, ¿vale? Mientras que seguís aquí, lo voy a dejarles un poquito de fondo. Ahora vengo. ya estamos por aquí, gente. Vamos a ver el Overwatch 2 con el nuevo héroe, que seguramente dirán algo del nuevo héroe, del mapa de asiático, el antiguo. Y deberían... Es que no entiendo, tío, de Overwatch 2... Que está muy bien que está el nuevo héroe, Mauga. Que está bien, nuevo héroe. No te digo que no. Está en la temporada 8. Pero, tío... Más... No me puedes tú... Te voy a decir la historia de Mauga, ¿sabes? Es lo que te va a decir.
And Baptiste worked for Talon, and they were pretty close friends before Baptiste left. And Manga made an immediate impact.
Es un poco, el Mauga yo creo que de lo que he visto de todas las habilidades de Mauga.
Yeah. I mean, look at him. Look at that sly, self-satisfied grin. He's just the guy who
yo lo que opino. El nuevo de este, Mauga es más para DPS y defensivo. ¿Por qué? DPS está claro, pero va mucho más a defensivo, porque los que están alrededor suyo, uno, le bufa y no le hacen daño durante un tiempo, porque le pone una aura así de fuego. Dos, defensivo también, porque su ulti, cuando tira lo que es su arma y tira 4 cadenas en esa cúpula, de ahí no salen y lo mata. Y 3, lo pongo también DPS, porque cuando le da a un objetivo, le quema y le quita vida. Ya lo que se ha visto en el tráiler, ¿vale? Entonces, tira más a defensivo que DPS, ¿vale? Curar no le he visto curar. Entonces no le pongo de support. No sé, tío. Vale, te lo compro. Pues vale, es un nuevo héroe en la temporada 8. Bien. Luego vuelve el mapa antiguo de asiático. Te lo compro. Me parece de puta madre, muy bien. Lo ponen todo en la temporada 8. Y anuncian que va a haber nuevo support y nuevo DPS para el 2024. Pues vale. No sé, tío.
They really worked hand in hand with the character artists and the narrative designers, and just we had fun figuring this out. And Mauga's such a fun and unique hero. This includes his lore, the art, the design history, his abilities. As you all have either played him already on the show floor or at home, because you can play him right now, you should get what you kind of get what you're actually experiencing with him.
O sea que hoy puedes probar a Mauga, por ejemplo. Pues vale, una temporada gratuita al final, vale.
Yeah, let's talk about Mauga and sort of what he brings as a tank to Overwatch. His style gameplay, he can either charge in alone or he can go with his team, right? Because he's this big, high threat level who sustains through dealing damage. And that's
Están explicando un poco, vale.
You know, he has this passive that actually keeps him up as he deals critical damage. So it's one of the things where he's constantly in the fight, he's brawling, he's destructive, because that's the way.
Entonces, están hablando cómo han diseñado el nuevo héroe.
Another thing he does is his guns
vale.
hit scan. You know, when developing Mauga, the team really wanted to look at a tank that could counter Pharah or Echo and have an ability to actually contest them while they're in the air from afar or even up close. So when looking at Mauga, there was a few things the team really wanted to get right. And talking with Josh Snow, our lead balance designer and the point designer for Mauga, you know, he talks about the guns being core to this hero. Mauga is one of those kits, say like Widowmaker, where the gun comes first and then all the rest of the abilities follow. Along with his weapons, though, we also wanted to make sure we could have abilities for a character of this size. Mauga is huge. He's huge in game, as you may have already seen. He's the biggest hero that we have in the game so far. So what do you have to do to compensate for that size? You know, he's a big target. And then finally, it was about getting this personality right. He's aggressive, he's destructive, he's in your face, but he's also smarter than he looks. And that really started with the character that narrative and art were telling.
I think he's about 7 feet or so.
Yeah, he's a big guy.
Biggest character we made so far. And I mentioned earlier that his name, Mauga, means mountain in Samoan, so we had no choice but to make him big. And had you guys touched on it, he has this, I really like his playstyle. It's very, it feels brutal, but there's a lot of strategy behind the approach. And Overwatch heroes aren't just about their abilities. We take great pride in their personalities too. In the short story that you mentioned, published around summer 2019.
Vale, ese nivel máximo 80, son 10 niveles más. Y se desbloquea a nivel 71. Cada nivel hasta tener 10. Vale.
As we started to play with these psychic abilities and the different powers that this character that would eventually become Sigma, but we intended it to be Mauga, it just didn't feel right. He's a big dude, you know, like Foster was there when we were trying out.
Es que no han anunciado mucho, tío, del Overwatch. Estoy un poco...
Mauga wasn't the guy, like I think you mentioned. He doesn't psychically throw the rock at you. He picks the rock up and throws it at you. And so we decided.
Es que estoy así en las mismas. Pues vale.
Yeah, so these are both tanks, right? But as we developed the tank kit that became Sigma, we kept coming back to Mauga's personality, and that he's this big guy, he's smart, he's very aggressive, and even if he had the ability to psychically throw a boulder at you, he wouldn't. He would pick it up. It's a show of force to pick up a boulder and hurl it at someone. And then along with that, in Sigma's kit, he has his barrier. How does a guy holding 2 giant guns, named Gunny and Cha-Cha, hurl this barrier out? How does he deploy that? So from a game pacing
perspective, las habilidades. La ves, tiene rol de tanque.
And we released Sigma. We pivoted to Sigma there.
Pasivo.
And then for Mauga, we just went back to the drawing board and thought more, how can we nail down
Pero es que le quema.
How do we make the hero he's supposed to be?
¿Cuánto CDPS?
And not kind of force
No
abilities
sé, tío.
on a
Es
personality.
una cosa rara ahí, ¿sabes?
And so we developed that mentality, but that physicality, and that was in tandem with ability design and then also with art, where we looked at, okay, how do we represent this giant of a man? And it came down to giant guns.
Yep. Yeah, it was really, you know, that part was subverting expectations and didn't necessarily make sense for Mauga in particular, right? But Rakan, I think the guns, you worked a ton on them. Do you want to go expand on that?
Yeah. Something that I really love
¿Qué son,
about
hermanos?
these heroes is how we almost
Puede ser,
challenge each other and push our different teams in new ways. Mauga is super fun, but that's only because the team making him that way. How his design has changed, his story has evolved, and seeing his abilities be refined, it's a full team effort to line these pieces up.
So let's get into his specific abilities. He has these massive chain guns, Gunny and Cha-Cha. Some of my favorites. Alex, what do they bring to the fight?
Yeah, so he has these 2 guns, but unlike other dual-wielding heroes, such as Reaper, each one does something different, and they can also be fired together, right? So let's watch the video to take a look at these in action real quick.
Vale, a ver.
So you have his incendiary chain gun, his left quick, that sets opponents on fire.
800 de vida. Y tiene 300. Ah, no, 300 en cada arma. Pero se gasta uno a la izquierda y luego a la derecha, ¿no? Vale, no, tiene 650. Vale. Pero le quema. Es que eso le quema. ¿No lo ves? Le quema. Eso le quema.
Between both of the guns, it allows Mauga to play at actually different types of ranges. Mauga can play really up close, rail on both guns at the same time, or he can be a little bit pokey sometimes. A little bit of left click, a little bit of right click, and get to that rhythm that can actually deal a lot of damage.
And that on-fire ability, where he lights someone on fire, is actually really unique for our game because it also works in tandem with Ash's dynamite. If you light a target or a bunch of targets on fire with an Ash on your team, then he gets that crit damage across all of them as long as they're on fire. So there's a little more cohesion between hero selection now than there used to be. And that's something new that we've done. This also, as you mentioned, works with
Están diciendo el diseño de cómo hicieron las armas y tal. Pero eso cuando le da al tío le quemaba. Eso le quita un extra de daño.
Mauga's really using to keep himself alive in a fight. You know, he wants to make sure he gets that critical damage, set opponents on fire, and then right click to get the bonus health.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. The fire passive was kind of a really interesting development issue we had to work around. Because adding fire to Mauga's kit, which is a really cool idea, it added a lot of challenges visually to the game. So artistically, there's a lot of people on fire now in the game, and with so many visual elements, it would be asking even more people's systems, the game engine, to possibly 2 different heroes are setting people on fire. These 2 different visual, we need to figure out how to kind of separate the 2 so that you knew who was doing what. This also complicates things for players that may also be colorblind from distinguishing what types of fire damage would be a little bit more trickier and could lessen their experience. By combining all this together, we put our heads together, and we came up with a really fun pairing mechanic that isn't overpowered, but could be really fun to play with. It's like a nice.
Ya estoy, perdón. ¿Dónde está la cam? Aquí.
And,
bueno.
If you're all wondering where the silly names of Cha-Cha and Gunny came from.
I am wondering.
It actually came from just joking around in team chat. I think we were all agreeing that Manga is the type of guy to give his guns pet names. One of the top contenders was Lefty and Righty, but Alec here didn't really like that. So it sounds really stupid, I know, but we just took the first 3 letters from Chain Gun, and made it Cha-Cha, and Gunny, because it's a gun, and the team really liked it. And Rakan here just threw the ball out of the park, and he actually implemented the names into the guns designs themselves.
So speaking about Lefty and Righty, I mean Cha-Cha and Gunny, being that he has 2 weapons and they deliver different types of damage, it was really interesting challenge to get the look just right. If you look at the earlier concept, you'll see that his weapons looks different from the one that we have now. Well, the concept looked great. Once we put that in the game, it just didn't look right from the first person angle.
Vale.
So then we had to go back.
Están aquí diciendo que está todo muy bien, todo happy. Es que no tiene mucho misterio aquí, tíos.
They are the biggest guns in the game, but they are also the biggest guns in the game. So, for Maug. I want to say a huge shout out to Mauga Strike team. I know your guys are out there. And especially Jeff Mianowski for the awesome work that he did on Directo.
¿Dónde va la comparación, tronco, de Tracer con el arma de Loco? No compares, tronco. Madre mía.
Mauga has the first fully automatic muscle system in his body. We've never done that before. So while he's moving his arm, you see the bicep. I mean, don't zoom in here right here. See how the bicep? All of that, Mauga got it automatic. So again, our tech team is just doing incredible work. And if you look at this slide, it all started as a joke. These guns, I bet they're bigger than Tracer, right? And then I just put this scene quickly together. I'm like, yep, they are definitely bigger than Tracer. So technically, Mauga's running.
Vaya comparación, Tracer, que las armas de Mauga. Vaya tela, truco, es una locura eso.
How many Tracers is it?
Yeah, I don't think we're going to make guns this big again, but
here you can see the before and after, like how we had to adjust the barrel size. So it was just right in the 1P because once we put them in the game,
no estoy muy gracia con
the whole thing to be clear as possible. So we fixed it.
Con Overwatch. Que me parezca a mí que solo anuncien un héroe nuevo, solo primero, y un mapa antiguo que vuelve con la temporada 8, tío, es que no sé, tío.
And beyond his guns, his ability overrun is also quite fun. Let's see a video of it in action. As you can see, he charges forward and he lands
Eso estunea, ¿no? Vale, primero esto y... Bueno, hace daño y eso estunea, ¿no? A ver. Sí, porque lo deja en el suelo unos segundos. Ah, pero cuando hace el sprint, le hace daño. Vale. Y luego le pone un pequeño escudito verde, no sé si lo habéis visto. Cuando tal, pequeñito escudito, lo he visto ahí. Mata a los dos a la derecha e izquierda y en el S les... Vale. Bueno.
So if you've got a Cassidy preparing his ult and you want to stop that, you can charge right in and land on him, and that's a stun. It'll stun him right out of his ult.
So hacks. Yeah, it's nice. It has a little bit of skill expression there. It's one of those abilities that was really important for Mauga that we had to get right because he is this big body. So, if he's charging at you, it was really easy to CC him in that way. So adding Unstoppable here allows Mauga to get where he wants to go, get in the fight, rail down on both chain guns, like hold both those buttons down and deal a lot of damage. But this ability in particular went through quite a bit of iterations. There was one version where Malga would run up and launch the enemy behind him. I think a lot of the kit at the time was Malga was an anti-air tank overall. So he was dealing critical damage to any enemy in the air. So you would throw them behind you, you'd turn around, you'd actually use Sigma's Rock as a combo back then. So yeah, this ability in particular.
Cuando hace el sprint, se pone aquí en enraje, como digo yo, aquí más potente, pero cuando hace el salto recibe el daño y cuando lo mata tiene un pequeño iconito verde en la salud como una especie de escudo pequeño, ¿sabes? Yo que sé de cuánto, de 20 de vida extra que protege. No sé. No sé yo qué decirte, ¿sabes? No me da para saltos de alegría, ¿eh? Pero bueno.
Cardiac overdrive. Let's talk about that.
Yeah, Malga's second ability here, Cardiac Overdrive. When thinking about Malga's defensive capabilities, we wanted to match his personality and playstyle. You know, he's destructive. He likes to get in. He likes to deal a bunch of damage. We'll get the scoreboards later on today during your Malga games. There's going to be a lot of damage from Malga in particular. But how can we capture those things with the way Malga sustains himself and also make him, you know, help his team? The role of a tank to actually lift those allies up a little bit too. So let's take a look at Cardiac Overdrive here.
Yep. When you activate Cardiac Overdrive, Malga and his nearby allies receive damage reduction and receive healing based on how much damage they do. It's a big lifesteal aura that gives your team the window to turn the fight in their favor. It pairs well with other heroes that have high damage output and are able to move with the aura. Heroes like to get in the mix. If you think about a Reaper double dipping with Cardiac Overdrive with his own lifesteal, that's good. That's super scary. In this video, which should show up anytime right now.
La gente que está ahí se estará muriendo con los de Overwatch 2. Una cosa que es que... Vale, le deja ahí de vida. ¡Ah, le cura! ¡Hostias! Se enraja y le cura. ¡Hostias! Vale. Cura un poquito. Ostras, pues le cura 150 de vida con la tontuna, ¿eh? Hostias, tú. Vaya curación de la hostia. No sé cuánto tendrá el Mauja ahí para... Pero le cura bastante.
He had this adrenaline meter where by dealing damage you gain movement speed, and then you could consume some of it to actually heal yourself. And then that ended up becoming his Berserker passive. So a lot of that came in where it's like, hey, Malga still wants some self-sustain in there. Another version that we tried
mucho, es que le cura casi toda la vida. No sé cuánto es la curación, pero con eso te libra bastante de... No sé si es para uno o para dos, porque si está alrededor de él, ojito eso, ¿eh? Le quita bastante.
So, by putting what that ability was, ended up on the Berserker passive, it freed up Cardiac Overdrive to be something that you could use for your team. And with how it works now, you know, encourages Malga to use it, get in with his teammates, this big window of opportunity. Characters like Mei and Reaper really love this ability.
The sound design of this ability is worth shouting out as well. When you initiate the ability, you actually hear the sound of double racing heartbeats because leaked fun fact, Manga has 2 hearts. He received a cybernetic heart during a pretty intense battle, and then later on upgraded his organic one. And the sound team really hit it out of the park. It's such a visceral, powerful sound. It really makes you feel powerful in the moment.
Esa es su casa, su zona. Creo que será el mapa nuevo que saldrá de donde está Mago, donde está su casa y su zona, yo creo. Lo estoy viendo. Yo creo que sí.
El tanque está... Yeah, thank you to the environment art team because they always take my silly ideas and just run with it without questioning me.
So, speaking of heart canisters and shark slippers, that brings us to his ultimate, Cage Fight. So, for his ultimate, Malga deploys a barrier, and along with it, as you can see in the middle, a little totem that traps everyone inside that barrier with him. So, any enemies that are in the location where he is, it isolates all of them with him, for him to be able to take them on 1v1, 1v3, 1v5 if you're feeling spicy. But it isolates these targets by putting a huge barrier around him, which means the rest of the team might be locked off for them, and it keeps them inside, which can prevent them from getting where they need to go. So the biggest challenge when developing Cage Fight was keying into having players understand what this ult does and how it works. And so we developed it with these chains that are very visible and hold you in place so you know you're trapped and you know you really need to knuckle down and defend yourself against this man who's coming at you with you trapped in here with him. We have a video for that. So as you can see, when he deploys it, the Reinhardts are chained with him within this barrier.
Le deja ahí clavado la ulti.
You also might notice that he has infinite ammo.
Lo mata, lo mata, lo mata.
So people are trapped in short range with you, and you may as well just hold down both of your buttons at that point.
Tiene dos vidas, 440 y 750.
Depending on the situation, the team composition, the state of the battle, a lot of the times
no
you really want to
entiendo
get
esto.
one target
mucho
in there,
escudo.
isolate them from the rest of their team,
No
try
entiendo,
to burst
tío.
down support, but sometimes
Y tiene 300 balas, ¿no? Vale, cuando ulti tu ulti no tiene ninguna bala. Esto es infinito, ¿no? Hasta cuando quieras.
Online that people are discovering, if Malga traps the whole team in there, Lightweaver can pull Malga out, but the rest of the enemies stay in that zone, stay in the cage fight. So there's a lot of things you can do here. Sometimes it's also just a giant barrier. It can just be this big barrier in the clutch because it has a bunch of health, quite big, takes up a lot of space.
And recently someone said, Maga is starting a fight he has no intention of losing, and a big part of that is knowing when and where to start that fight. So playing as Maga at the lower level, just trapping people with you is a really good thing. It feels good, but at the higher levels, knowing when and where to deploy that to keep the tank from getting back to the point, to trap supports with you so they can't help their team, to trap a specific hero so that their supports need to decide if they need to jump in this barrier with you or not to try to defend them and protect them. You wind up with a lot of these cases where based on your comp and their comp, you can make some really interesting, fun decisions about how you should use this ult.
Vale, os dejo esto de fondo, ¿vale, gente? Y seguimos, ¿vale? Yo os dejo aquí con el overwatch porque ya hemos visto todas las habilidades. Pero bueno, ¿vale? Así que me quito la cam porque voy a cenar, ¿vale? Así que os dejo aquí consigo porque a continuación viene la Classic. Cuidado, que vienen cositas buenas. Así que os dejo, ¿vale? Tranquilamente. Ahora vengo.
But we never throw anything away, so we worked on it. There's been a few different iterations over the years, and with this one, I think we really nailed what we want.
Yeah, one of the most difficult things to get right, I think recently we tried this for Junker Queen as well at one point. One of the most difficult things to get right was the shape language of, hey, or the communication going on here where you're in a barrier, but then you're also stuck there. So we tried some things where it was a physical wall, actually, instead of a barrier to sort of communicate that. But then the chains came in, and that was really the difference. And I think the strike team and everyone working on Malga knocked out of the park to finally get that one right.
Surprisingly, this is the one time that solo ulting someone is not overly frowned upon.
Wait, he's not saying you should do it.
Yeah, and for those of you playing him, keep an ear out, because if you trap only one enemy, there might be a fun little Easter egg voice line.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, and before we finish up here, I do want to talk a little bit about, Malga and where he fits in the game, right?
Right.
So Malga, we envision him as being in a lot of different comps, similar, a lot of different rush comps, similar to Reinhardt or Junker Queen. If you think about heroes that are going to enable him, you think about heroes like Lucio that can really get him into a fight fairly quickly, or even someone who can sustain him. Malga's this big body. He needs a lot of healing, right? So maybe someone like Lightweaver can help him out and actually keep Malga alive in that fight. And then tanks going against him. He is a tank that relies on dealing damage to keep himself alive. So if you think of who can prevent that, tanks like D.Va, tanks like Sigma are definitely ones that have a good chance against countering Malga.
That's awesome. Well, as you guys can see, the team really put a lot of love and care into these heroes. But Malga feels extra special. We really went that extra mile to make sure he was just right. But before we leave, I wanted to talk with the guys just really quickly, what has it been like working on? What has it meant to you working on Malga? Kenzo?
Oh, yeah. Well, it's just been an honor to work on one of the most anticipated heroes of Overwatch 2. The narrative foundation was so strong. It was just so much fun and a privilege to just build upon that. And I think we all sort of remarked on this when we were talking with all of the Samoan cultural consultants. We all, they were all just so joyful. They had this joie de vivre. And we were all really inspired by that. So I think you could really see it in the hero. You know, he's just a big guy. He wants to have fun.
Yeah.
And we really wanted to instill that part of the culture into the hero itself.
Awesome. Alex, he's finally out.
Yeah, I'm very excited. People are playing Malga right now. That's incredible. But I think one of the biggest things taken away from Malga's development is seeing how the team took the time to get Malga right. You know, at one time we talked about Malga with Sigma. We also switched Malga for Matra to have more time on Malga in particular. And it was just the team taking the time to make sure that this hero in particular came out in the best iteration possible. So shout out to Josh No and the rest of the Malga Strike team for what we're going to release in Season 8.
Cool. And Foster?
Applause. Season 8.
Josh No.
So,
thank you.
So one of the things I really love about Overwatch heroes is how big and bold and over the top they are. Their personalities as well as, you know, abilities in a video game. And Malga, I think, really nails that kind of big, bold personality that I love in our heroes. He's out there, he's open, he's big. And when we nail that really well, they become charismatic beyond the kinds of people they may actually be. So the previous hero that did this for me was Junker Queen. Junker Queen is this big, bold personality. Even though she's not the greatest person overall, you really connect with her and her personality and how big she is. And they're, what?
I love Junker Queen.
Have you seen what she does to Omnix?
And Rick, oh, sorry, you.
So, I think Malga also nails that, where despite what he does and his work with Talon and the kind of person he is, he's so big and lovable that you just really want to connect with him, and you do, and you enjoy playing him as a hero, as a person, as much as a tool set that really works with you in gameplay.
Awesome.
Well, I gotta say, Malga is probably one of my favorite heroes for now. Like design-wise, I love it, and like getting to work on his guns and just seeing the process of how they started till the end, like how all the challenges that we got and how we just got through all of them and we got the final designs. That was just I will never forget that experience. And his personality, as Foster said, is incredible. I love him, and I need to know his workout routine, obviously. Like, look at that guy. Yeah, it's been an incredible journey working on this here, for sure.
That's awesome. And yeah, for me, I kind of mentioned earlier in open ceremony, whenever we make an Overwatch hero, we really want people to see themselves in our hero. This guy looks like someone I know. He looks like me, or his abilities are super fun to play. And I think we really nailed this with Malga. Overwatch in general is this globe-trotting adventure. You're traveling the world, you're meeting these different characters, these different heroes, and we're trying to hit every culture, represent everybody as best we can. And I feel like the effort that went into this one, it just was next level. So you guys are super awesome, and thank you to all you guys for joining us today, and have a fantastic weekend. And before we go, sorry, don't miss tomorrow's What's Next panel, where we'll be showing a bit more of the heroes coming after Malga, actually, with Aaron and friends. And my last thing I love about Malga is I love his guns. Not just these, but Gunny and Cha-Cha. And speaking of Cha-Cha,
Blizzcon 2023 would like to thank our partners. Xbox, power your dreams. Omen, game life. HTC Vive Mars. Virtual production made simple. Intel. Push your gameplay beyond performance with 13th gen Intel Core processors. Check out MSI's wide array of monitors, from Nobel Prize-winning quantum dot technology to 4K OLED panels. They've got you covered. And the beneficiary of BlizzCon's charity auction is Direct Relief.
Whatever you can do, we beg you.
Will you save us?
Will you make them suffer?
Can your shadow be our light?
Will you fight the darkness?
Please end their terror.
In the beginning, I was all alone,
Attack power!
trying my best to do some good out there. But it didn't take long to realize that, with the right friends, everything would change.
Step aside. You don't know who you're messing with.
They knew the townsfolk were up to something sinister.
Let's move!
Right behind you! And it was like a powder keg waiting to explode.
We did it! No.
Oh, nuts. As it turned out, I had the right backup waiting for me, just when I needed it.
Let's do this.
You got it, partner.
I didn't intentionally pursue leadership.
I'm gonna punch ya!
Candle mudslider.
Let's show these fine folks some Badlands hospitality.
Well, looking for a standoff? Careful, it's against me.
You're here to tell me we don't get to hide. Is that it?
You needed time. We stayed away. But time by itself heals nothing.
You didn't just come here for me. It's the visions. You've seen them.
I suspect many have lately. Something, someone, is calling out from the heart of the world. Like a voice from a dream. Something dark is coming, Anduin. The world needs your light again. My son.
I am not that person anymore. I have no light. Not after what I've seen. Not after what I've done.
You are not your past, Anduin. I trust you.
Hear me.
They're getting worse. Look, whatever's coming, I'll stand with you. Of course I will. But we were drawn here by the voice. Who is it, Thrall? Who's calling out to us?
I'm not sure yet. But that sword was aimed at someone.
Mi padre y yo siempre discutimos. Que si 4-3-3, que si 4-4-2. Pero en el fondo, los dos sabemos que la única alineación que importa es ser uno. Él y yo. Y es que el fútbol siempre ha sido una maravillosa excusa para encontrarnos.
No había más socios, no había más gente, era únicamente un club, tanto de él como mío, y un club que además se financiaba totalmente con los patrocinadores, que en ese momento teníamos mucha capacidad para atraer patrocinadores, y obviamente las marcas estaban muy interesadas porque recordaréis que las cifras
A ver. Vamos a empezar. ¿Hola? ¿Me escuchan, no? Hoy hemos acabado de cenar. Y justo. Vamos a ver la Classic. A ver. Venga, sorpréndeme.
Nora Valera, my fellow lead software engineer. And Tim Jones, our team's lead designer. It is an honor for us to represent the Classic team and talk to you about so many of the things we're working on WoW Classic. So today, let's talk about the Classic journey so far, plus Cataclysm Classic, Hardcore, and our newer season, Season of Discovery. Yeah. So you know, WoW Classic was announced at a Blizzcon 6 years ago. And ever since that day, the team worked really hard to bring those precious memories of WoW to you and to me. The Classic journey officially started when you joined us in 2019 back in Azeroth creating a new character. Remembering the importance of having a good one and being careful of how many mobs you pull at a time. We went through the journey of getting your first mount and feeling like you were riding the most powerful machine, making all those level 10s jealous of your speed. Eventually, we hit 60 levels, and we went on to face some of the most iconic challenges, including the Fire Lord himself, Lord Ragnaros. We ran the Gong of Anchorage and saw new Scar Lords walking among us. We completed our journey at level 60 by adventuring into Nax Ramas with 39 other of our friends.
Corre, fuera las ramas.
In 2021, the Dark Portal opened, and us brave heroes
están repasando todo lo de la clase. Vale.
In Outland, we learned to fly and see the world from a different perspective.
Estaba claro.
And after killing many Talbot,
we
contested Illidan, and turns out, you know, maybe we were prepared after all. Later on, we explored the coldest continent of Azeroth. We arrived to Nordrend via boat of Zeppelin, and we started hearing about the presence of the Lich King. We became masters of vehicles. And if you're like me, indeed press that red button. Yeah. Oops. All to prepare ourselves for the ultimate combat and defeat the Lich King on top of Icecrown Citadel.
Ah, vale. Creo que se iba.
You know, as you heard earlier from our executive producer, Holly, our journey will continue into Cataclysm Classic in 2024.
Cataclysm. Oh, la imagen de login, cómo me molaba, tío.
As a love letter to the WoW community. We asked what you wanted.
Cómo mola.
You responded to us, and we listened. And as we move onward, we look to bring new classic experiences to life. Cata and beyond. We're driven by smart changes as informed by you. So this is Cata for you. You know, but before we talk about all the changes that we're bringing to Cataclysm Classic, let's talk about some of the features that will be returning as your journey to the new level cap to 85. So, Goblins will be joining the Horde, Worgens will be
vale, las clases de Goblins y los Worgen.
Cataclysm also unlocks a bigger combination of classes and races.
Vale.
For players that like to play as a Night Elf Mage, your time is now. Transmogs are coming back into Cataclysm. Start getting those ideas ready for your next Transmog contest. For the Explorers, there's also where Archaeology makes its debut. And for our PvP fans, Raided Backgrounds are coming back. Yeah, love PvP.
Vale.
The world will be changed after
Todo se va a la mierda. Vale.
No giant swords just yet, but big changes to Azeroth nonetheless. Along with graphical improvements, literally thousands of new quests await you across different continents. And of course, you will also be able to unlock flying Azeroth. As the world changes, it comes with some of the most iconic dungeons and raids that you have ever experienced. All in all, this comes with 5 new zones, 10 new dungeons, and 7 new raids. And
estaba claro.
Speaking of those raids, Cataclysm had a hugely varied opening tiers of raiding, including Bastion of Twilight, where after defeating our 2-headed mage Cho'Gall, a surprise appearance from Sinestra awaits. Later, we will venture into Firelands, soaring through rings of fire against Alice Razor, and seeing Ragnaros take his first baby steps. They grow up so quickly. This is just some of what we know, but what are we bringing new to Classic? What's new for Cataclysm Classic? We have seen a ton of positive feedback in the community around the new Titan Rune dungeon system in Grad, or as you might know it as Heroic Plus, allowing you new deterministic opportunities.
Lo nuevo de Cataclismo, que son nuevas dungeons difíciles y nuevas recompensas, ¿vale? ¿Qué más?
We will be making updates to the guild advancement system introducing Cataclysm. We want to ensure that guilds that are on the smaller side are not left behind. In past years, we heard from you about wanting to have collections UI in Classic. So we're happy to have introduced that in our final patch of Grad. And now transmogs
está
they're going to be account-wide. So get all those alts together and get all that gear. Classic gives us the opportunity to revisit the cadence at which we release content and patches. I think we all know when a patch has overstayed its welcome, which is why we're excited to announce that
van a ser más rápidos, eso está claro. Esto de Cataclysm ya se había visto, ya se había leído. Vale.
And with that, we're also making changes to the leveling speed for new characters to get to level 80. But these are just some of the changes that are coming to Cataclysm Classic. We also have other topics of discussion in the
Me parece bien.
But as we said, while Classic started as a love letter to the community, and we continue to look to you and you to provide great feedback. So if you're here at Blizzcon, please swing by the Darkmoon Fair that is over there. There's a mailbox where you can submit any questions you have. And for those of you at home, talking to you, there's going to be open threads in all the WoW forums in every region, and we look forward for your thoughts about all things Classic. Thank you again for taking this journey with us as we venture forward into our mysterious future. Speaking of the amazing contributions from the community, let's talk about hardcore. Yeah, hardcore.
A ver, ¿qué pasa en hardcore? Porque Cataclysm ya se ha visto un poco. ¿Qué novedad? Porque creo que anunciarán algo. A nivel 60. Vale.
Very impressive. That's really, really impressive. But, okay, who here has died before level 60 in hardcore?
Van a aumentarlo de nivel. ¿Qué te apuestas?
Me too. You and I, my friends,
¿Van a aumentarlo?
But in fact, you're not alone.
Madre mía. Va bien los cazadores, ¿eh? Madre mía. Va muy bien eso, ¿eh? Va bien. El rogue el tercero, no, cuarto.
I do not have a data table for this, but let's take a look at some reenactments of the 3 most common environmental deaths in hardcore. So, who else was looting that final mob?
Va a morir, muere, a tomar por culo.
Or maybe you were too busy typing in the chat in Ironforge and became one with the Great Forge.
Muerto, bye bye. A la mierda. ¡No! Toma por culo. Madre mía. Maravilloso. Qué bonito.
On the opposite side, there are so much more heroic ways to die. And we have been super excited to see how players have engaged with our new feature, Duel to the Dead. Mokora. Yeah. We're very impressed by the community events and all the players that have been brave enough to participate in them. It takes a lot. But as Colin mentioned earlier today, we have a new optional rule set coming to hardcore. So we are excited to officially announce that Self-Found will be coming to hardcore in early 2024. Yeah.
Vale.
Players that opt into this mode won't be able to trade, use the mail, or use the action house until you reach max level. We hope that you join us to take on this new challenge. So yeah, on behalf of the Classic team, thank you so much for joining us on the Classic journey so far. And we can't wait to see you back in Azeroth. So now, I know everybody wants to hear more about the Season of Discoveries, so I'm gonna bring in, my senior producer, Josh Greenfield.
No han anunciado mucho el hardcore,
Thank you.
Bueno, a ver esto. Del hardcore no han dicho mucho.
Wow, look at this crowd. Hello, Blizzcon. My name's Josh Greenfield, and I'm the senior game producer on WoW Classic. I'm here to talk to you today about our new season for a Classic World of Warcraft, Season of Discovery.
Sorpréndeme.
Today,
A ver.
I'm going to give you an introduction and an overview of what our season is at a very high level, as well as giving you an idea of what our major features are. After this overview, I'm going to hand things off to a few other Classic team members to dig into some specifics about what I'm going to cover. So let's go ahead and jump in. So it seems fitting to start off talking about discoveries. It's in the name after all, so it seems pretty important to the season.
A ver.
When you first start a character in Season of Discovery, it'll look and feel identical to original World of Warcraft. You'll slay kobolds, you'll give lazy peons a bonk, all the kind of normal things you do when starting fresh in World of Warcraft. When you get to around level 2, however, in the starter zone, your class trainer will offer you a new quest, and this is to go find your first rune. We'll talk about runes in a little bit more in a minute, but after that intro quest, the game simply tells you, go find more. And that's kind of where discoveries come in. Discoveries are essentially secrets hidden throughout the game world. They usually aren't quests in the traditional sense. There's nothing on your map to show them to you. This is Classic after all. And some may be as simple as a treasure coffer deep in a kobold mine, but many are small events kind of unto themselves, oftentimes requiring more than one player, a little bit of creativity, or some keen observation skills to obtain. One of the things we love about Azeroth is the sense of awe and wonder it inspires. It's a massive world. But due to the kind of solved nature of original WoW, it can sometimes feel a lot smaller than it did when we first started our adventures. Discoveries are a way to disrupt that a bit. Keep the world familiar, comfortable, but add enough new things to find to evoke that sense of adventure and exploration we first felt when we stepped foot in Azeroth. Beyond the next hill, deep in the next crypt or cave, something exciting could be hidden.
Sí, vamos. Tienes que explorar a mansalva, ¿no?
Is this social and information sharing aspect. For those first few weeks of each phase, we hope to find secret finding communities pop up, both in and out of game, as players scour Azeroth to find all these little hidden things. We can't wait to read general chat as players begin sharing what they found with each other in real time. We think that social and info sharing aspect is super exciting, and we can't wait to see how long it takes for all these little secrets to be found. In order to preserve this sense of discovery, we will not be holding a public beta or PTR for Season of Discovery.
Vale.
Thank you, We want day one of Season of Discovery to feel as fresh and full of surprises as we can. So we're taking a chance here to keep those first few weeks as exciting as possible. The last thing we'll say about discoveries now is that we wanted to craft them in a way that really felt at home in original WoW. Many times when playtesting amongst ourselves, we'd find a new NPC or an object, and someone would hesitate and say, like, is this from 2004? Is this new? And we're like, yeah, it's new. That's new to the season. And to us, that's a great success. The idea here is that these things feel as like a natural part of Azeroth as it was at this point in WoW's history. Next, let's talk a little bit about level-banded content phases and what that means. In essence, level-banded content phases are how we're going to approach the level-up journey in Season of Discovery. When we initially launch, the level cap in Season of Discovery will be level 25. After a number of weeks, the level cap will increase to a higher level for the next phase. So, why a level cap of 25 to start with? Well, our inspiration for this actually came from the WoW Classic Beta in 2019. We saw how much fun the game was when the level was capped at a lower level, and how players would find new and exciting talent and item combinations to optimize around. And this is something we've always looked back fondly on, and it's something we've wanted to sort of explore ever since. We also realized how approachable an initial lower level cap could be. We talk a lot internally about approachability on WoW Classic, and respecting players' time, there's a major goal of this level banded approach to really give you a chance to get into it. One of the things we really consistently see on forums or social media too is it too late to start? And oftentimes we'll hear this literally within a day or two of a new release. And obviously it's never too late to start playing Classic WoW. But as we've all, grown into additional responsibilities and found ourselves spending maybe a little less time playing games than we used to, we can definitely feel that sense of kind of fear of missing out, or FOMO, when we log in after a long week and see our friends 10 or 20 levels ahead of us. And for that, this level banded approach is perfect. There will be plenty to do in each new leveling journey, from the quests and dungeons and battlegrounds we all know and love, to finding all the brand new things to discover across Azeroth.
Para ser más rápidas.
Leveling new alts to find all of their hidden discoveries as well. There's lots to do, but we're hoping that you won't ever feel that sense of being behind just because you couldn't play on a given day. We also plan to give a very sizable experience boost to the previous level band every time we raise the level cap. This is kind of similar to Joyous Journeys in Wrath Classic, if you're familiar with that. So even if you miss a phase or once a level and all, you'll be able to catch up to your friends.
Vale, las primeras fases. Bueno, más rápido.
So the next thing we want to talk about is in-game at level cap. So when we kind of decided on this level banded content approach, we had to kind of sit down and ask ourselves, what is in-game when the level cap is 25? And first, I think it makes sense to talk a little bit about our inspiration.
Vale.
This is something we really keep
nuevas
coming back to a
nuevas
lot on
estas y
Classic. Since this is a
nuevas
version
mecánicas y
of original
sistemas,
WoW,
¿no?
we wanted to start
Esta de runas me ha
with
gustado
familiar
mucho,
locations and put the focus for the new stuff on fresh gameplay and mechanics in those iconic dungeons and locales. To that end, our first raid in Season of Discovery will be the iconic dungeon, Black Fathom Deeps, reimagined as a 10-player raid instance. Thank you. Next, one of our main goals is to ensure that these are fully featured, deep, satisfying raids, and not simply the addition of a few mechanics to existing encounters as they were in 2004. All of these encounters are a full ground-up redesign and should feel like proper raid encounters. And of course, with new raids,
loot, está clarísimo. Está clarísimo. Bueno, bien, bien.
In addition to raids, we also really want to play up that PvP aspect. And as a result, we're planning to add several outdoor PvP events to the game as the level caps increase. Thank you. Lastly, one of the things we're most excited about is where we go when we start getting to higher levels.
Vale, pues mundos de PvP, eventos de PvP en el mundo. Vale.
And the prospects of exploring previously unfinished or unused locales for future raid and dungeon content. We're starting at level 60. I know, I'm excited too.
Caverna de Raza Negra.
We think that level 25 is going to be full of great, memorable gameplay that feels right at home in original WoW. But this is just the first step, and we think the best is yet to come. So next, let's kind of change gears and talk about rune engraving a little bit. So this is one of the most exciting new things about Season of Discovery. One of the most consistent pieces of feedback we've gotten from previous
runas.
of original WoW,
Qué
such as
bonito.
our Season of Mastery.
Esto es, me
Like
pierde.
to try some adjustments to their favorite class or spec. We really wanted to take a chance with
Qué
Season of
locura, tú.
Discovery and
Qué
go kind of
bonito.
wild here, and we did.
Que va a querer
That's where rune engraving
explorar
comes in.
sí o sí para buscar
Rune
estas
engraving
runas,
is a new
tronco.
skill that all Season of Discovery characters know automatically on character creation. Rune engraving allows you to gather, learn, and apply new class abilities directly to your equipment, kind of like enchants. In the initial 1 through 25 experience, you'll be able to discover runes in your chest, legs, and glove slots. And as the level cap increases, additional runes
Vale.
from other item
3 slots a nivel 25. Pechera, pantalones y manos. A nivel 25, 3 solo. Luego hay runas adicionales. Vale. Vaya mía, tío, no me quiero imaginar un mago curando. Es impresionante, ¿sabes?
Damage abilities with a healing talent spec, so
Qué locura.
a little bit better, or you could swap maybe to tanking ability runes to round out the tank spot in your 5-player group if you're missing one.
Talento de sistemas de talentos, ¿vale? Asistentes y buffos de facciones. Pues va a haber muchas cosas con esto, ¿eh? El 30 de noviembre veremos.
We do plan to adjust the respec cost to be much more nominal in Season of Discovery, particularly at low levels.
Oh, vale. Reducen el tal... Vale, coste. Gracias, gracias.
That's not all. Who knows? Maybe, just maybe, someday, you won't be constrained to just one talent spec in Season of Discovery. Who knows? So, overall, we've been playing this a ton internally. We've been having so much fun with it. It's everything we love about Classic, plus so much more. At this,
qué cabrón.
I'd like to hand this off to
Lo del
our
plus.
software engineers, Nora Valletta, to talk about some specific abilities you may encounter on the different classes, as well as to talk a bit about our PvP plans for Season of Discovery. Take it away, Nora.
Vale.
Thanks, Josh. Hey, Blizzcon. My name's Nora Valletta, and along with Anna, I'm a lead software engineer on WoW Classic. Thanks. There are over 100 runes in the 1 to 25 leveling bracket across all classes, and we'd love for you guys to go forth and discover them on your own. However, to give you an idea of what to expect, I have a few to share with you today. First things first, I want to share some of the things we had in mind when designing runes in Season of Discovery. One is to shake up the meta. Our seasonal content is a great opportunity to deliver WoW Classic, but with a twist. With our non-seasonal content, we try to deliver a classic experience close to the original, but with seasons,
el diseño de las clases, ¿no?
Experiment with what-if scenarios, such as, what if rogues could tank? What if paladins did have a taunt? On that point, we wanted to introduce abilities such that each class has something special, something that other classes can point to and go, dang, that's so cool, I wish I could do that. Many of the runes you find are greatest hits remixes of popular abilities from various WoW expansions, so many of them will be familiar to you. That said, some of these familiar abilities may actually behave a little differently than you remember. Some spells and abilities you'll discover have never been introduced before in any WoW expansion. For these, we were careful to make sure they were an appropriate fit for class fantasy. Most importantly, we want Classic to continue to feel like Classic. Many of the iconic spells and abilities you've seen.
Esto del Season of Discovery va a tener mucha tralla, Va a tener mucha tralla. Va a estar muy guapo. Va a estar muy guapo. Porque estoy leyendo cosas adicionales, macho. Se van a ir mazmorras nunca vistas en Season Discovery, cuidadito.
In Season of Discovery, you have an interrupt called Skull Bash, which can be used in cat or bear form. Fury of Stormrage removes the mana cost of Wrath. Dealing damage with Wrath has a chance to make your next healing touch instant. Wild Growth applies a healing time to your target and up to 5 nearby party members.
Esto es una locura, tú.
Hello, Hunters. Beast Mastery will increase your pet's damage and focus regen. Growl is now a proper taunt. Explosive Shot is a ranged damage over time ability. And Lone Wolf gives you a damage boost if you have no active pet.
Activa una mascota.
With dual wielding, and you've got yourself a mean melee hunter. Mages. Ice Lance is an instant frost spell that deals triple damage to frozen targets. Living Flame causes flames to erupt and chase a nearby enemy, leaving a burning trail in its wake. And Regeneration is a heal, which marks your target with a temporal beacon. Another rune ability called Rewind Time will heal the damage taken over the previous 5 seconds. You can heal other people with this, by the way, not just yourself. So I hope you've made room on your roster for me.
Madre mía, la de posibilidades que se va a hacer con esto.
Paladins. In WoW Classic, they don't have a taunt, but here it is in Season of Discovery. Hand of Reckoning is your taunt. Knowing this ability will also increase the threat bonus of Righteous Fury and cause you to gain mana when healed by other players. Crusader Strike is a weapon attack.
No puede ser esto.
It's a weapon attack which costs no additional mana and instead regenerates your mana slightly with each hit.
Madre mía, tú.
And Seal of Martyrdom can be activated to cause melee attacks to strike other nearby targets.
Madre mía, la de barbaridad de cosas que se va a hacer en este. Madre mía.
Members will gain mana based on the damage you take. Priests.
El priest.
You can channel penance to heal nearby friendly targets or deal damage to enemy targets. Prayer of Mending heals your target the next time they take damage or receive healing. Afterwards, it'll bounce to another friendly player nearby. Homunculi animates 3 miniature copies of your character, which will attack your target with a mace.
Para el priest, 3 copias. Esto es del. Madre. 3 copias.
From stealth, Shadow Strike allows you to teleport behind your target.
El pícaro. Madre tú.
And Venom is a
¡No! ¡Lo ponen! ¡No! No, tío. ¿Qué pone la esta? Madre mía, esto estaba en la Burning. No puede ser. Madre mía, el pícaro. El envenenar, tú. Lo van a poner como runa. Me parto, tú. Claro, es que las... Claro, es que va a ser una locura esto, tú. Todas las runas que se pueden combinar, tú.
Healing Rain is a gradual AoE heal which can be placed on the ground, or on a lamppost, or on the ceiling.
Eso es el del tranquilidad.
Way of Earth allows you to perform the coveted role of Shaman Tank.
Como Tranquility. Madre mía, tú.
With this, you'll deal increased threat, you'll take less damage, and Earth Shock.
Hay 3 runas por clase, ¿no?
Warlocks.
Brujos.
Haunt deals damage, increases all shadow damage you deal to the target, and heals you for the damage it dealt once it's dispelled or expires. Chaos Bolt sends a big beefy bolt of fire at the enemy. It always hits, it can't be resisted, and it causes all of your fire spells to pierce through absorption effects. And Metamorphosis.
Metamorfosis. No me lo puedo creer. Lo han puesto en runas. Madre mía. Metamorfosis.
Searing Pain becomes instant, Shadow Bolt becomes a melee cleave, and Curse of Recklessness is your
Metamorfosis.
Warriors.
Guerreros.
Victory Rush is a weapon attack that can be used after killing an enemy. It will heal you for a certain percentage of your health. Devastate will cause your Sunder Armor to deal main hand weapon damage for each stack of Sunder Armor already on the target. And Raging Blow is a vicious strike that deals heavy damage, but can only be used while enraged. Now this is
Qué locura las combinaciones se pueden hacer. Qué locura.
And really, bottom line, we want everyone to feel OP.
Qué locura las runas. Hay runas.
Enough about runes. Let's instead turn our attention to the ancient forest of Ashenvale in northern Kalimdor.
La barbaridad de runas.
Ashenvale is known for its beauty, its rich natural resources, and its role as a hotly contested territory between the Horde and the Alliance. In Season of Discovery, earning kills while in Ashenvale will trigger a zone-wide PvP event. During this event, a leader will appear in the zone for each faction. A Farseer for the Horde, and a Priestess of the Moon for the Alliance. Your objective is simple. It's to defeat the enemy leader. Now this is easier said than done. These leaders are tough, so you'll have to work together to take them out. In addition to the main camps where those faction leaders reside, various other camps will spawn across the zone for each faction. The Priestess of the Moon and the Farseer are each buffed by respective leaders in those smaller camps. The more of those small camps you can take out, the weaker your enemy's faction leader will become. Sounds familiar. It's much like Alterac Valley. This event is an awesome way to earn honor, as well as reputation with Warsong Gulch factions, which allows you to unlock some of the best level 25 gear in the game. You'll also be able to earn a mount, which you can actually use at level 25, but only in Ashenvale. It will increase your speed by 50%, giving you the extra boost you need to seek and destroy the enemy. So, come kick some ash in Ashenvale. I'll see you there.
Es una locura, ¿eh? A ver lo de la esta, que quiero ver un poco, a ver si sale en alguna imagen o algo, tío.
Anyways, I've done enough talking. It's time for me to pass things off to Tim, who's going to talk to you about raids and the PvE endgame. Take it away, Tim.
Bueno, las zonas estas de PvP de eventos, esto hay que mirarlo bien, a ver qué temas hay.
Thank you, Nora. Hey, Blizzcon! My name is Tim Jones, and I'm the assistant lead designer on World of Warcraft Classic. Woo! Multiplayer content is the heart of World of Warcraft. Whether we're questing together, running a dungeon, crafting an item for a friend, or chatting in guild about where to find that new metamorphosis rune for Warlock, WoW offers one of the richest multiplayer experiences across all of gaming. And Season of Discovery aims to deliver on providing new group content that's both challenging and rewarding. Now first, I want everyone to take a moment with me and imagine, alongside the Zorm Strand on Ashenvale's north coast, lies the ruins of an ancient elven temple to the goddess Elune. Evil stirs within, drawing the likes of the Naga and the Twilight's Hammer in search of power and anything that could hasten the coming of the old gods. You know, maybe you've been here before, maybe not. No matter your familiarity with this place, it's hard not to be drawn in by the mystique, the rich art, the level design, as well as the robust creature and spell ecology of Blackfathom Deeps. Now, on the Classic team, we couldn't help but ask ourselves, could this amazing location be more than just a 5-player dungeon? So we're excited. Get your level 25 Prebis, equip your runes, find 9 of your best friends, and get ready. The Classic team is proud to announce Level Up Raids. New instance challenges for raid groups to experience the max level for each of Season of Discovery's content bands.
Cavernas de Braza Negra. Ojito. Eso es Cavernas de Braza Negra.
At level 25, Blackfathom Deeps is the first level up raid that you'll experience in Season of Discovery. You know, groups should be easy to form. Grab a couple tanks and healers,
10 jugadores.
10, you're good to go. God knows,
Cavernas de
everyone and their
Braza
mom
Negra.
can tank and heal in Season of Discovery now.
Una
So
raid
that
de
shouldn't be
10
a problem.
jugadores.
And content phases in Season of Discovery won't be as long as traditional Classic expansion patches either. And we want you to have as many opportunities to explore and plunder the riches within.
Cada 3 días se bloquea.
Blackfathom will offer a 3-day lockout, much like the raid Zul'Gurub. The story's the same, the location and creatures may be familiar to some, but the challenges and rewards are brand new. 7 new bosses are here to both entertain and test your skills. And how could we not make raid content without new loot? Existing quests and rewards have also been updated for the raid as well. And you'll even be able to find secrets within the raid. Can you solve the mystery of the Twilight Artisan?
Muchos secretos, nuevas, vale, y nuevas recompensas,
will you be the first group to access the new world buff, Boon of Blackfathom? Ooh. Okay.
Barón Aquanis, el primer boss del elemental de agua.
Let's peek behind the curtain at what challenges await players in Blackfathom.
Este lo que hacía es que ralentizaba.
We affectionately call it BFD, not to be confused with BRD or
No.
BFA or BWL or
Este no era el primer boss, era una tortuga.
Baron Aquanis, he guards the entrance. No longer a simple quest NPC. You must challenge his elemental lieutenants that inhabit the Fathom Stones and defeat him. And in doing so, you may face off against Aquanis himself atop the infamous jumping puzzle. You know, and jump you must to get in range of the Baron, but beware both the boss and your teammates, because there are many a peril that may knock you off. In all honesty, this boss is lightly tuned, and there are some hidden power-ups below the water to help you return to the platform.
Creo que está explicando las habilidades, pero vamos. ¡Hostias!
Next off, you must face
La
against
tortuga.
Mura, the fearsome turtle that's been swimming in the enchanted waters of the deeps for a
O sea,
long
el varón Quanis es nuevo.
Exposure to these energies has granted
Porque la primera que una versión era la tortuga.
Most importantly, she's now protected
Vale,
by a magical
te lo
barrier
compro.
that protects her against almost any attack. Break through this barrier and start blasting for massive damage. Get your orange parse. You know, all this commotion will bring you to the attention of Lady Saraves, a powerful and reckless Naga sea witch who commands a legion of Black Fathom elite in Myrmidons.
Vale.
She is a formidable foe that will overwhelm you unless
Está explicando las habilidades nuevas de cada boss.
No, these 3 bosses round out the prologue of Black Fathom Deeps, and all 3 are available to fight in our demo in Hall D. Check it out. And that's not it.
Vale, el Murloc.
Witness the corruption of Gelihast and take on the march of the Void Murlocs.
El Murloc, vale.
Break past Lorgus Jet's magical barriers and corrupted totems. Conquer your dreams as you challenge Twilight Lord
Ese también
Kelris.
estaba.
And good luck against the giant Void
Akomal,
Hydra.
está
Seriously,
bien.
you're going to need it.
Vale.
And not to forget, there will be glittering prizes awaiting you, including some of these fancy items. Now, telling you all this is great, but I think we'd rather just show you. So it is my pleasure to provide a quick sneak peek video of the raid, edited by the team itself, as though it was pulled straight from a community website in 2005. Please take a look.
Ay, una cinemática. A ver. A ver. ¡Hola! Le aparece esa. ¡Qué guapo! Va a ser de complicado esta mierda. Para 10 jugadores. ¿El varón está ahí? Hola, 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 hola. Hola, 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 hola. ¡Oh! ¡Qué hermoso! Ese aliento de Akumai. ¡Qué fresco, eh!
Well, that's it for today, guys. We're looking forward to... Oh, okay. That shouldn't be here. Okay, that should definitely...
¿No me dejan?
Okay, sorry, we should have... okay. That's it for today. On behalf of the team,
que se ha
I want to
visto.
mention at the top, nothing that we do in WoW Classic would be possible without all of your support and your voice. Thank you so much for making the dream of WoW Classic and all the experiences we're working on a reality.
Se ha visto. Madre mía, tío. Madre mía, lo que he visto por ahí. Ay, Dios, qué vicio va a ser esto. Esto lo voy a viciarme yo. Vamos, el 30 de noviembre. Bueno. Qué guapo va a estar esto.
I want to reiterate, this is just a taste of all that you're going to uncover in Season of Discovery. And for those of you here at Blizzcon, we hope you get to take on the first 3 bosses of our Black Fathom Deeps raid on the show floor. And for everyone else, we're so excited for you to experience it when Season of Discovery launches worldwide in just a few short weeks on November 30th. Thank you, everyone.
Bueno, a ver, ahora viene... Ahora que yo me entere... Que me entere un poco porque estoy un poco perdido, ¿vale? Bueno, me gusta eso último, falta el warcraft Rumble, pero no lo anunciar mucho. Porque creo que... ¿Qué venía luego, tío? Ni me acuerdo qué venía luego. Pues ya se ha acabado. No sé. Bueno, vamos a esperar. Bueno, me ha gustado, Me ha gustado, me ha gustado.
HTC Vive Mars. Virtual production made simple. Intel. Push your gameplay beyond performance with 13th gen Intel Core processors. Check out MSI's wide array of monitors, from Nobel Prize-winning quantum dot technology to 4K OLED panels. They've got you covered.
Can you solve the mystery of the Twilight Artisan? Can you find the recipes for Black Fathom sharpening stones and wizard oil? And will you be the first group to access the New World buff?
Escucha, a ver, esto lo tengo muteado, pero bueno, vamos a poner un poquito aquí en voz, aquí un pelín, ¿vale? No, ¿qué dices? Aquí está. Lo último que ha salido era el robot rojo. Eso era Nomerán. Estaba claro. La siguiente imagen era como el monasterio escarlata, ¿vale? Te dices, vale, está claro que esto lo van a poner para más adelante. Pero lo que me ha impactado era unos esqueletos colgantes. Eso es Caraza. Porque yo no veo nada por ahí que yo sepa de mazmorras de la Classic. Hay una zona de esqueletos colgando en el techo. Y yo lo único donde conozco son que eso es Caraza. ¿Es Caraza? ¿Va a hacer Caraza en Classic? En el este del descubrimiento. Me parto. Me parto muchísimo. Te lo juro, Ay, Dios mío, tío. Ay, Dios, el 30 de noviembre. Me estoy poniendo malo, Bueno. Como me pongan Caraza, van a hacer Caraza en Classic. Van a hacer Caraza en tronco. Hostias, tú. Madre mía, las ganas. 30 de noviembre. 30 de noviembre, ¿qué día es? Vamos a ver esto, tío. Esto me está encantando la verdad. 30 de noviembre cae jueves. 1, 2, 3 semanas y media. 3 semanas y media. Me parto, tú. O sea, Caraza. Hostias, tú. Es que ¿vale? Por no decir otra cosa, ¿sabes? Me chifla. Es que es impresionante, tú. Es que... Buah, mañana vamos a ver todas las cosas. Es que, tío... Bueno, te lo juro, brujo tanque, mago sanador, pícaro tanque, brujo con metamorfosis. Es que es impresionante el WoW Classic. Hostia, tu puta. Esto es impresionante, tú. Me parto. Me parto muchísimo. Es que me parto mucho la Classic. Es que me pierde la Classic, tú, de una manera. Es que me parto. Es que cavernas de Braza Negra, 10 jugadores, con 7 jefes. Que Braza Negra no tiene 7. Tal nuevo botín y secretos en su... Es que esto me pierde mucho, ¿eh? Me pierde. Estoy leyendo cosas que están... Los cazadores mejoran a sus mascotas con Beast Mastery. El Growl es una mejor y Lone Wolf mejora a los jugadores sin mascota. Es que tío, la puta, están locos. Los de la clase se han vuelto en majaretas total. La madre que me parió, tú. La madre que me parió. Me parto, tío. Es que me parto muchísimo, tío. Buah, están saliendo cosas, tú. Es que... Madre mía, tío. A ver, hay cosas que han dicho. Por un lado, hablamos de Cataclysm, ¿vale? Mientras que estamos estudiando de fondo, de Cataclysm, ¿vale? Como siempre, Cataclysm, salieron los Goblins para la Horda y los Wargame para la Alianza. Eso no cambia nada. La transfiguración, que eso no sé si lo pusieron en Cataclysm normal, creo que sí. Los campos de batalla clasificados. Y todo esto de vuelos del viejo mundo y más. Totalmente Calindro no está cambiado. Y las nuevas combinaciones de clases y raza. Eso está claro, ¿vale? Ahora, lo que cambia es, uno, las mazmorras de las runas de titanes, o sea, la alfa, la beta que hay en LK, ¿vale? Lo van a poner en Cataclysm Clase, o sea, todas las mazmorras van a tener su dificultad. Eso está guapísimo, ¿vale? Lo veremos en LK, que estamos subiendo de personaje. Dos, la interfaz de usuario de colecciones está activa en Classic, como estaba tal, en Cata. Pero también se va a incluir la transformación en toda la cuenta. Ojito, ¿eh? Eso está guapo. Y la nivelación se va a acelerar más rápido en Cataclysm. Eso está guapo. Entonces, eso está muy bien. Eso me imagino que también seguramente las hermandades, o sea, el sistema de tal, habrá cositas nuevas seguramente. Eso por un lado. Eso de Cata, está guapo. Venga, tengo unas ganas que llegue Cataclysm, que para mediados de 2024, antes de verano podrá llegar. Vale. ¿Por qué va a ser más o menos a mediados del 2024? Porque han anunciado que en Classic Hardcore, ¿vale? Van a sacar otro modo, ¿vale? Si participas en ese modo, no podrás ni enviar correos electrónicos, ni comerciar a ninguno, y no podrás usar la casa de subasta hasta que alcances el nivel máximo. Ojito con eso, ¿eh? Y eso, claro, no van a juntar el Classic Hardcore con el Cataclysm Classic, ¿vale? ¿Qué quiere decir con eso? Pues que o una cosa y tal. Entonces, el Classic, pues, antes del mediados del 2024 llegará. Y luego, el del Classic, el Season Mastery este del descubrimiento, anuncia un montón de cosas, ¿vale? ¿Vale? Lo primero, que subirás a nivel 25, ¿vale? ¿Vale? Entonces, dice, el descubrimiento comienza como un clásico normal, esto en toda regla, hasta que los entrenadores de la clase emprenden a los jugadores en una misión para buscar una runa. O sea, los propios instructores de pícaro o de guerrero harán una misión para que busques una runa, aunque solo la primera estará dirigida por la misión, mientras que el resto tendrás que descubrirlas por tu cuenta, o sea, exploración. Los descubrimientos son secretos ocultos en todo el mundo del juego, no son misiones tradicionales, no están en el mapa y pueden variar entre un pequeño botín en lo profundo de una mina o un rompecabezas más complicado que requiere varios jugadores para resolverlo. O sea, interacción y exploración, básicamente. La intención de los descubrimientos es evocar una sensación de aventura en un mundo de otro modo sería cómodo familiar, ¿vale? No va a haber ni PTRs, ni betas, ni nada. Directamente el 30 de noviembre. A tomar por culo. Que eso está bien. Me gusta. Vale, entonces eso, que lo único que destaca es la exploración y tal. Dice, las fases de contenido con bandas de niveles mantienen a todos los jugadores al mismo ritmo. A partir de la primera fase, el nivel tendrá el límite 25, lo que hará que el juego sea un poco más accesible y empujará a los jugadores serios a buscar nuevas formas de experimentar. Aprovechar al máximo su personaje. Quieren reducir la cantidad de FOMO y los jugadores que se superan entre sí hasta el punto de que no puedan jugar juntos o quedarse atrás porque te perdiste un día. Eso es lógico, eso está muy bien. Cada vez que se aumente el límite de nivel, planea agregar una mecánica de actualización de experiencia a esa nueva fase, ayudando al jugador a ponerse al día con los demás. De puta madre, o sea, si yo que sé, subes a nivel 25 y tal, yo que sé, subes a nivel 20, estás cansado, te aburres y tal, y llega a la siguiente fase, te van a intentar ir al nivel 25 lo más rápido posible. Eso está de puta madre. La primera incursión del Season va a ser Caverna de Braza Negra, reinventado con una instancia de 10 jugadores, brindando a los jugadores con un límite de nivel 25 una actividad máxima para lograr agregando nuevos encuentros, mecánicas y de botín. Lo que hemos visto ahora mismo diciéndonos tan tranquilamente. Habrá eventos de PvP al aire libre, que se desbloquearán a medida que aumente los niveles máximos. Buah, imagínate Valle Freno, toda la zona de PvP. Ojito con eso, ¿eh? También dejan la puerta abierta a explorar contenido futuro de incursiones y mazmorras, incluido contenido original inédito o inacabado. Este es el primer paso, pero el futuro es brillante. O sea, no me quiero imaginar, ¿vale? ¿Vale? Si tú te pones Kalimdor y Reinos del Este, que es, y Reinos del Este, que es Classic, lo que sabemos tal, hay zonas que no podemos ir. Y hay zonas como mazmorras que están ahí, pero no lo han acabado. Por ejemplo, el Monte Hall o la puerta de Uldum. O sea, no se pueden entrar. Un ejemplo, por ejemplo, en Ventormenta hay una zona, yendo como si fueras el instructor de pícaros antes de llegar, cruzando el puente, a la derecha, donde acaba el muro, hay una alcantarilla con una supuesta mazmorra que tampoco está inacabado. Son ejemplos que te digo. Por ejemplo, el paso de la muerte de Karazhan, que se ha visto. Eso va a ser Karazhan casi fijísimo, ¿vale? Y si hay cosas inacabadas, pues cosas de clase que no la han hecho, ojito. Ojito eso, ojito eso, ojito. Ojito. Me está gustando muchísimo. ¿Vale? Grabado de runas es una nueva habilidad que todos los personajes conocen automáticamente, lo que le permitirá descubrir runas en las ranuras del pecho, las piernas y los guantes, y que podrán integrar a voluntad cuando estén fuera de combate. Personalizar habilidades a voluntad. Personalizar habilidades y al mismo tiempo mejorar algunas clases y hechizos. De puta madre. Buah, un pícaro tanque. Madre mía. ¿Dónde firmo, por favor? También habrá mejoras en niveles bajos. Dice que tampoco estarás limitado a una sola especialización. Cuidado. Dice, ojito, hay más de 100 runas en el grupo del 1 a 25, algunas de las cuales se compartirán. ¿Eso los pícaros podrían tanquear? ¿Qué pasa si el paladín tuviera una burla? ¿vale? Muchas runas son los mayores éxitos de varias expansiones. O sea, exacto. Los druidas, por ejemplo, pueden interrumpir en forma de gato un oso. Elimina el coste de maná y aplica un bufo hasta 5 miembros del grupo. Los cazadores mejoran a sus mascotas con el Beast Mastery. Los magos aprenden lanza de hielo, la llama viva y la regeneración, que es una curación basada en las balizas del Rewind Time. Es que, tío, los sacerdotes pueden canalizar penitencia, oración de reparación y el homúnculo. Madre mía, tío. Es que estoy viendo aquí. El chamán puede aprender latigazo de lava, lluvia curativa y camino de la tierra. Y camino de la tierra le permite al chamán tanquear con choque de tierra. Es que esto es una locura. Vale, ahora viene lo del PvP. Dice: Vallefreno es conocido por su belleza y recursos, pero es un campo de batalla muy disputado. En Season of Discovery, o sea, esta de maestría, el descubrimiento, obtener muertes desencadenará un evento de PvP en toda la zona, que pedirá a los jugadores que derroten a un vidente o a un sacerdote de la luna. Estos líderes de facciones pueden debilitarse derrotando campamentos más pequeños en toda la zona, muy similar a Valle Alterac. O sea, imagínate Vallefreno que se convierta automáticamente en Valle de Alterac por matar gente de PvP. Bueno, tío. Eso. Dice: los jugadores también podrán aprender una montura que solo se puede usar en Vallefreno, los que la ayudan a moverse un poco más fácilmente. ¿Cómo? Podrán aprender una montura que solo es posible usar en Vallefresno. O sea, va una montura específica en Vallefresno. ¡Ay, Dios! Vale, o sea, las incursiones, o sea, la esta que va a ser... Tiene una mazmorra de 5 jugadores, la caverna de Braza Negra, ahora se convertirá en una incursión de nivel 25, porque caverna de Braza Negra... ¿Qué nivel era? Braza Negra, ¿qué nivel era Braza Negra? Braza Negra era nivel... Más de nivel 25, era por el 30. No, miento, por el 18, por ahí. Hostias, ¿vale? Dicen: será un grupo para 10 jugadores, con un bloqueo de 3 días como Zul Group. O sea, me estás diciendo que, por ejemplo, en esta semana, en una semana, tienes 3 días para limpiar Caverna de Braza Negra en 10 jugadores. Me estás diciendo. Como pasa en Zulguro. Dice: la historia, la ubicación y las criaturas son las mismas, pero hay 7 nuevos jefes y nuevos botines para ganar, así como secretos dentro de la incursión, incluido un nuevo beneficio mundial, la bendición de Caverna de Braza Negra. O sea, me estás diciendo que la incursión, o sea, la raid, vamos a decir ya raid, Caverna de Braza Negra, que dura una semana, bueno, supongamos que es una semana de save, ¿vale? Solo tienes 3 días para limpiarlo o se bloquea. Vale. Dicen que son 7 jefes con nuevos botines para ganar, vale. Y al final de todo, un beneficio mundial, la bendición de Caverna de Braza Negra. Esto que es como cuando matas a cuando matas a la negra, ¿no? O cuando vas a Fulguru te vas allá a Ventormenta y te dan la esta. Qué ganas tengo de que llegue esto, macho. O sea, me pone todo palote. ¿Qué quieres que te diga, tú? Es que lo estoy leyendo, tío. Es que es una locura, tú. Me parto, tú. Me estoy volviendo loco con todas las cosas nuevas que salgan. Y saldrán más cosas nuevas seguramente. Porque, por ejemplo, mientras que estamos yendo tal, porque tienen que seguir con la Blizzcon, faltan 2 cosas. Quiero ver el horario. Espérate, horario Blizzcon. A ver, ¿qué faltaría por aquí? Vale, faltaría ahora. Vale, ahora viene el Hearthstone y luego después Warcraft Rumble. Esto lo quiero verlo yo, ¿vale? Ahí empieza el Hearthstone. Vale, pues luego seguimos, ¿vale? A ver. Vale, se escucha bien, ¿no? Pues venga, vamos a ver qué nos dice Ana.
Hello and welcome to the Hearthstone What's Next panel. I'm Cora, and I'm the initial design lead on the Hearthstone team. I'm super excited to be up here today, along with some other incredible designers who will join us as the panel continues. We've got a lot to share about what's coming to the game across both standard Hearthstone and Battlegrounds.
Bueno, a ver, ¿qué nos dicen por aquí, señores? Recordar, estamos en Twitch, en YouTube, en Trovo, en Kick, a tope.
And we visited the iconic Ulduar raid to meet the Titans. Battlegrounds explored a rework of the buddies system, the return of quests, and anomalies that changed the fundamentals of the game. We're about to enter into phase 3 of the year, and you already know about some of the new things that are coming. And speaking of new things, we are really excited about the introduction of catch-up.
¿Es el roadmap ha sido? ¿El roadmap del 2024 del Hearthstone?
We mentioned them at the opening ceremony, but let's make sure
bueno, vamos a seguir viendo cosas. Y luego lo vemos mejor en
catch-up
aquí que
packs
van
contain
diciendo
up to
cosas.
50 cards based on how many cards you've collected from previous sets. The catch-up packs for our next expansion, Showdown in the Badlands, will look back at all of the other sets in Standard. Voyage to the Sunken City, Murder at Castle Nathria, March of the Lich King, Festival of Legends, and Titans, and check how much of these sets you've already seen. For the expansions with the most uncollected cards, you'll get more stuff.
Hay cosas que yo no entiendo, muchas cosas de la Blizzcon. Por ejemplo, el Heroes. Bueno, mira que están diciendo aquí cosas. Ahora lo vemos.
Let's take a look at what just a single catch-up pack looks like for a player returning to Standard after a couple years away.
What? What? ¡Hola!
It's flashy.
¡Qué guapo!
We like a little pizzazz on the Hearthstone.
Bueno.
Okay, let's take one more look, but I think we can do better. This time we'll open a bunch of catch-up packs all at once with our recently released mass pack opening feature.
¡Wanda! ¡Qué guapo el tirón! ¡Oh! Bueno. 700. ¡Madre!
That's a lot of cards! We really hope that this will help you get back into the game, or maybe help a friend to pick up where they left off.
La de cartas.
Everyone is going to get 2 catch-up packs to open, and everyone here, plus Blizzcon collection holders out there, is going to get 3 more. Plus, if you pre-order an expansion bundle, good news, you get a bunch of these added to your bundle. And this includes those of you who already bought it, so please don't worry, you will get stuff too. Okay, that was a lot of technical stuff. Let's get into the fun. We've got a lot of exciting cards to show off for the final reveals of Showdown in the Badlands. But before we do that, let's take another look at that incredible cinematic.
Cinemática. Otra vez, ¿no? Bueno, mientras tanto que está con esto, por ejemplo, hay cosas, mira que esto ya lo hemos visto ya, vamos a decir cosas, por ejemplo, hay cosas que no entiendo todavía de la Blizzcon. ¿Por qué me teméis que barra hype para el tema del Heroes of the Storm y del StarCraft? ¿Por qué? Del Heroes hace no sé cuánto, un mes aproximadamente, hicieron el mayor parche de la historia con arreglos y cosas que han cambiado de habilidades de los héroes y todo del Heroes of the Storm. Una locura de parche, ¿vale? ¿Por qué lo hacen? Si no están actualizando nada. ¿Por qué? Bueno, anunciarán la Blizzcon, pues no han dicho nada. No se sabe. Pero lo actualizan y arreglan los errores. Ni puta idea. Y en segundo, StarCraft. Tío, ¿por qué pones en Twitter Maika Barra diciendo ¡guau! Esperemos cosas emocionantes del StarCraft. Ponen imágenes del StarCraft. Pues no hay nada en la Blizzcon. No entiendo tampoco, no lo entiendo. Hay cosas que no lo entiendo. ¿Y qué más? Yo creo que solo son esas dos cosas. El más cojo de todos los anuncios es el Overwatch 2. Sin dudar a duda. Que me pongas un héroe en la Blizzcon, que me lo anuncies y que me digas para el próximo año, ¡wow! Que va a haber otro héroe DPS y otro de support. Bueno, pedazo de contenido. No, ¿vale? Bueno, vamos a seguir viendo esto. Vamos a ver. A ver, ¿qué nos dicen?
Well, howdy, Hearthstone fans. I'm Edward Goodwin, the set lead for this expansion, and I'm here with Cora to tell you all about the story of our heroic outlaws and villainous townsfolk, and to reveal the final cards of the set. Let's start with a bang. Here's a famous outlaw that we got a sneak peek at today, Reno Lone Ranger.
Ahí va.
Say hello to Hearthstone's first neutral hero card. We try to put him in just a single class, but he wouldn't listen.
Vale.
This is Reno's first chronological
8 de
appearance in
maná,
Hearthstone.
tiene 5 de
We're going
escudo.
back in time to Reno and
carito,
Elise's initial meeting and the start of their journey together. If your deck has no duplicates, Reno will make your opponent's entire board disappear, including cards like dormant minions and locations, leaving them with just a single board space on their following turn. We really wanted to capture the magic of a Wild West standoff at high noon. Your opponent will have to carefully choose which minion they want to play to challenge Reno in a high noon duel. Let's take a closer look at his hero power. Reno never goes anywhere without his trusty crystal hand cannon. It has 7 different kinds of ammo that it will randomly swap between at the end of your turn. Each crystal bullet deals 2 damage and comes with an additional magical effect.
Hielo, fuego,
The various effects are all themed after a different spell school.
natura, oscuridad y veneno.
Okay, let's talk about why Reno is here in the
Yo creo que es
Badlands.
aleatorio, me imagino.
Long before Reno joined the League of Explorers, he was just a lone wanderer in search of profit. He heard through the grapevine that Blood Rock was the place to get rich, or die trying with a name like that. After wandering into town in search of a bounty, Reno was hired by Sheriff Eustace Barrelbrim to bring a group of outlaws to justice. In the sheriff's own words, these outlaws were the
Es que esto lo que
vilest,
tienen que hacer es
sickest
un
scum
reboot.
this
Lleva ya
side
10
of
años
Azeroth.
y no han cambiado nada de
But
interfaz.
after signing the mayor's contract and pursuing the bounty,
Tienen que
Reno
mejorar.
found the truth. The outlaw boss was none other than the noble Elise Starseeker.
Turns out the real villain was the sheriff himself, and the Azerite strip mine outside of the town was destabilizing the entirety of the Badlands. The townsfolk were digging up anything they could to get at those Azerite treasures. The bad news is, if they keep this excavation up, the Badlands will be destroyed. The good news is, if you keep this excavation up, you'll get a bunch of sweet loot. We've talked about the excavate keyword before, but to help you remember, let's drill down into the details. When you play a card with excavate, you'll dig deeper and deeper into the Azerite mine. Every time you excavate, you'll get better and better stuff. The first time you excavate, you'll dig up a common 1-mana treasure like you see here. All of the excavate treasures are designed to be used in a wide variety of circumstances, so while you won't know exactly what you're going to get, it will almost always be a powerful tool for your game plan.
Okay, let's take a look at the rare pool of excavate treasures. As you can see, we have a couple ways to keep track of which excavate tier you're currently on. You might have noticed that the first time you excavate, all of the treasures cost 1 mana. The second time, they all cost 2 mana, and that pattern continues with your third and fourth excavate. I know, so predictable. That, along with the rarity gem on these cards, will hopefully serve as a great reminder of what layer of the mine you're currently on.
Let's take a look at the 3rd layer of the mine. This is where the treasures really start to ramp up in power. If you're not playing as one of the 5 Bloodrock aligned classes, this is the final layer of the mine that you'll be able to explore. While the Outlaw classes don't have a legendary excavate reward, it's still pretty fun to dig down into the mine. And we wanted to make sure that all the classes had access to the first 3 excavate tiers for non-constructed game modes like Arena. But if you are one of the 5 Bloodrock classes, hoo-wee! You'll get an exciting and unique specific legendary treasure. Take a look.
Estos son de acerita.
The final layer of the mine is
5 de
inhabited
daño
by
y
some
5 de
incredibly
vida.
powerful Azerite elemental beasts.
Todos son
We
iguales.
wanted each
5 de
one
daño
to
y
fit
5 de
with the
vida.
various
Con
game
4
plans
de
of the
mana
different
todos,
classes.
¿no? Vale.
For instance,
Y
Rogue
el
wants to
último,
excavate
no
a
sé lo
bunch
que
of
es.
times with bounce effects like
Se
Shadow
verá.
Step, and Death Knight wants to play for the long game by resurrecting high-cost minions for maximum impact.
We've already seen 4 of the 5 legendary treasures. But before we reveal the final Azerite beast from the mine, let's take a look at how Warrior excavates.
De lo que hay.
I would say that Warrior's preferred mining methods are pretty explosive.
Destruye un enemigo.
Cards like Blast Charge
y
and
extrae
Reinforced Plating
un
will help
tesoro.
Warrior dig deeper into
Gana
the
6
mine
de
while
armadura.
controlling the board and keeping their health totals high.
Y excava un tesoro.
In addition to their
3 de
less than
mana.
elegant mining methods,
Bueno.
warriors have recruited the band of
6 de
burly
armadura.
Dustbelcher
Está
ogres
por-
to
6 de
oversee the
armadura por
Bloodrock
3 de
mine.
mana. Está
And none
bien.
of them are more brutal than Badlands Brawler.
Otro.
When you play Badlands Brawler, she'll start a brawl immediately. And if you excavate it at least
Hacen
twice,
armadura entre todos.
she'll rig the
Pim,
results
pam,
in her
pim,
favor.
pam,
So now it's not just Armorsmith that always wins brawls.
Vale. Hostias, ¿tú dónde has flipado?
All right,
Limpia
so
todo.
what happens when Warrior gets to the bottom of the mine? Well, they dig up the 5th and final Azerite beast,
Acerita
the
Ox.
fearsome Azerite
5 de
Ox.
daño y 5 de vida y 4 de
For
mana
just the
cuesta.
small price of 4 mana and the destruction of the Badlands, you'll get your choice of 2 8-cost minions. Honestly, it's a pretty good deal.
Esta expansión va a ser mucho de acerita,
It's not just the beasts at the bottom of the strip
es
mine that are
legendaria
being
esta.
disturbed.
Está legendaria
Ancient,
también. 4 de mana.
slumbering elementals
Es barato.
that make up the very foundation of the Badlands itself are being awakened. Let's meet the biggest, the baddest, and the sleepiest elemental of them all, Slagmaw the
Hostias,
Slumbering.
tú.
Every time you excavate, you'll get 2 turns
Vale,
closer to
ganas 6 de armadura
awakening
por
the
3 de
sleeping
mana.
giant. Make sure you're excavating efficiently as possible to awaken Slagmaw.
16 de
And
16.
now that
Qué
Slagmaw
locura,
has
tú.
awakened from its beauty sleep, we can tell you that it's going to be the signature card
16
given
de daño y
to
16 de
every
vida.
person here and everyone at home who got the legendary Blizzcon collection. I mean, look at that.
Cartas muy poderosas.
So, we talked about the dangers that lurk beneath the Badlands, but what is there for the outlaws to protect? You might think of this place as harsh and unforgiving, like many travelers before you, but there are lots of different environments besides just sand and rocks.
There are also big rocks. This Boulder Fist formation has particularly good slabs for the cost. But really, it was important to us that we show the Badlands is more than just a desert. The Badlands is a vibrant and diverse environment with a wide array of both creatures and landscapes.
It's not just the people that would suffer if the Badlands were in peril. I mean, check out the art piece for Living Prairie. Holy cow!
Oh, that was bad.
And at night, the beauty of the frontier is clear when the vibrant night sky shines on the many adventurers here in the Badlands.
But remember that our heroes are sharing this land with, well, the land itself. As the Badlands splits in 2, so do the elementals, like
Otro.
Mesa
6 de
Dune
mana.
the Fractured.
6
Mesa
de
Dune
mana.
draws an elemental and splits their
ver,
cost,
¿qué hacía
attack, and health in half. But the effects and the keywords stay the same.
Ragnaros.
So for instance, if you split a Ragnaros the Fire Lord, you'll get 2 4-mana 4/4s that both deal 8 damage.
We've got one more card to show you from Showdown in the Badlands, and we
3 de
saved one
mana
of the
con 3
worst
de
for
daño y
last.
3 de vida.
Velrock Windblade, a 3-mana 3/3 that does absolutely nothing.
Okay.
Vale, revela la
Calm
nueva
down.
forma.
Much like Velrock, Edward is deceiving you. When you play 3 cards from other classes while Velrock Windblade is in your hand, he'll reveal his true form. That's right. Druid isn't the only class with dragons this set. Velrock the Deceiver is here to
3 de
steal
mana con
the
3 de
show.
daño y 6 de vida.
If you've paid his bounty,
Vale.
he'll transform into a 3/6 dragon with charge, ready to take cards from your opponent's class. And just like that, that's the final card of the set.
Es que, tío, no agrada
The
mucho,
showdown in
pero
the
bueno.
Badlands launch is just around the
Agrada
corner
mucho, pero
on
bueno.
November 14th.
Will the Outlaws triumph over the forces of evil? Well, if anyone can overcome the challenges here, it's the dynamic duo of Reno and Elise.
And now, Let's hand things off to another dynamic duo, Mitchell and Gia from the Battlegrounds team.
Bueno.
Let's go!
Bien.
Hello. Thank you, Cora and Edward. Welcome to the Battlegrounds portion of the Hearthstone stage. I'm Mitchell, the lead designer on Hearthstone Battlegrounds. This is my first BlizzCon, and I'm super happy to be here.
And I'm Gia, one of the designers on the Hearthstone Battlegrounds team. This is also my first BlizzCon, and here we are on stage already. No pressure.
It's been a jam-packed year for Battlegrounds so far. We released our 10th minion type in Undead, which breathed new life, or took it away, I guess, into combat-based strategies. And we introduced dual-type minions that lets comps overlap and synergize in novel ways.
We also brought back the buddy system with a new and improved buddy button that gave players more agency over when to get their powerful companions.
We overhauled the minion pool, adding 58 new minions, including the upbeat mechanic. We also retired poisonous as a keyword in favor of venomous.
And we brought back the quest system with over a dozen new quest rewards.
And we launched our biggest system yet with anomalies, releasing new ones every single week. We're still going. There's new ones coming out like Tuesday. And we're breaking every rule in the Battlegrounds book.
Yeah, Tier 7 was pretty ambitious, but we're here to talk about something even bigger. Duos.
No, not that duo. Not that one. No, not that duo. Not that one. Get that out of here. There we go, this duos.
La gracia es que no.
Introducing Battlegrounds Duos mode. Now you can grab a buddy and play against 3 other teams with brand new mechanics that let you collaborate like never before.
This isn't just queuing up with a friend and hoping you don't face each other, is it, Gia?
Nope. I mean, it can be fun to party up and then knock your own friends out of the lobby. We're not judging.
But what we on the team have long wanted is a bona fide mode where you can work together and win together.
Internal playtests have been an absolute blast, as I'm sure some of you on the show floor can already attest to, and we're so excited to finally share the details with you all.
Though, before we get into it, I want to give a really quick disclaimer. Duos mode is early on in development and won't be officially launched until next year. But here at BlizzCon, we have an exclusive sneak peek, so you all get to be the first players to try it out. Woo, thank you.
So let's break down exactly how Duos mode works. When a game starts, you and your teammate will each get to pick one of several hero options as normal. For example, let's say I pick Reno Jackson, and Mitchell picks Dino Tamer Bran. Let's go League of Explorers.
Here's what a typical turn 1 looks like for each teammate. As you can see, I have my own board in Tavern, and so does Gia. I also have my own gold in Tavern tier, so if I buy or sell, refresh or freeze, tier up or hero power, it will not affect Gia's board.
That's right. We have all this stuff separate from each other. But the one thing we do share is our health total.
Each team starts with 30 health, and their combined armor is the combined total of both heroes' armors that you see during hero select.
All right, I think we're ready to zoom out a bit.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so here's the whole screen. Yep, looks like a normal game to me.
Ah, los duos.
Oh, wait. Hey, Gia, what's that blue shiny thing?
That, Mitchell, is the portal.
Es muy extraño,
the portal
macho,
is what makes
duos,
duos.
El Battleground, ¿sabes?
Let's say you're done with your turn and are just waiting around for combat. Wouldn't you want to see what your teammate is up to?
Turnos,
By clicking on the portal, you absolutely can.
Pero es que lo han hecho un poco mal, ¿no? Deberían hacer.
So here's Reno on turn 1. He buys this Risen Rider, plays it. Then you can click on the portal and bam! Now we can see what Bran is up to. Looks like Bran's going for that Tavern Tipper. Too bad it's not going to gain any stats this turn.
As you just saw, it's like an in-game spectate button.
Pasar, eh?
You can see the minions your teammate buys and sells. cards they hover over. You can even see their discover options. So let's sum up what we know so far. You buy and sell your own stuff with your own gold.
Necesitas
You
oro,
can use
no
the
maná.
portal
La
to
habéis
check
visto
on your
abajo que eran
teammate.
monedas.
And since each team shares health and armor, you can see them linked together on the leaderboard.
Ah, el portal derecha es para hacer el relevo.
Shared health, I'm sure the question on everybody's minds is how does
El
combat
portal que se
work?
vio a la derecha es
Well,
donde va a
you
pasar
go
el
one
este de
after
un
another
jugador a
as a
otro.
team.
Que
But
será
it
tu
might be
compañero o
easier to
compañera,
just
me
show you.
imagino.
Let's check back in with Reno and Bran as they enter their first combat. Pay attention to how the heroes and boards change.
A ver. Combat, vale, combate. Cambia eso. Está guapo que cambie eso. Vale, esto es una mierda. Mierda. Ahí va. Tacatá. Muy bien. Recluta.
In duos combat, one teammate's board spawns into the fight first. When all your minions are destroyed, your teammate's entire board spawns in next.
De reclutamiento y una,
And since
y una
teams share
de
health,
combate. Entonces, tú
any
puedes decir,
damage
oye, mira,
is
tú
taken
entras
by
por
the
mí
whole team.
o no.
And if you're going first and you
O
somehow
yo,
manage to
digo,
beat
oye,
both
mejor
opponents
que
all
este,
by
depende
yourself,
de las estrellas
your
y
teammate's
de las monedas
warband will
de
spawn
oro,
in
¿no?
to deal extra damage.
Se llaman son
Up
monedas
to
de
the
oro.
damage cap, of course.
No entendiendo.
Here's a recap of all of that. How will you know which
Tendrás tus
teammate's board
restricciones,
spawns in
seguro.
first during combat? Well, it's whoever's hero icon is on top of the pair as seen on the leaderboard. Each team's fighter may be different every turn, so strategize accordingly.
Strategy is absolutely key in duos, thanks to another new mechanic in this mode. Remember that portal? It's not just meant for spying on your teammate.
That's right. You can also use the portal to pass cards to your teammate. Let's check back in with Reno and Bran on turn 2. Okay, well, looks like Reno's
Vale,
going for
cambia
the
ese.
Swamp Striker. Okay,
Ahí va.
fine, don't buy the new minion.
Vale.
1 gold left over, so dragging it to the portal.
Se va.
And now, you guessed it, it is with Bran.
In duos, you can simply drag a card into the
poco
blue oval,
complicado, pero esto hay que
and it
ver ahora,
will whoosh
habrá que
right
mirarlo.
over to your teammate's hand. But it comes at a cost. Passing a minion through the portal costs 1 gold each time.
In initial testing, we tried letting you pass for free, but as it turns out, generosity was way too broken.
We always knew we wanted a way to pass cards between teammates, and we tested all sorts of different versions of it. But of course, we didn't have that portal VFX right from the start. Can anyone take a guess what we used in the meantime?
I can guess. Maybe not too fair, but it was tradable. We already knew from traditional Hearthstone that dragging a card to the deck feels simple and intuitive. And the moment that we repurposed this UI for duos, playtest started to feel fluid and truly like a collaborative mode.
The portal has other similarities to tradable too. You can use it any number of times in a turn, as long as you have the gold, of course. And you can only pass cards from your hand through it. Once a minion is on the board, it's a no-go.
Yep. And when you receive something from the portal, it goes to your hand, not your board. Speaking of, let's see how Bran does with that extra Swamp Striker from Reno. All right, gonna play that Swamp Striker. Looks like no Murloc in the shop, unfortunately, but looks like Bran's gonna settle for the Surf and Surf. Fun fact, this card was first called Surf and Turf initially until we realized it's a Naga and a Crab, which are both aquatic. 1 gold left over anyway, so Tavern Tipper's gonna grow this time. Now we can take a look at how their second combat will play out.
Vale, a la mierda todo. A la mierda todo. A la mierda todo.
So as you guys just saw, even though Reno only had a single minion, the team still won the combat thanks to the power of Bran's board. Remember, you're fighting together. In duos, there are so many new ways you can work together, and having 2 players recontextualizes how you look at the game.
For example, with 2 shops between you, it'll be easier to find the pieces you need for that perfect warband. But remember, when you triple, it's only you that gets the reward.
And with 2 hero powers between you, there's lots of new synergies.
Right. Imagine I'm playing as Alexstrasza, and Mitchell is playing as Queen Wagtoggle.
Yeah, I could play for tempo with Wax Warband to make sure that we stay healthy.
Well, I rush to tier 5 and get my 2 dragons.
Wait, do you remember that hero combination we saw?
Oh, yeah. If Dino Tamer Bran gets Bran Bronzebeard the minion, he just needs to spend 1 gold to pass it to Reno.
Oh, and then Reno can goldenize the Bran.
Oh, Mitchell, did we balance that?
Anyways, so let's talk about some other heroes. Specifically, let's talk about some duos exclusive ones.
Right. Meet Cho and Gall, and their hero power, Double Trouble. Remember what I said about each teammate getting their own triple rewards? Yeah, that's not the case with these 2. Whenever one of them plays a golden minion, the other also gets a triple reward.
In testing, we tried giving this power to an individual hero, but it was so powerful, we had to make Cho and Gall share it. And take note, Cho and Gall are special duos heroes, and they must always be played as a pair. You will not be able to pick Cho without Gall, or vice versa.
Yeah, Cho Gall should always be together, but they're looking awfully far apart here. That's better. Oh, would you look at that? Oh, wait, no.
Uh-oh.
Poor Cho.
Oh. For anyone playing on the show floor today, Cho and Gall are guaranteed to be in your lobby, so keep an eye out. They're really good.
And they aren't the only new faces you'll be seeing in today's demo. We have all new minions exclusive to Duos mode as well. Let's take a look.
Up first, we have Passenger on Tier 1. He's a 1/2 that says whenever your team passes, gain +1/+1. Notice he says whenever your team, not just whenever you, which means either teammate can trigger Passenger regardless of which board it's on. He's a strong early minion that can grow throughout the game as you're helping each other out.
On Tier 2, we have Fortune Hunter Flo, also known as Shell Collector, but generous, and neutral, and Tier 2, with bigger stats. Is your teammate lacking just 1 gold to buy a second minion or tier up? Well, Flo makes it easy to help out, if you like your teammate enough to do so, that is.
Moving up another tier, we have Orchestra Conductor, a minion your team can scale together. Each time your team plays one, it'll upgrade all future conductors played by either teammate. While you could pass them all to one player, you can also use them on your own stuff and still be helping out your friend.
Only thing better than Pogo Hopper is Pogo Hopper with friends, am I right, Mitchell?
I mean, like, Pogo Hopper's a mech, though.
Hey, Duos has a mech. Check out Electron on Tier 5. At the end of your turn, give a random minion in your teammate's warband Divine Shield. You keep this guy around long enough, and he's basically bubble wrap for your teammate's entire board. And it's not just mechs that get specific Duos minions. Every minion type has one.
Yep. This is the Duos exclusive Naga Benefactor.
Están haciendo,
normally you can only pass minions
antiguas
from your
para hacer
hand through the
combinaciones de lo
portal.
que va a pasar con
Benefactor
el Battleground,
is
¿sabes?
one of the other ways that you can pass cards to your teammate.
Lo que
Its
puede
Spellcraft
pasar cuando
Benefaction
están
will
en
let you pass
Battleground,
any
cuando no.
non-golden minion in play to your teammate. Keep in mind,
Es
though, this can
diferente.
target the shop. So minions can be sent from there as well as sent from your own board.
Passing without using the portal like this doesn't cost any gold, so it's pretty nifty. Other than Benefactor, we've got a hero that lets you do so too. Madame Goya. Can't argue with that hero power name. It's pretty dang efficient to effectively buy and pass a minion for just 2 gold. Oh, and passing with Efficient Exchange or Benefactor also triggers Passenger.
If you're thinking something like, Passenger seems like it can be awfully strong for a Tier 1, you're absolutely right. And if your teammate has one, you're going to love this next hero, Flabidinous Floop. With Glorious Floop, I can't believe I said that, you can choose a friendly minion during the recruit phase. At the start of your next combat, it transforms into your teammate's highest attack minion.
Mitchell, thank you so much for introducing that hero so I didn't have to attempt to say its name again.
Don't worry. Our last hero is somebody who you can't possibly mispronounce. Because he doesn't have a name at all.
That's right. This is the nameless one. He straight up copies your teammate's hero power. So you could be playing double Gallywix, double Millhouse, or even double Greybow if you're that type of person.
¿Qué puede pasar si eso no es?
Speaking of copying off your teammate, the last minion we're revealing today is Sandy. At the start of combat, she transforms into a copy of your teammate's highest health minion. Just hope she doesn't get sniped by Tavish.
And that's all the Duos minions we're revealing today. There are more, but you'll just have to discover them for yourself on the show floor or by watching the streams.
Even with all these minions, we've not made any cuts to the live minion pool that's playable in today's demo. Balance-wise, it was a concern that it'd be way too easy to find the minions you need when you've got 2 players looking for them. But the larger pool is a way to offset that.
And when you're hunting for minions for the whole team, communication is critical, which is why we've made one more Duos exclusive mechanic. The ping system. No, the mage hero power isn't coming to BGs. Don't worry, it's fine. Pings are emotes that you can use to communicate with your partner.
In today's demo, you'll be sitting next to your teammate and can talk about your strategy in real time. But we made pings because this won't always be the case when Duos goes live.
Maybe you don't have the opportunity to do a voice call.
Maybe your teammate speaks a different language.
Maybe you're playing at work and you don't want people to know.
Don't worry, we won't tell if you don't.
During the recruit phase, you can right-click on a minion and those 4 options will appear. It's a blue portal, yellow question mark, green check, and red X. Left-click a ping to select it, and both you and your teammate will see the ping on the minion. If you ping on something on your own board, the teammate will get a little preview of it through that portal.
In testing, I often use the question mark on a minion in my shop to ask Mitchell, hey, you think I should buy this? And he would respond with either a check or an X to say yes or no, respectively. Or maybe even the portal to be like, pass it to me instead. Okay, greedy. I can also ping while spectating Mitchell's board. Look, this green arrow pointing sideways on the imprisoner indicates that I would get a triple if Mitchell passed it to me.
And this is where I'd see Gia aggressively pinging that minion in my shop. Okay, don't worry, I guess I can pass it to her.
No, wait. I have a better idea. I'm gonna tear up next turn, and I want Mitchell to freeze the minion until then. How to let him know? Well, I can simply ping the freeze button. Yup, in Duos mode, you can ping pretty much any card or button you can interact with as long as it's during the recruit phase. I could ask my teammate, hey, should I refresh? Or tell them, don't tear up this turn. Or, if I want to be a real agent of chaos, ping them the portal on their hero power. To clear a ping, you can either right-click, then click away, or wait till combat automatically erases them.
Now there's one last emote you already know from traditional Hearthstone, but we're going to steal it real quick. Thank you for listening. Working on Duos. Oh, yeah, thank you. I'm just so excited. Working on Duos has been an absolute joy, and I'm so excited to get to share this new way to play with everybody here.
Yeah, in playtests, I said multiple times that Duos is the most fun I've ever had playing Battlegrounds, so it's a real pleasure to finally invite everybody to try the mode. But remember, this is an exclusive early demo, and a lot of designs could still change between now and when we officially launch it.
But you can try everything we have so far right now in the demo area. You can line up with a friend, or maybe make a new one playing Duos. And when you're done, please fill out the survey to let us know what you think. Your feedback is very valuable to make sure Duos is the best it can possibly be when it launches next year.
And to everyone at home, you can still check out Duos by watching your favorite streamers today and tomorrow. Check out our blog post for more details.
Thank you so much for joining us today. Have a great Blizzcon, and we'll see you in the tavern.
Bueno, pues eso, no hay mucho que explicar. 26 minutos y viene el Warcraft Rumble. Ojito con eso, Entonces, pues vamos a seguir tranquilamente. Vale, vamos. Vamos a bajar este. A ver, han sacado más cosas del Overwatch 2 que han puesto aquí. Y ya sabemos alguna cosita más detalles. No es un gran cosa, pero bueno, algo más que han puesto. A ver, que lo veo un momento, yo lo cuento. Mira, lo que pusieron es lo siguiente. No se lo encuentro. Vale, esto lo que han puesto, algo, mira, ya sabemos que el tanque es tanque al final, Mauga, ¿vale? Aunque no sé por qué le ponen tanque al personaje nuevo de Overwatch, ¿vale? No sé por qué lo ponen, vamos a bajarlo un poquito ahí. No sé por qué lo ponen tronco. Tanque, porque cura y encima hace DPS, pero bueno, lo he puesto de tanque, ¿vale? El nuevo modo de juego, que es Clash, me han dicho mucho misterio. El mapa que lo van a remodelar, van a hacer un rework en Anaoka, ¿os acordáis? El asiático ese. Luego, ¿acordáis? El nuevo héroe de DPS, ¿vale? Llega la temporada 10, ahora va a salir la 8. Esto yo creo que hasta mediados del 2024 por ahí no llega. Y luego, el héroe de apoyo para la temporada 12. O sea, esto ya creo que va para finales de 2024. Y luego, esto que no lo han dicho, dice contenido del mundo paralelo evento cruzado Overwatch. Talon, no revelado exactamente. Talon, esto me suena a cuando hicieron el primer evento de Overwatch. Te estoy hablando el primero, ¿sabes? No sé. No tengo idea, pero esto es lo que hicieron. Esto es lo que es. No. Es que yo vuelvo a decir lo veo Overwatch 2. ¿Para qué me anuncias que voy a tener un nuevo héroe de apoyo y DPS para la temporada 10 y 12? Tronco, es que no, tío. Es que no, es que el Overwatch 2 no siguen en sus 13. Ya se puede todo lo que queréis y todos muy felices en el Overwatch 2. Pues nada, que ahora nada, en unos 23 minutos empieza la del Warcraft Rumble. Ahí van a decir más cositas y lo dejamos. Y mañana, que tenemos la hora de la Blizzcon también de mañana, vamos a estar, porque empieza mañana a las 8 de la tarde hora española, ¿vale? Y vamos a ver qué dicen del WoW, del Overwatch y del Diablo, ¿vale? Que van a decir algo más. Por ejemplo, del WoW, Deep, no sé lo que es. Que es a las 8. Va a durar 1 hora y media. El WoW, Deep, 1 hora y media. Bueno, 1 hora, vamos a dejarlo. A la 1:30. Overwatch 2, What's Next. Que no sé qué van a decir. Ni puta idea. Y luego después el Diablo 4. Que eran cositas también, creo. Porque no ha habido nada del Diablo 4 de paneles. Entonces seguramente mañana estaremos. Con esto se acaba la Blizzcon para mañana, ¿vale? Estaremos ahí atentos al loro de todas las cosas que hagan, ¿vale? A ver, del 1 al 10 le voy a poner un 8,5 a la Blizzcon, porque hay dos cosas que no me han gustado. Uno, que no anunció nada del Heroes de esto ni de StarCraft. Dos, los anuncios, el anuncio de Overwatch no me ha gustado nada. Así que no tengo ni idea. Entonces, a ver qué pasa. Pero vamos, me han gustado muchas cosas. Las 3 expansiones del WoW. Bien, con todos los. Con todo el control está muy guapo. Bueno, el Discovery este del Season Discovery del Classic me ha encantado, tío. Bueno, lo mejorcito. Cataclysm le vamos a dar también bien. Hay cositas que me han gustado, ¿sabes? Bueno, vamos a esperar, que faltan unos 20 minutos aquí tranquilamente. Así que bueno, vamos a esperar muy de relax, ¿vale? Ay, Dios, por favor. Bueno, no hay mucho más, ya hay que esperar, gente, a lo que le falta ya nada, tíos. Y ya lo dejamos, ¿vale? Vale, esto va bien, todo esto. Me agrada que lo haya arreglado, ¿eh? Al principio me jodió, pero bueno, está bien. Está bien, está bien. Vamos a esperar. Vamos a esperar. Bueno, el Anduin, tío, en esta cinemática, tú, me vuelve loco, ¿eh? ¿Cómo ha cambiado Anduin, tronco? Es una locura también la cinemática, ¿eh? Es una puta locura. Pero locurón, macho. También te digo, no entiendo una cosa de la cinemática. Es el corazón de Azeroth, ¿vale? Le están haciendo daño a Thrall y al Anduin. No entiendo, tío. Porque estamos en el sueño Esmeralda. Ya nos mandan aquí. yo no entender. Pero van a pasar muchas cosas. Hay que esperar, gente, 15 minutillos y ya está, ¿vale?
Que no puedo porque no tengo el TPM 2.0 activado, ¿no? Que es el típico
Mentira.
mensaje.
Primero te dije, ¿me recomiendas actualizar a Windows 11? Porque yo no quería correr riesgos.
Y antes de continuar, un mensaje de nuestro sponsor. Te hace falta una... Y lo primero que le pasó es esto que está ahí. Este montón de artefactos, que esto normalmente se llama artefactos, y además, cuando ves algo así, normalmente suele estar relacionado con la tarjeta gráfica. Normalmente esto significa que por algún motivo la gráfica se te ha muerto, te ha fallado la memoria o lo que sea, y caput, digamos, te sale todo este rollo, ¿no? En este caso no era así porque nosotros sabíamos cuál era la causa. El procesador, algo por el estilo,
Por WhatsApp.
todo solucionado.
Estábamos hablando por WhatsApp y de repente me dice...
En la puerta.
No, claro, de repente me dice, si me dejas grabar estoy aquí.
Lo que es el explorador de Windows
es la lente. El explorador de Windows.
Empezó a ir Windows un poco mejor, pero aún así seguía yendo haciendo el por DisplayPort y me dijo que uno de los puertos de DisplayPort de su gráfica no estaba funcionando. O sea, su gráfica tiene 3 puertos de DisplayPort.
30 días, un mes haciendo directo sin parar, streameando y grabando.
Usando todo el recurso de la tarjeta. Pero ya que estábamos ahí, pues aprovechamos para reaccionar a su setup, que bueno, siempre está bien hacerlo en directo.
Ver series.
El contador mola mucho más en persona de lo que realmente mola mucho. La mesa me mola bastante. Arriba
Bueno, pues nada, hay que esperar, gente. Es que no hay mucho más que... Hay que esperar, tío. No hay mucho misterio. Están repasando pues todos los vídeos, todo otra vez y tal. Porque hasta que no sea y media no van a poner nada del Warcraft Rumble. Que esto es lo que vamos a jugar mañana. Vamos a jugar mañana al Warcraft Rumble. Hombre. Que si vamos a jugar, está clarísimo. Adiós. Va a ser muy gracioso otra vez configurar esto para las cosas, sinceramente. Yo si ponen el PV, macho, yo encantado de los, pero es que estoy muy decepcionado, macho. Venga, 10 minutitos y empieza el tema. Vale, han dicho algo más nuevo para que en la Blizzcon, cosas que han salido nuevas, tal. A ver. A ver, hay cosas también que estoy con mucho hate del Classic Discovery, ¿vale? Porque si hay cosas que estaban sin terminar o ni hechas, hay muchas cosas. Por ejemplo, que ahora me acuerdo, tío. Yo me acuerdo que en la Classic, el último parche que fue en Axramas, que lo pusieron, ¿vale? Estaban haciendo, porque se vieron el data mining, las Islas Dragón de Classic, ¿vale? Estaban hechas el mapa y todo eso. Es que pues, va a ser algo tremendo la Classic. Ojito con eso, ¿eh? Es que empieza el 30 de noviembre, tú. Empieza el 30 de noviembre. Hoy no, porque hoy no va a haber más novedades y tal así por el estilo. Pero mañana que hay menos paneles, ¿vale? Va a haber muchas entrevistas de mucha gente que de ahí invitada. Entonces va a sacarle más información segurísimo. Entonces ahí veremos más información. No sé, veremos qué pasa, qué sucede. Bueno, yo estoy mirando por aquí. De momento no hay mucho más noticias, ¿vale? Eso está claro, no hay mucho más. A ver, un momentito. Ahora. Entonces, no hay mucho más anuncios. Faltaría Warcraft Rumble. Ahí sí que estoy un poco... Mañana a las 8 empieza eso. Pues vamos a estar una hora con Warcraft Rumble jugando, ¿vale? A ver, voy a mirar otra vez los horarios. Que quiero yo ver aquí. Horarios, Blizzcon 2023 para mañana. Vale, empieza a las 8. 8, 9 y media. 10 y media. Esto acabará creo que a las 11 y media. Vale. Va, bien. Me parece bien. Bien, pues mañana la Blizzcon empieza a las 8 de la tarde, ¿vale? Con World of Warcraft, ¿vale? Luego una hora y media después Overwatch 2, que dirán que más cosas habrá, que novedades hay. Hablarán del nuevo modo y todo eso, me imagino. Y una hora después Diablo 4, dirán algo más. Luego ya de madrugada va a estar el community y un montón de cosas, pero eso ya lo vamos a dejarlo ahí, ¿vale? Entonces mañana va a haber muchas más entrevistas de mucha gente que estarán allí y les sacarán más información de todos los juegos. Y ya nosotros ya pues haremos un recuento de todo y lo pondremos en Haremos un videito o algo, ¿no? Ya veremos, no sé. Veremos todas las novedades que hay. Pero reuniremos todas las cosas, que es lo mejorcito de todo lo que va a haber, ¿vale? Entonces, poquito a poco, gente. Poco a poco y con calma. Entonces, pues eso es lo que va a ser. Entonces, una hora antes, o sea, a las 7 de la tarde, estaremos con Warcraft Rumble, que ya tengo preparado cositas. Así que estaremos ahí. ¿Habrá clan? Sí. Y Discord también. Bueno, Discord hay. Vale, ya veis. Hay Discord y estaremos al loro. Vale. Estaremos al loro. Estaremos muy al loro. Estaremos ahí. Mañana creo que actualizará algo del Discord, ya veremos. Vale, va a empezar ya esto, ¿vale? Entonces vamos a ver qué sucede. Ahora lo subimos y tranquilamente, ¿vale? Llevamos ya casi 6 horas y 10 minutos. Estamos como antiguamente los directos largos. Eso es lo que vamos a hacer ya a partir ya de hoy y todos los días, ¿vale? Y le damos caña a Warcraft Rumble, por supuestísimo, ¿vale? Esto va a empezar, gente. Venga, a ver qué pasa de Warcraft Rumble. Me apetece, tengo ganas. Tengo muchas ganas de saber. Va a empezar ya, ¿eh? Va a empezar, ¿eh? Va, ahí empieza, ¿eh? Warcraft Rumble es lo último, ¿eh?
Mechanics to existing encounters as they were in 2000.
Va a empezar ya, ¿no? No, todavía no. Pero empezaremos. Va a empezar ya, ¿eh? Va a empezar ya, gente. Es que esto va a empezar. A ver si empieza ya. 10:30. A ver. Va a su velocidad. Ah, aquí está. Vamos, vamos. Vamos. Que esto empieza. Estos son cachondos. A ver, dime. Aquí tenéis que decir más cosas, cabrones.
All right. Hello. Welcome to Warcraft Rumblings. Also, welcome again to BlizzCon 2023. I'm Tom Chilton. I'm the game director of Warcraft Rumble. Today we're going to do a deep dive into what Warcraft Rumble is, some of its history, and of course, what's coming next. To do that, I'll be accompanied by two of our key team members, Jackie Bacall-Head, our production director, and Jeremy Collins, our art director. But before we get started, since there might be some folks in the audience that are new to Rumble, pretty easy to be new to a game that just came out, we'd like to kick the presentation off with a montage of videos that just kind of quickly showcases a little bit about what this game is about, some of its history, some of the gameplay feels. So with that, let's roll it.
Warcraft Rumble. El que pusimos, ¿no? Ah, ya funciona, el de lado, claro. No hay actualización. Vale, pues lo quitaré y lo pondré. Ahora lo pondré.
It's an action strategy game that takes place in the basement of the Hearthstone Tavern. Originally constructed by gnomes, the machine prints miniature toy versions of the iconic heroes of Warcraft in a specialized mold chamber deep in the guts of the machine.
A massive, overarching experience. We've managed to add more zones to it and more experiences for players to enjoy.
The player's base is down at the very bottom here, and you're going to make your way up and try to take out the boss at the top. We've got ourselves a meeting stone on the left and a tower on the right, and then we have these gold nodes. And the gold nodes can be harvested by mining units in order to collect gold, which is sort of your core resource for deploying units. It's do or die here, folks.
Vale,
It's do
está
or die.
activando, tal, no sé cuántos, lo estoy instalando.
Joyful chaos, folks.
Venga, va,
Chaos right there.
Enjoy the joy.
Enjoy the chaos. The chaos, it never ends.
Vale. Vamos a actualizar, perdón.
Hello, BlizzCon. My name is Jackie Bacall-Head, and I'm the production director of Warcraft Rumble. I'm here today to talk about what Warcraft Rumble is. So, as you can see from the video we just watched, Warcraft Rumble is all the things. We wanted to make a game that had a lot of different things for many different types of players.
Vamos a ver
So
esto
I'm
que esto
here
me
today to
interesa.
talk about just a few of the things
Mañana
that make
jugamos,
up Warcraft Rumble.
tengo ganas de viciarme a esto, lo
So
tengo
first
preparado
off, we are a tower defense
ya. Sí, ya lo tengo ya
and
puesto.
offense
Gracias,
game.
George.
Not only do you have to protect and worry about your base, mine for resources, source your army, but you must also attack your opponents or boss to claim their base. You get to collect a whole bunch of mini versions of Warcraft heroes you love. We've got a large campaign, and once you get high enough level, we have a challenging heroic campaign mode. We also have PvP for those who love competing against others. And for those who are most solo players, like myself, you can hit up a dungeon or play Arclight Surge. You can sync up with friends in a group chat and join a guild. And then once you're in a guild, you can work together with your guildmates to win the guild war chest each season. So these are just a few of the areas that I'll touch on in more depth. But otherwise, please feel free to head over to our Rumble area and check out the game
de
yourself.
las torres, coleccionar minis, hacer el modo
One of the
campaña.
fun things you get to do
Hay
is
5
build strategic
familias.
armies. Armies in our game are made up of troops, spells, and
Honradas y se
leaders.
pueden upgradear.
We'll be
Hay
launching
más
with
de
over
65
65
minis.
minis in 5 different families with multiple leaders in each. The families are Alliance, Horde, Beast, Undead, and Blackrock. So you have plenty of opportunity to test out and try different playstyles. There's lots of choice in deciding which minis you want to
Y
collect.
13 líderes.
You might want to go wide, collect a
Con
whole
mini
slew of different
talentos.
minis, or go deep and level up a smaller number of minis, focusing in on increasing their power. When strategizing your deck or your army, which is based off the rock, paper,
Son
scissors mechanic,
voladores,
you'll be able
casters,
to pick
melees.
from
Vale.
melee, ranged, flying, or squad minis.
Eso sí lo he visto
For
yo.
example, when picking which mini to play on the field, flyers take down a melee type, and ranged minis will take down flyers.
Si el enemigo es un volador,
And on
tú
top
eliges
of
el arquero y a
collecting
tomar por
minis, you can
culo.
also collect talents for
Eso
them, which
está
adds
claro.
additional abilities. So for example, one of my favorite leaders is Undead Baron Rivendare, which you might remember from Stratham in Lordaeron, who will summon skeletons at your base or towers you control. I tend to go with Skeletal Frenzy for Baron's talent, which gives Bloodlust to nearby skeletons, increasing their movement and attack speed. I find this gives me an advantage as I personally love being fast in the game and I aim to control as many areas of the map as possible. So, now you have an army built up, where are you gonna go? In Rumble, you're gonna go on a journey through Azeroth, moving through all the old zones you know and love, including Elven Forest, the Barrens, Westfall, Stranglethorn Vale, Darkshore, and many more. There are over 70 levels at launch, with 5 levels divided into zones, with the final level of each zone being a harder mission, and requiring a higher level army to defeat. Each level and boss have a unique mechanic, so will require a different strategy, a different army to be successful. In Stranglethorn Vale, for instance, we have King Mukla's map. It kind of feels like a sports ball field, where Mukla tosses bananas onto the field, and when any minis walk across them, they level up. So it's a fun way to add more strategy, deciding if you want to boost up some of your weaker units, or go for your stronger ones. And then once you've beaten the campaign, you will reach Onyxia's lair. Onyxia is the hardest challenge and final boss in the game. If you have beaten her, please let me know when you do, because I sure haven't. And now, to talk some game modes. So Arclight Surge is a super fun solo feature where you get to replay levels you've completed, but with an electric twist. Every few days, a rotating selection of levels that you have completed will be lit up with Arclight energy. In one of the twists, you'll be given an army of minis to play with. You will have to use specific families with minis you may not own or have tried out in the past, so you get to try out different playstyles. It's kind of like a try before you buy. I've personally collected new minis based solely on the fact I've tried them out on a Surge map. In another Surge mode, you will get a modifier on the maps of a particular zone. So for example, where kobolds gain 10 levels for every gold they mine. It's a guaranteed mini that will not only help you source your army, but will fight back with some force too. And on top of the campaign mode that I've mentioned before, we have an even harder version with the heroic campaign. So once you get to 50 sigils, you unlock the heroic campaign, which I find to be extremely difficult. It is essentially the normal campaign, but with a higher level requirement and a harder twist on the map. So for example, Elven Forest is our starting zone. You only need a level 1 army. But once you unlock Heroic Campaign, you're going to need a level 11 army in order to complete them, and then also you'll get to encounter a different twist. The Dreadnought, for example, if you have played it, has 2 cannon reticles roaming the map instead of just 1, which you would find on the normal campaign. These levels are another opportunity to get more XP to boost your armies, as you get extra rewards for winning with each family, and another bonus for completing the entire zone. And a side note for a bit of insider information, as the team was developing this feature, we started calling it the mean mode. And because we love all things mini, our take on dungeons are mini versions of WoW Dungeons. These are a series of 3 maps with 3 bosses. Each week, we rotate the family required to enter the dungeon. So essentially, you'll pick a leader from one of those from the family that's selected for that week that you can use to enter into the dungeon. And then before jumping into each level, you will get to pick a relic, which is just like a talent, but it could apply to either an individual unit, or it could be a buff to part of your army or your entire army. You will be able to stack 3 relics, 1 for each of the 3 levels of a dungeon. So for example, before you enter into the first level of the dungeon, you'll get a selection of 3 different relics. You get to pick one, jump into the dungeon. Once you complete the boss, you'll be brought up back to the screen, presented with another 3 relics, pick one, jump in. And then when you're playing the second level, you'll be able to use both relics from level 1 and from level 2. And then one important note, you only have 2 lives or Ankhs of Resurrection to get through the 3 levels of the dungeon. Or else you'll have to start over from the beginning, which totally sucks. You can repeat dungeons and try out different relics and different leaders within the family for that week, collecting more rewards. But only the final boss win gets an army slot upgrade, which bumps up levels of special mini types that you can apply to your leader's army. Now, let's jump into some features that have human interaction. Are you super competitive? Maybe you do awesome defeating campaign missions? How about against players across the world? Did you happen to catch our Rumblemania event today where we showcase PvP? In our PvP mode, we match you up 1v1 according to your rank. And as you get better and better, climb the ladder, you will play against harder and harder opponents. Our seasons are 6 weeks long, each with a different tower, map, and map modifier. It keeps the game fresh by changing up the challenge, just like many other features in our game. Everything rotates, modifies, and adds new twists. And then on the social side of things, we have guilds. You can group up with new people, group up with friends of old, chat with them, or work together to obtain your guild's war chest. You can have up to 15 people per guild, which has been a challenge for the team as we've been fighting to see who can be part of the best team.
Crearemos clan, por supuesto.
And taking a moment to dig into guilds, there's a feature called War Chest, which resets every season. This is a group effort from the guild to play Arclight Surge missions and PvP matches to collect points to turn in for rewards. You get to play with, so if you use different family leaders, you will collect points for each of those families, and together that will combine for an even bigger reward. You can keep track of who is helping to gather points in the War Chest screen. Push your friends to go, 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 do their fair share of the work so everyone can reap the rewards. And with that, this is the end of my quick summary of Warcraft Rumble. We have tons of features for you to try out, learn, and master, and many more ideas yet to come. The team and myself are super proud of the game we get to share with you all and hope you enjoy it as much as we do. Next up, I'd like to hand it over to Jeremy, our art director, who's going to go over the history of the game and a little bit behind the scenes.
Van a decir más cosas, está clarísimo. Eso me interesa.
What's up, Blizzcon? What's going on? Hey, everybody. Thanks, Jackie. What's up, everybody? I'm here to chat a little bit about discovering the art style and gameplay of Warcraft Rumble, and a little bit about the team who kind of put it all together. Warcraft Rumble, like many game projects, began with an idea. What if we could make a game that miniaturized Azeroth into an experience that celebrated the epic majesty of the Warcraft universe and the fun moment-to-moment gameplay of modern mobile games? Making RTSs has always kind of been part of Blizzard's DNA, stretching all the way back 1994. Some of you may have not even been born back then. Orcs and humans. The strategy genre has been evolving ever since then, and we wanted to evolve with it. Tabletop war games were a very big early influence, as were physical board games, like those childhood games that you had that had components of dimensionality to them, where, you know, instead of it just being a little wooden cylinder, you're actually picking up the object, molded out of plastic or something like that. Games that had pieces you could pick up and that weren't flat cardboard representations of a thing, but the thing itself. As you can see on the side screens here, we started with digital pencil and paper, often scrawling out those ideas in notebooks or on whiteboards at the studio. In those early days, the goal was really just to lay out all the ideas on the table, and then start sifting through those choices that would support Rumble's core gameplay loop. But before we get too deep into making the game, most importantly, I wanted to introduce you to the talented artisans that have helped create Rumble, and let's take a short trip down memory lane with me. So here's the team. The original, some of them in the audience today.
Hostias, eran pocos y cuántos son ahora, es una locura.
The original group of developers that started Rumble were originally comprised of Blizzard PC developers from various games at the company. Some of us came from World of Warcraft, others came from StarCraft, Hearthstone, Heroes of the Storm. But what we quickly realized as we began making the game is that we needed to bring in mobile developers from outside Blizzard to kind of round out our knowledge and learn from some of those best mobile practices. These developers educated us in so many ways on what mobile development looked like from the inside out, and it was incredibly helpful to the team to have those developers join us. You don't know what you don't know until you get the experience brought in to teach you about it. So we all shared that one thing in common, though. The team was all united by our love and passion for mobile games. I think we all remember that one magical summer where we were all chasing around cute little magical creatures all over our local neighborhoods.
Está de por medio la compra del Xbox, que esto no lo hemos hablado. Apareció Phil Spencer.
And that has fueled us as we launch Rumble towards the rest
Phil
of the world.
Spencer. Yo creo que entrará Maya ya a partir del año que viene, está claro. Y el Soul Saga, y el Classic este del 30 de noviembre, le metió mano ahí Vox de lleno.
And all of us were
Fijo.
already huge fans of Warcraft going into this experience.
Va a haber
As a
muchas
little
novedades
kind
el
of
año que
fun
viene.
fact, my parents
2024,
bought me, I'm sorry, the Warcraft 2
Va a
battle
haber
chest
mucho tal. Oye,
for getting
gente,
good
si no
grades
queréis
in
pero nada,
school.
dejar un
My
buen follow.
dad was like
Esperando.
a die-hard Mac guy, and
Gente,
so
que
we
vamos
didn't
a
have a
ver caña a
PC
partir de
growing up,
mañana.
which
Mañana a las
basically
7
equated
estamos
to me
aquí
not
como
being able to
perros.
play PC games at all.
Perras,
But
a tope.
thankfully, in those days, Blizzard ported
Por hablar mucho,
everything to
están haciendo un
Mac, and so
repaso
I
de la
was
historia que
basically able
antes
to
suena
kind of
muy, que
grow
era un
up
poco ya
loving
son
the
santo de
game
la madre
worlds
y
of
han sacado el
Azeroth,
juego este.
loving
Warcraft, que lo tengo,
drawing,
tengo mucho
copying the
hype. Ya
drawings
me lo he
out of the
instalado. He jugado un
manuals,
poquito
and
y
it
bueno,
kind of began
está
my love of
guapísimo.
art. Being able to kind of contribute back
Tengo
to
ganas, tengo
Warcraft,
ganas.
the Warcraft universe in general, has been a really incredible experience. And while we've grown as a team throughout the years, it still feels very much like those early days in many ways, when we were all just a couple of us sitting in a little room in the back of Blizzard Entertainment working on a game prototype.
Hostia,
For
antiguamente,
our early
¿cómo era?
prototypes of the game, we used Warcraft 3
Hola,
and
¿cómo
WoW
era
models
esto
and animations and
antiguamente?
VFX as substitutes for final
Qué
art.
loco.
We do this to save time while we're developing the art style,
¡Hala, tú!
including characters and environments. But we
Qué
need to stand
loco,
things
tú.
up really, really quickly, so we use assets that we have to kind of find the
Hostias,
fun inside of the game. Early art experimentations had the entire play surface carved out of all wood or molded from a single piece of plastic. This became a little bit problematic because it was a bit too much of a limited palette to deal with and how large we wanted to make our
como era
campaign.
antiguamente,
We knew we
qué
wanted
loco.
a giant PvE campaign, and if everything was made out of wood or everything was made out of molded plastic, it loses some of its specialness.
Bueno, pues no
And
me
so
agrada,
in
está
this kind of
guapo.
first video here, we experimented
vamos,
with
había
a
unas cosas que tú
45-degree
flipas.
camera instead of the vertical
Está
camera
guapo,
that
está
we ended
guapo.
up landing on for the game. You can see here in the art style how a lot of the old look of the game leveraged the more kind of hand-painted World of Warcraft look before we adopted as a team what's called a PBR, or a physically based rendering pipeline. And that's just a fancy way of basically saying that materials have their actual real-world physical properties kind of added to them: shininess, metalness, etc. Also, the 45-degree camera kind of limits how much gameplay can be on the screen at any one given time. The top left and bottom right corners are filled up with set dressing, and we really wanted to make sure the gameplay was front and center with the camera for the game. In this second example, you can see the old style of our orc and some of our older inventory screen iteration that felt a little bit more like box toys on a shelf. The older character design style was a level of detail higher than what we ended up landing on, but we learned a lot about the style and tone of the game from these early tests. And lastly, we experimented with kind of like a medieval style 3D world map, which, if you're a child of the 90s like I was, may have been inspired by a certain game from your childhood where you had to race against a timer to put little different shaped blocks into their corresponding slots, and if you didn't do it in the timer, they would spray back at your face. We took a little bit of inspiration from that for this map. This was the all wood exploration of the game board, which was a test of really just how many orcs we could populate on the screen at any one given time, and the answer is a lot. We were able to get a lot of orcs on the screen. This was, you know, interesting for us to see for the first time our 3D units kind of marching around a map. And this was our first iteration of mini deploys, which we knew we wanted something fun that really kind of landed to the physical nature of toys. That's an art pillar of ours on the Warcraft Rumble team. But why not slamming them onto the game board? Wasn't that really fun? So these were kind of the first initial tests of that, basically. We actually do a lot of employing what are called smear frames in the animation of Warcraft Rumble. That's because there's no motion blur in the game. We simulate motion blur by stretching out the characters so that when in fast movements, your eye kind of connects the different frames together and it becomes one smooth animation without the need for motion blur inside the scene. Smearing the geometry of our minis basically allows us to kind of fake that blur by stretching the model out. One of the first things the artist did on the project was what we do best at Blizzard, which, well, we made a bunch of orcs. Orcs were the palette by which we painted. We played with silhouettes and character proportions. We knew we wanted to have a top-down game and that the detail would mainly be focused in the top third of the characters, because when you're playing in the gameplay, you're looking down on top of them most of the time. But we needed to balance that level of detail out quite a bit. These early animation tests that were done were kind of like tests to carve out who the personalities of the different characters were. We always knew we wanted to be very stylized because of the platform we're heading to. Mobile games, you could be outside, you could be inside. We wanted to make sure there was a really clear read on the characters very, very quickly. And we learned what we didn't like. Certain proportions felt truer to Warcraft orcs, and we didn't want to change that. I mean, we could not get rid of the massive shoulder pads. This is like endemic to the Warcraft art style. The game really needed to feel authentically Warcraft, but viewed through the lens of a mobile phone screen. Kind of familiar, but new. Since we knew we were going to be a top-down camera game, we put a lot of effort into the design of the top third of those characters. And that's where kind of color blocking comes in. We kept the color blocking for our characters, which is basically just like the overall local color of the character, very simple, to 2 or 3 colors for quick and easy gameplay reads from our top-down camera angle. One of the main pillars of the look and feel of Warcraft Rumble is tactility. So much of the Warcraft art style is about that kind of handcrafted imperfection. We wanted to make a game that very much felt like a living piece of Azeroth, where the materials of the game felt real in their representation, but also captured the kind of over-the-top personalities of some of Azeroth's famous and infamous characters. Here's our earliest iteration of the orcs. These are some of those early animation tests I was talking about. You can see there's a lot of different proportion attempts, a lot of different styles being represented here. This was us trying to find out what proportions work best for us. My background is in character animation. I came to Blizzard after working for about a decade on feature animated films in Los Angeles. And so these early art style examples began with motion for me, because that's what I know really well. But the other early artists on the project were encouraged to explore in whatever medium they felt most comfortable with. And as you can see, we got some pretty varied results. So let's talk a little bit about environment art. So for the environment team, trees and Elwyn were their orc. We needed to figure out what the style of the environments were going to look like. And we needed to do lots of visual exploration around shapes with strong, recognizable silhouettes, but with an additional kind of toy touch. A lot of our environmental assets are built like toys, with seams where the branches of the trees meet with trunks. We wanted to make it feel like not only were the characters toys, but the environment that they lived in were also toy playsets. And we wanted to impart some of that manufacturing process of toys into the actual final models in our game. And so that's really cool for us. Everything in Azeroth has character, and we wanted to make sure it wasn't just the characters that had character, but the environments themselves were a character in their own. The same thing is true for the UI of our game as well. Getting our mini representation down for both environments and characters was really essential to kind of understanding the art style of what we were creating. And this is typically what's called a vertical slice, which is really just kind of a fancy term for a small amount of polished gameplay that represents the broader visual look and core gameplay loop of a new game. It's basically like a little piece, a little corner of a game where we can see, okay, I get it. I see what the final product could look like. That's why you do a vertical slice. So I want to talk a little bit about the box, the actual Rumble arcade machine. We actually designed the Rumble arcade machine from the inside out. This was a very early collaboration with the story and franchise team, who make the incredible cinematics you've seen here today. And they did some visual development inside the Warcraft Rumble arcade machine. These renders right here are by an artist named Tony Bratinchevich, who we affectionately called Tony Renders on the team. I don't know if he knows that, but now he does. Thank you, Tony. Beautiful what-if concepts of the playfield and the exterior of the Rumble game machine, with lots of nods to the visual language of the Hearthstone Tavern, which is we're underneath, and gnomish gearworks, basically all that kind of fun, steampunky-looking gnomish stuff that populates all sorts of fun areas of Azeroth. In these examples, we tried kind of more porcelain-style materials, but at the end of the day, porcelain just wasn't the right material. It felt a little too fragile. Like the minis we knew we wanted them like scrapping them up on the field, and we knew we wanted this handcrafted quality to them, and they needed to take a little bit of a beating, and porcelain didn't really feel like the right choice for that necessarily. This is a bit of a lower angle where you can kind of see that even in the early days, it still felt very Warcraft with the distressed metal and the wood, but this version of the game was maybe a level of detail too great for what we were going for, or maybe too great for the medium that we were also on as well. Smaller screens require less detail. We had to balance the visual style for the mobile platform. Mobile game screens vary widely in size and aspect ratio, and it was very important to us to make sure that the art looked beautiful, and most importantly, communicate gameplay on those smaller screens, big from the beginning. Here are some screenshots from the all-plastic era of Warcraft Rumble. This felt a little bit too much like those board games that I mentioned earlier that were molded or vacuum formed from that single piece of plastic. It didn't feel quite right. We found that by creating different types of plastic, some more matte, some more shiny, some rougher, some smoother, that was our way of creating the material variation for the collectible minis inside of our game, and it was a way to kind of vary up the overall materials in general. In the same way that all Warcraft games are kind of lovingly handcrafted, we took that a step further and added some surface detail to our characters, which we affectionately call chipping. So in our game's fiction, the Rumble game machine basically prints out these kind of figures down in the creation chamber, which is like the mold at the bottom of the machine. And that's where all the minis are created, and they're pushed up to the kind of playfield. But we asked ourselves, like, who made the positives of these molds? You know, to make a mold negative, you need a positive first. We thought kind of about, you know, what tools that they might have used in Azeroth. And if gnomes made the positive sculptures that all these minis came from, maybe they used wood to make those positives. And maybe while they were making those positives out of wood, the chisels would have left little surface imperfections all over the place, leading to that more kind of handcrafted art style. But chipping basically allowed us to have details that went away when you're looking at the character from the top-down gameplay view, but when they're right in your face, when you're looking at them celebrate in the UI of our game. And so we had to kind of balance that a little bit so that there was some interest and appeal for the characters when you're seeing them celebrate, but that they were also very instantly recognizable when they're out on the playfield. An extra level of handcrafted detail that is just very endemic to the Warcraft universe. And, well, here's where we are today. We are a bunch of very passionate developers, very eager to support this game with new content and features on a regular cadence. And while we've had a lot of fun over the years, Warcraft has always been our North Star. We wanted to make a game that fit in your pocket, where you could relive some of those classic moments from Warcraft's past in miniature form. We wanted a game that felt authentically Warcraft, a game where we could play in this massive sandbox that's been created for us. We hope you have as much fun playing it as we did making it. Next up, our game director, Tom, is going to tell you a little bit about what's coming up for the future of Warcraft Rumble. Thanks, everybody.
Cuidado, esto ya es emocionante. Vamos a ver qué más. A ver.
Thanks again. All right, so that brings us to what's next. And it should come as no surprise that we have a ton of new content, new features that we're currently either experimenting with or in production on. We thought it would be fun to give a preview of what the current roadmap looks like. However, it's worth keeping in mind that, you know, as all of you play the game and you develop opinions about what should come next, seems like that happens with some of you, we expect that things in the roadmap will change to account for your feedback. Believe it or not, I still hear about the dance studio in World of Warcraft that we talked about back around Blizzcon 2007 or so. But maybe it'll come next year, right? Who knows? Bueno, so, you know, if we're all together again next time and something in here hasn't happened, just remember this fantastic disclaimer. But with that said, let's take a look at what the current plan is. All right. So this is a high-level view of some of the big beats that we're working on. For starters, we're going to cover new seasonal content. For those of you that are starting the game today or yesterday perhaps, Season 1 just got underway. But given that our seasons are 6 weeks in duration, you can expect updates for every coming season. In addition, we have a variety of new features planned, and those will help round out the game, and we'll cover those in just a bit. We have new map content in the form of a new dungeon and a new zone that are already underway, and those will be making their way into the game in the coming months. And of course, we've got a few updates to the PvP system coming soon as we continue to refine, balance, and spice things up on that side of the game. All right, so with a high-level look covered, let's talk about the seasons. Now, that, of course, starts with Sylvanas. As I noted a few moments ago, Sylvanas has been introduced as a new undead leader for Season 1. Sylvanas features a rapid-fire single-target attack that deals physical damage. And of course, you know, given that Sylvanas is the Banshee Queen, it's only properly natural, or unnatural, I guess, that once she dies, she's not really dead. She turns into a Banshee and then attempts to possess the nearest enemy unit. Now, as with every mini in the game, she also has 3 talents available to her for you to decide exactly what flavor of gameplay you prefer. So you could go with the Black Arrow talent. That turns her single target attack into an elemental piercing shot that can also carry through behind enemies behind the primary target, doing a bunch of additional area damage. Or you can choose Banshee's Wail, which causes Sylvanas to stun all nearby enemies once she dies, making it a lot more difficult for all those characters that just killed her to then kill the Banshee before the Banshee can actually possess an enemy. And then last but not least, you could go with Forsaken Fury, which grants Fury to nearby undead and horde units. And that really kind of plays into, you know, of course, Sylvanas having been both leader of the Forsaken and eventually becoming leader of the Horde. Now, as of now, she's exclusively available this season, both through the PvP ladder, through the war chest, and a bundle. And of course, you know, as new minis that come into the game are featured as part of the season, as the next season rolls around, they become available in the grid once that season has ended. So for now, for those of you that want her and you know, really kind of want to earn your way to Sylvanas, the PvP ladder and the war chest with your guild are the way to go. So that brings us to Season 2. Now, as you can see, with each season for the foreseeable future, we plan to add a new mini to the game. In Season 1, it was the leader, and in Season 2, it's a troop that can be added to any army. And so, you know, the Chimera, it's a highly territorial beast from the forests of Kalimdor. The Chimera has a long history of felling foes in battle. I mean, it may not have been as deadly as the Defias Pillager, you know, hiding out in a Westfall farmhouse, but, you know, don't sleep on the Chimera. So it's 2 heads, spew death from above. One of them with, you know, area of effect poison attack, and the other one has a chain lightning area attack. Now, both of these attacks are elemental in nature, but she can be talented in some interesting ways that emphasize different aspects of the Chimera. So, for example, you could select Corrosive Breath, and that talent will deal significantly more damage to towers, buildings, and armored enemies because it turns into a siege attack. Or you could go with Jolt, which adds a stun to the lightning part of the attack, interrupting enemy attacks and movement so the Chimera's poison has a chance to build up to more devastating degree. Or you can just keep it simple and go with the dynamic duo talent, and that adds fury to the Chimera's attacks, which makes the Chimera attack faster and faster and faster as it continues to attack. Either way, the Chimera adds significantly to the options that are available to beast armies because it adds a solo, which is non-squad, flyer option to the beast family, which is something that the beasts don't have right now. Right now, all their flying units are squads, and so if there's area effect anti-air, then it really kind of handles anything that's beast flying, but not once the Chimera comes out. All right, so next up, we have a sneak peek into some of the minis that are coming for Season 3 and beyond. On the screen to your left, hailing from the depths of Blackrock Mountain, we've got Emperor Thorson, and he really kind of rounds out the Blackrock family as its 3rd leader option. We are working on a few different options for Emperor Thorson's abilities as we continue to iterate on him during our kind of gameplay testing. But the current frontrunner is that he'll be an armored mini with a fiery weapon and a lava spike attack. The fiery weapon is going to be his melee attack, and the lava spike is actually a ranged area damage attack. And then as for Season 4, we expect the Fairy Dragon at the center concept to be the new seasonal mini. One of the things that we feel like the overall mini landscape is missing is a flying troop that's resistant to elemental attacks. So the Fairy Dragon is the perfect mini to really kind of fill that role, given its history in Warcraft 3, Heroes of the Storm, and of course, World of Warcraft. Then on your right, we see Ragnaros himself. Unlike other minis described earlier here, Ragnaros is not going to be part of the normal seasonal content. Instead, Ragnaros is going to be tied to the release of the Molten Core raid.
Habrá más cosas,
and not surprisingly, the reward for defeating Ragnaros will be Ragnaros.
Aquí se acabará en nada, pero mañana
Now, we do expect that Ragnaros is going to be an extremely unique leader that has some very unique mechanics, one of which involves his summoning via a Major Domo Etiquetas mini. And of course, you know, that'll happen none too soon. Now, as it happens, the topic of Ragnaros leads us to our path towards raids and those supporting features. So, from the game's original initial conception, we've really viewed Warcraft Rumble as a co-op game. One that would be really fun to play on your own, but also even more fun to play in a party with friends. So to finally realize that dream, we're planning to create the ability to party with a guildmate and do some end game content and engage in co-op battles via the raid feature that I'll get into a little bit more in just a minute. But in addition, the development of parties and raids really kind of opens up the potential for additional modes of co-op play in the future, like questing, Arclight surges, and of course PvP. So, why play alone and absorb all of the blame for your losses when you could rightfully point your finger at your teammate? Now, naturally, with the reveal of Ragnaros and co-op raids, it makes sense to spend a little time talking about how raids will actually work. So, as I describe the raid system and how it's going to work, you might notice that there's a UI looping in the background and shows off a little bit of how this functionality looks and works in practice. For starters, raids will require the player's party with one of your guildmates in order to take on the raid. And, if it takes 3 or maybe even 5 gigantic monitors to get the full effect of a 40-person raid in World of Warcraft, then, partying with one mighty guildie is the pocket-sized equivalent. As you enter the raid UI, you might notice that the Molten Core will be split up into 3 wings and then a final boss encounter. Each wing is going to host 2 of the raid's bosses, and each one of those comes with a unique reward. We currently expect the first wing of the Molten Core to begin at level 26, the second wing at level 27, and so on. Then raids will be available for a limited time each season. As more raids are introduced, then they're going to come back into cycle in a similar way to the dungeons work right now. However, during any given raid cycle, you're going to want to consider what leaders to bring to which raid encounter. Not only do you want to pair an effective leader against a particular encounter that you're facing, but in the long run, you're also going to want to think about which leader matches up best against the different encounters. And this is because once a leader defeats a raid boss successfully, it's going to get locked to that map for that raid cycle. So early on in your Molten Core adventures, this won't be much of a hurdle because you're probably just going to be using your best army to kind of learn the encounters and learn to beat the early encounters. And then later on during future raid cycles, once you're getting to the point where you can take them all down, then you'll start to more specifically plan which leader you want to use versus which boss. So with the raid system described in a little bit of detail, let's jump into the first wing of the Molten Core. All right, so before we get into the details of these 2 specific bosses, some of the aspects of raids that you're going to find that are common between all the different maps are that some lanes are actually shared between you and your teammate, but there's also typically at least one lane that has deploy zones only for you and one for your teammate. So there's some crossover in some areas, but in other areas it's really up to you to handle what's happening in that lane. In addition, all gold income is shared by both players, or actually given to both players. So as you mine gold, capture chests, etc., you're both going to reap the rewards, reap the benefits. There's no need to race your guildmate to the nearest treasure chest or gold node or anything like that. You can do whatever benefits the team the most. So now onto the specific maps themselves. The Lucifron encounter features 2 Dominator lieutenants, the big flame wakers that you see on that left map there. The Dominator lieutenants mind control the first enemy unit that enters their massive area of control. So be careful about what minis you send toward them. One of the main challenges here is to figure out how to bring the Dominators down effectively. The moment the mini that they've taken control of is killed, then another one is immediately dominated. So, you know, for example, one might think that sending an entire group of chickens at the Dominator to take it while a sneaky worgen, you know, stabs the Dominator from the back is a clever strategy, but that all falls apart the moment the first chicken is dominated, is immediately murdered by all of its angry chicken brethren, causing the Dominator to then turn around and take over that worgen that you thought was going to be doing a great job doing stabby in the back of the Dominator. So you're going to have to consider sacrificing a mini that has a little bit of survivability to a Dominator so it doesn't go down too quickly. So maybe Footmen, perhaps, for example. Also, keep in mind that while these Dominators don't respawn quickly, there are new ones that are summoned at various points in the battle. So that brings us to Magmadar. Now, Magmadar, the deadliest of dogs, for him, you're going to have to deal with a trio of ancient core hounds before you can actually do much to Magmadar himself. You can expect to have to bring down the ancient core hounds within a short time of each other, fittingly enough, because they resurrect each other when one falls in true core hound fashion. So make sure you bring a mighty death ball on your way to Magmadar. Otherwise, the ancient core hounds are just going to keep respawning before you get much done to Magmadar. It's definitely not the best plan to try to chip away at Magmadar while trickling in some sort of half-hearted death ball. We demand a passionate death ball here. Only that will do. So that brings us to wing number 2. Now, on wing number 2, Gehenna and Shazra and the Gar encounter reside. The Gehenna and Shazra map has the interesting twist that Shazra actually counterspells any spells that are cast by either player. Now, Shazra, which is the boss closer to the front in blue in the screenshot above there, it can be killed before Gehenna in order to remove that restriction. So, you know, don't bring decks or armies that have too many spells that might clog up your hand until Shazra is actually down. Or you can attempt the map without any spells at all. The choice is yours. All right, as for Gar, be prepared to bring armies that feature a lot of elemental killing ability. The streams of elementals are summoned anytime a tower is destroyed by Gar. And you might notice on his map that there are a lot of towers there. There are 6 towers on that map. So you're definitely going to want to hold off on assaulting a tower until you're sure you can keep control of it. Otherwise, things are going to quickly snowball out of control, as any loss of a tower is going to create yet another wave of earth elements. So in the event that you accidentally take a tower, it can be very valuable to be able to quickly deploy some unbound units to defend it, regardless of where that tower is on the map. So keep that in mind. Now, the third wing of the Molten Core are where Baron Geddon and Golemag are. Now, Baron Geddon's fiery lair of lava strongly encourages players to bring armies that are heavily stacked with flying minis. After all, the floor is lava. Danger, danger. And as for Golemag, beware the incineration runes around every tower. These runes are really kind of significantly alter the strategies for taking a tower. It's not just as simple as throwing any old tank at them to get the job done. You're really going to need to more carefully plan which combinations of minis you bring to these towers. Otherwise, you're going to watch your push really kind of melt back down into the gold dust they came from. Of course, you know, what would Molten Core be without its iconic final boss, Ragnaros? Now, after you defeat the first 3 wings, then Ragnaros unlocks. And Ragnaros is a 4-phase encounter that will test us all. Phase 1 occurs when Ragnaros is submerged, and that includes the summoning of Ragnaros by Majordomo Executus. In Phase 2, we're going to face off against Ragnaros's core abilities of Blast Wave, Meteor, and then also Lava Wave. In Phase 3, Ragnaros submerges for a time and spawns many Sons of Flame. Let me know if you've ever seen that before. And then finally, in Phase 4, Ragnaros returns and gains some additional abilities in the form of Immolation Aura. And all this combines to create an encounter that is very similar in difficulty and complexity to Onyxia herself, maybe even more so, but co-op. And so, you know, it's going to bring an entirely new dimension to kind of what it feels like to beat one of these really complex encounters, and a lot of extra fun. So now that we've had a chance to cover the raid system and the maps that are involved, I'm guessing a lot of you want to know, what rewards there are going to be had to be earned in the Molten Core. So let's cover some of that. Now, each wing features powerful and in most cases unique rewards. For example, for clearing the first wing, you'll unlock a boost slot for an army of your choice. The boost slot allows any mini that's placed into that slot to be boosted to a base level of 20, which is the maximum level obtainable via XP. And this gives you massive army flexibility. If you want to try out a mini you don't normally use, no problem. If you just bought a new mini from the grid and you haven't leveled it up yet, no problem. Just slot them into that slot and have fun. Gives you massive amount of flexibility for really kind of playing around with different army compositions. Also, for clearing the second wing, you'll unlock a legendary tome and a legendary core. The raids in the PvP ladder are really the way to earn legendary cores that you'll need in order to finally upgrade a mini to its highest rarity. In addition, for every 2 raid bosses that you bring down, you're going to earn some Valor, and you can use that Valor to upgrade one of your gold army slots that you earn via the dungeons up to a platinum slot. And then, of course, for the final reward, as I already mentioned, you're going to be able to unlock the Ragnaros leader and earn additional star points for defeating Ragnaros, and increases rarity up from uncommon to rare, eventually epic, legendary, etc. So prepare some subtle but effective ways to tell your favorite guildmate to stop standing in the fire, so you can get more cores from the Molten Core. All right, so with raids covered, let's move on and talk about some of the new Dungeon and Zone content that's coming on the near horizon. Now, as you might expect, we have some new challenges in store for you as we introduce one of WoW's classic, most iconic dungeons, Scholomance. Scholomance features 3 of the most memorable bosses from that dungeon. We have Jandis Barov, Rattlegore, and of course, Darkmaster Gandling. As you build an army that's designed to take these encounters on, you're going to want to prepare for Jandis and her ability to clone herself. Rattlegore's endless waves of graveyard spawns, and Darkmaster Gandling's propensity to teleport your army into rooms full of enemies. Gandling's rooms feature different groups of enemies that you're going to want to strategize around and make sure you're prepared to handle for any of the minis that get sent into those rooms.
Perdón, pero soy un niño pequeño para estas cosas.
Get the wrong mini trapped in the wrong place. It'd feel a little bit too much like what happened a lot to our guild in Classic WoW. So keep your eyes open for the introduction of Scholomance and one of these content updates that's coming in the coming months. Now, as we continue to add new content for dungeons, we also wouldn't want to forget about the final Kalimdor zone. Moonglade is going to come into the game as the final zone of the campaign, at least for now. It'll come after Blackrock Mountain. And we have 5 maps that are in progress for the zone, with both normal and heroic versions, of course. The bosses that we're featuring for the zone are Brightwing, Fairy Dragon, pair of Druids, one of the Claw and one of the Talon. We've got Brumaron and Ysera, and also Cenarius. And so the normal version of Moonglade is actually going to range from level 16 to 17, and that's going to put the heroic version starting at level 26 and ranging up to 27. So with a lot of the new PvE content covered, let's actually move on to our next topic, which is PvP. Now, we've got a handful of updates and improvements that are in store for PvP that we'd like to cover today. For starters, we're updating the seasonal rotation system to actually randomize which map gets selected on a per map, per battle basis, rather than featuring the same map for an entire season. In addition, we're adding a new modifier category to replace the current map category that signifies which map lasts for the entire season. And that's going to be in the form of the Siege category. The Siege category features a few new modifiers that are cycled on a bi-weekly basis. And those modifiers are very much designed to kind of alter what the kind of meta feel is of these mechanics. Now, one of them is one that's currently named Crumbling Towers. That modifier causes captured towers to turn into meeting stones for the rest of the match. Whereas the collateral damage modifier actually causes damage to the opponent's main base anytime one of the towers is destroyed. Now, both of these modifiers are designed to really kind of alter some of your strategic choices about, what armies make a lot of sense for that particular section of the season, and also kind of alter some of the pacing of the PvP battle and kind of creates a very different arc and flow of the battle than what you would otherwise see for that kind of couple of weeks. Now, for instance, the collateral damage modifier really helps emphasize map control, and it diminishes strategies that are based around focusing attacks toward an enemy's base exclusively. Those of you who did a lot of that in beta and soft launch, you know who you are. In addition, changes to the cycling of maps and introduction of new modifiers. We're also in the process of adding global leaderboards. So, that's to support the PvP community and their never-ending quest to know who the best of the best are. Now, along with these updates to the PvP system, we actually have a feature in store that a lot of players have been asking for a long time now. A staple of the RTS genre for decades now on PC and more recently on mobile has been the ability to view and share replays. Fortunately, this is one that we also have and expect to support in Warcraft Rumble. So this is something that has been actively worked on. So far. Not only do replays help players share strategies with each other, given that these replays can be easily shared with others, but they also help players analyze their own play and better understand improvements that they can make. So we're looking forward to being able to add these features to the game over the course of our upcoming feature updates, and those will really kind of roll out over the course of the next year or so. So having discussed some of the new content and the features that are coming to the game, it's time to kind of circle back to some of the cosmetic collectibles that we've been working on. Each 6-week season actually will feature the ability to collect new cosmetic items via the war chest and also via the PvP ladder. In our current rotation, every other season is going to feature a tower skin as one of the war chest cosmetics. With the current upcoming season is actually the Judgment Tower set, so you'll see that in season 2. And then you'll also see some additional tower sets coming with every other season that happens after that, season 4, etc. Now, as one might expect, we're also going to want to see some of the classic Warcraft tower architecture from the Horde, the Undead, and other races, and we'll be seeing those also soon enough. Then, to go along with the tower skins, we also have a ton of new emotes in the pipeline. In our current plans, the new emotes will be added to the PvP ladder each season, and every other season there's also going to be an additional emote in the war chest. Now, maybe not surprisingly, the overriding focus for emotes is actually to just create emotes that feel really fun and expressive of the characters that are in question. In the middle screen behind me, you can see some of the new emotes that we're planning to introduce soon, whether it's, the Mecha Kobold, Garrett Padfoot flexing his favorite tattoo of himself, Murloc's Mighty War Gargle, Safe Pilot meme, Board Nixia, Steaming Pile of Reek. You can expect emote for every occasion. Now, that actually brings us to our final type of cosmetic, which is our first foray into skins for characters within the game. And we're going to be starting off with the Lowly Kobold, since that's a mini that everybody has right from the start of the game's earliest moments. And to do that, we're guessing that a lot of players would enjoy having the ability to theme their Kobold along the lines of the primary families of the game. And so we'll be making the family-themed Kobolds available for collection soon. And of course, as we continue our additions of new content, we're also going to be exploring ideas like leader skins. But that's a story for another day, so stay tuned for that. So that really kind of concludes our look into Warcraft Rumble, its history, and what's coming on the near horizon. We honestly couldn't be more excited for everyone to get their hands on the game, and we'd especially like to thank everybody here for joining us here today. If you haven't had a chance to check out the Warcraft Rumble area yet, it's over there in the Warcraft section of the convention. Have yourselves a great time with the game itself, photo ops, and of course community events. And more than anything else, I'd like to thank you again and just say good luck with all your rumbling. So thank you all.
Bueno, gente, pues se acabó. Pues nada, que nosotros lo dejamos por aquí. Mañana ya vamos al Warcraft, vamos a darle cañeta. Ya tengo puesta alguna cosa en el Discord, así que nada, gracias a todos. Mañana nos vemos a partir de las 7 de la tarde. Adiós.
Blizzcon 2023 would like to thank our partners.